Check 1 2, check 1 2, 1 2, check 1 2, 1 2, check 1 2. 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 1 2, 1 2, check 1 2.
Testing, 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. There is a quorum in the room. I'll ask you to take your seats so we can get started. Rock and roll. There we go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this special committee meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee. We'll start with declarations of interest. Seeing none, this is a special meeting with one agenda item regulating vehicles for hire in the City of Ottawa, taxis, limousines, and private transportation companies. Before we start, I just wanted to offer some opening remarks. I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to come out today and taking part in this very momentous process. The City of Ottawa is leading the way across Canada in modernizing our vehicle for hire industry. This is not an issue that anyone in this room takes lightly, as it has an impact on stakeholders and residents alike. Last week, the staff recommendations to modernize the taxi and limousine industry were introduced. As you know, these recommendations came after months of consultation with the public, a series of discussion papers covering every angle of this industry, and an immense amount of work, hard work, from our city staff. We saw throughout this process that the public overwhelmingly wants new options in vehicle for hires in Ottawa, and I want to reiterate that this report and these recommendations are intended to serve our residents. What we heard at a very high level last week is staff's recommendation to create a new category for companies to operate legally on a more private level while protecting our traditional taxi industry as part of our public transportation network. Throughout today, it is important to remember that PTCs come with a buyer beware warning for issues such as cost and customer service. But I also want to make it abundantly clear that the city's intention is not to compromise on our core principles of public safety, consumer protection, and accessibility through these recommendations. We know that many customers already feel safe in PTCs, but we will ensure that the standard for public safety across the vehicle classes are high, while also introducing an element of choice. We will require every driver, whether PTC or a taxi, to undergo the same criminal background check, and we will continue to protect and enforce this standard. Consumers in our city will continue to be protected no matter what form of transportation they choose by knowing they are getting into a car that has proper insurance and that has been inspected by a city mechanic. And we have zero intention of slipping backwards when it comes to accessible options in this city. We currently have one of the best accessible fleets in Canada, if not the best, and we will continue to protect this by continuing to release only accessible plates and by expanding our service through an accessibility levy collected from the PTCs. Over the last several days, we have had extensive conversations with stakeholders and have continued to receive a flood of public comments on this issue. We have heard what is liked in this report, and we have heard what is causing concern for this industry. Staff have worked tremendously hard to incorporate the changes that are feasible, and we will see today a number of motions that aim to increase our commitment to serving the public and maintaining our core principles. At the end of the day, it is important to remember that it is the committee's job, it is council's job to understand that the city's role is to be the regulator for the vehicle for hire industry. The city has no role to play outside of that. Now, before I turn the floor over to Acting General Manager DeMonte, I want to quickly go over some housekeeping issues for today. Again, I want to thank all of the interested stakeholders and members of the public who have taken the time to be here. We do know how very important the decisions we make are for all of you. If we go over capacity for the council chambers, which it appears we have already done, we have set up Jean Piggott Hall just outside to accommodate any individuals who are not able to access council chambers. There is seating as well as speakers broadcasting audio of the committee meeting. We ask that priority seating within the council chambers be given to those who are making a presentation to the committee. They will have stickers. We are in for a very long day, but one that I believe we can get through respectfully, productively, and thoughtfully. As it stands, at last count, we have 85 public delegations currently registered to speak. If you haven't registered yet, you can do so by putting your name on the list located at the table at the main entrance. I would like to remind everyone that you will have 5 minutes to address the committee, and given the large number, I will hold you to within that time period. Understanding that this is a very complex report, if you have signed up with a group, I am willing to be lenient in how your group divides your time. What I will ask is that public delegates please bring new ideas and not repeat the same point. We are here to listen respectfully to all perspectives on this issue. We will hear things that we may agree with. We will hear things we may disagree with. We also may hear requests for us to take actions that are not within our role as municipal government. Just because we cannot take action on some of these matters does not mean we're not listening. We are here to listen to you. That said, disruptive behavior will not be tolerated in the council chambers, and anyone disturbing the gallery and the work of this committee will be asked to leave. If we get to a point where I feel we are not able to listen respectfully, I may call a short recess, but I sincerely hope it will not come to that. For my colleagues, the 10 members of this committee need to be mindful of quorum and to ensure that there are always 5 of you at or near the table. If you need a break, please let me know, or a member of the clerk's staff know, and we can take a short recess. Members should also be prepared to stay well into the evening today. In the interest of ensuring that all members of the public who wish to address the committee today can be heard, we will not be taking a lunch break. We should also be judicious in our questions to the public delegations. First off, we will receive a presentation from staff. Staff will give a brief overview of the report recommendations, as well as an update on any new information or issues that have come up since the report was released last week. We will not have questions of staff at that point. Members may ask questions of the delegations on their presentations, but I ask that you hold all questions to staff arising from the delegations until after all of the delegations have spoken, although you may let staff know that you will be asking them a follow-up question later. If I believe there is a misunderstanding on some specific point, I may ask staff to clarify. I also want to remind all of my colleagues and presenters that we do not engage in debate with delegations. If I have a sense that there is a debate disguised as a question, I will ask you to rephrase. After all delegations are completed, we will move on to questions to staff and any motions for consideration by the committee. We may decide through the course of today that we recess following public delegation to allow the clerk, staff to order and review motions and to develop a roadmap for our consideration as we do at the budget process. If you are not a member of the committee but wish to move a motion, Vice Chair Brockington has agreed to move the motions on your behalf in order to get them on the floor for discussion. If you have not done so already, please submit your motions to the clerk's office as soon as possible. They need to check them for implementability and order them correctly. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Mr. DeMonte.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Membres du comité, membres du Conseil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Council, members of the committee. Good morning.
many of you individually, but I do want to highlight for the public present the recommendations before you that are based on the principles approved by City Council last May. As regulator, the city, as you've indicated, Chair, has no role to play in the collective bargaining or other labor relations or legal issues between the industry and their drivers. And so the work that we've done took that into account. Our focus was to develop the framework Council requested based on third-party evidence, best practices, and a thorough stakeholder and public consultation process. Also, we've been working very closely with the City of Toronto, whose report is scheduled to be released today, quite soon, in recognition of new emerging technologies as well. These emerging technologies have created new opportunities that will help enhance competition and foster innovation. This quote from the Federal Commissioner of Competition regarding how to regulate the vehicle for hire industry is consistent with the advice provided by other independent studies on this matter, and we believe that staff's recommended framework conforms to their best advice. Since the release of the report last Thursday, staff have been meeting with many major stakeholders, members of this committee and other councillors to seek feedback and provide clarification on the recommendations in staff's report and the proposed new regulatory framework. I'd like to take a little bit of time here to talk about some of these stakeholder meetings and comments, and in particular the first three bullets that solicited quite a bit of questions from staff, and I believe are important to take a moment to discuss. The main areas that required further clarification highlighted on the slide included the accessibility. With respect to accessibility, as the committee is aware, one of the three main guiding principles that staff focused on in ensuring that we have a quality public transportation service in the City of Ottawa, and that the City has come a long way since amalgamation on improving and providing accessible transportation service in our city. As you stated, Chair, in fact, we have one of the best accessible taxi service in North America and the highest percentage of accessible vehicles in our taxi fleet across Canada. Since amalgamation, the City has brought on 187 accessible taxi cabs. It is recognized how hard we have worked in collaboration with the taxi industry to build such a good program, which is recognized as one of the best in this country. The recommendations before you will continue to build on this success and not only sustain the current program, but provide additional opportunities to enhance and improvement. As a point of clarity, we want to ensure the following will continue. First, that the accessible taxi cab training will continue to be a requirement for all taxi drivers before they can get a license. There was some ambiguity in the reporting following our first technical briefing on this. Secondly, that all new taxi cab plates being issued in the future will continue to be accessible, and if Committee and Council approves the recommendations before you following your deliberations, we would be in a position to issue 4 new plates. Third, the taxi industry will have the exclusivity of providing this important service to ensure quality and integrity of this program. And fourth, staff is also proposing to negotiate a voluntary levy that will support accessible service from the TNCs. Further, we are seeking enabling legislation from the province to charge this levy. The second element, enforcement, also generated several questions of clarity. With respect to the enforcement, there have been some questions regarding the proposed regulations. I want to emphasize that staff are confident that these regulations can and will be enforced to ensure public safety. A reminder again that there will be a requirement for adequate insurance, driver screening, and police record checks and vehicle safety checks for all categories. Also, it is being proposed that bylaw services will have access to know when private transportation company drivers are in service, to ensure they are meeting the requirements of the bylaw. Additional resources will be deployed to undertake proactive audits to ensure compliance, and failure to comply with any regulations of any category can result in fines of up to $100,000. And finally, the area that generated as well significant questions in our stakeholder consultation and consultation with members that I want to touch upon on this slide are cameras. With respect to the cameras, there has been lots of discussion about the requirement for cameras in all vehicle of category hires. However, due to the anonymity of the taxi service model, where the driver does not know the passenger and the passenger does not know the driver, where cash transactions occur, we continue to recommend cameras for the taxi industry. For private transportation companies, it is different in that the ride is prearranged with the customer. The customer also receives a picture which identifies the driver, as well as the make and model or license plate of the vehicle, and no cash is exchanged in this model. Worthy of note, in the limousine category, they have been operating under a similar model, and there have been no issues to date with respect to driver or passenger behavior conduct. As it indicated, members have asked staff to prepare a number of motions to address stakeholder concerns that we believe are consistent with the proposed report, and we've worked closely with you to have that available today during your deliberations. Ceci inclut accorder suffisamment de temps pour préparer la mise en œuvre.
Take the time necessary to read these new rules, and we want to put it all into effect in 30 September this year, asking Revenue Canada to look at the various necessary things to do in order to make harmonized taxes. We're going to get from 10.5 cents to 11 cents for each trip for private transport. And we want to have an accessibility tax and management. We have to supervise that these rules are administratively applied.
We look forward to assisting committee in their important deliberation and consideration of staff's proposals before you, and we would be pleased to provide any further input or guidance to any member present today. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Demonte. Thank you very much. We're going to move directly to public delegations. We'll start with Chris Schaefer, Public Policy Manager, Uber Canada. And Mr. Schaefer, I don't know where he is. You come over to the table over here. Have to depress the button. And while Mr. Schaefer is getting ready, I'll just tell the next person who's going to speak after Mr. Schaefer, so perhaps they can make their way to the table just so we can keep things rolling smoothly. So the next person will be Joel Harden, Contract Instructor, Department of Law and Legal Studies at Carleton University. So good morning, Mr. Schaefer. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee and council. As you know, my name is Chris Schaefer. I'm Public Policy Manager with Uber Canada. I want to thank you, city staff, council, and KPMG for the significant work that went into building a regulatory framework that recognizes new technologies and sharing economy business models that are in fact here to stay, all the while making the necessary changes required to enable taxis to adjust and remain competitive in an ever-changing ground transportation industry. The staff report, I think, strikes a good balance, and Uber is supportive of the recommendations it makes. The staff report, I think, sends a clear message that tech and innovation, including ride-sharing, have a home in Ottawa today. Uber was founded on a simple dream. What if you could push a button and a car would come to you? The magic of the Uber platform is when you get to experience that for yourself. Ottawa Uber riders love the Uber experience for several reasons. Reliable service when you need it. Cashless transactions that are affordable. Safety features built into the app, like the Share Your Location feature that allows you, during a ride, to share trip details and GPS routing with a loved one. They also love the fast and helpful customer service and support. On the other hand, Uber drivers love the Uber experience for several reasons as well. Most drivers have other jobs and use Uber to supplement their income by driving less than 10 hours a week towards a goal such as a family vacation rather than a staycation. They choose when they drive, for how long they drive, and where they drive. They can tend to childcare responsibilities, invest in their education, or work another job, again, driving only when they need to or want to. For these reasons, I think it's pretty clear why Ottawans love their Uber. Public opinion polls point to significant support for ride-sharing here in Ottawa. But it's important we get the regulations right. Yes, regulations for core pillars such as public safety, consumer protection, and accessibility are absolutely crucial. However, one too many seemingly innocuous pieces of regulatory red tape that don't serve to enhance a core pillar such as public safety risk putting ride-sharing on life support. It also risks, frankly, what is possible. UberX, the peer-to-peer ride-sharing service that the bylaw seeks to regulate today, is the backbone of future innovation on which the Uber platform will run. Without UberX, there is no Uber Eats, on-demand food delivery that co-owner of North and Navy, Chris Slezak, could use to grow his takeout business right here in Ottawa today. Without UberX, there is no Uber Rush, on-demand product delivery that Shopify's COO, Harley Finkelstein, could rely on for his customers to get product to market here in Ottawa today. Without UberX, those regulations aren't right. There is no Uber Pool, on-demand carpooling that each one of us today could use to reduce our impact on the environment and to lower our impact on traffic congestion today in the city of Ottawa. In conclusion, Uber is excited and committed to a future in Ottawa within a newly created regulatory framework and looks forward to continuing to serve the residents and citizens of Ottawa, create jobs, and improve the way in which residents move about their city. Internationally, 70-plus jurisdictions have passed smart ride-sharing regulations, including most recently here at home in Edmonton. And as we move forward, we are excited to continue to reinvent transportation here in Ottawa, working closely with you, city staff, our drivers, and riders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Don't go away. There are numerous questions for you, starting with Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me start off by saying the app itself is not an issue, I don't think. However, Uber's business model and practices are what concern me. So I have some questions around that for you, Mr. Schaefer. We met on Friday in my office, and I asked you at that point whether Uber was prepared, in light of the fact that you are operating illegally in the city, to cease operations until the bylaw is passed and enforced. You told me discussions were happening at the highest level in that regard. So I'm asking you the question again today. Now you've had the weekend to have those discussions, more than the weekend. Is Uber prepared to cease operations until they can operate legally in the city?
For your question, Councillor. Those conversations are ongoing. What we're focused on is understanding the regulations before us, working as we have with city staff, and meeting with a number of folks on council and committee to understand the bylaw, to express our support for that bylaw, to express our intention to be governed by the regulatory structures and requirements put in to a bylaw that is before us today. Those conversations continue, and I look forward to more of that at committee today and then council next week.
So the short answer is no.
Those conversations, Councillor, through you, Madam Chair, are continuing, and we look forward to operating in a regulated environment that this bylaw would provide.
So you provided us a document this morning. I just want to go through some of those areas. You talked about driver training and why you don't support driver training through the Algonquin program, for example. You refer to partner support centers for Ottawa drivers. What's the closest partner support center for an Ottawa driver?
So we have, through you, Madam Chair, we have various partner sports centers. We have one in Ottawa. In Toronto, we have a partner sports center. We have one in Mississauga, for example. The point or design of the partner support centers is to, while we're a tech company, and facilitate efficiently a lot of processes and procedures online, it is also very important for us to have a place, a regular place of business where Uber driver partners can come in person, speak to a employee of Uber, and have their issues, concerns, whatever the issue might be with the app one day if they're having trouble, make sure that they have that support on the ground in Ottawa. It's very important to us.
Now you talk about training is available, courses can be taken. Is any of this mandatory? Do you make your drivers do any formal training at all?
So to answer through you, Madam Chair, that question is a great question. So yes, we look at driver training slightly different. If we look at the KPMG report, what they found was the current Algonquin college training course is producing inferior outcomes, and from a customer service point of view, as compared to what the customer service outcomes were for Uber drivers. So Uber is excelling there without the current Algonquin college training course, and why is very important. Before a driver logs on an app on a particular day and gets behind the wheel, they know that they are being rated on a 5-star rating system. They know passengers have the ability to provide real-time feedback on their trip, monitored in real time, responded to in real time by Uber 24 hours a day. So they know that that is an incentive for better customer service. KPMG found that. We have training for our drivers, a whole host of videos and other material, Councillor. If you were to click the link I provided in the chart you referenced, it's there. We also,
Don't lose sight of the question. The question is any of this mandatory for your drivers? Not is it available, but is it mandatory, and do you make sure that they do it and keep a record of that?
Through you, Madam Chair, we make it available to our customer drivers where a rating would dip below an established threshold. We make further training through R3Z solutions available to those driver partners. If their rating continues to drop further and we have to suspend temporarily their access to the platform, there is mandatory training through R3Z solutions to get them the training they need to boost the customer service outcome. What we're finding is...
So just so I can stop you, so even though your materials say remedial training is available, you're saying it's not just available, it's mandatory?
Once they have been temporarily deactivated, correct.
So not until they're suspended do they have to take training?
What I would, through you, Madam Chair, what we're finding, again, it's not me, it's KPMG that has reported this, is that even with that Algonquin college course that taxi drivers take,
I asked you a
it
simple
is
question.
producing inferior
You don't have to take
customer
training
service
to
outcomes.
Uber until you are suspended, yes or no?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is training available for all Uber driver partners on the platform.
Okay, we're not off to a stellar start this morning, so if we can all be respectful, that would be appreciated.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get an answer to the question. I don't think I'm getting an answer to the question.
I don't know, Councillor. I thought he answered the question. He said it was voluntary until such time as they dip below a specific rating, and then it becomes mandatory to rejoin the platform.
So, and I take it it's not mandatory until you're actually suspended. I'll accept that answer. In terms of the cameras, you talk about one of the key distinctions is Uber trips are prearranged, and so that's a buffer, if you will, and a reason why you don't need the cameras. How is a prearranged trip through Uber different from me calling Blue Line or Airport and getting a specific driver dispatched to my address? So we know who I am, we know who the driver is, we know what the car is. How is that different, and why, therefore, do taxis have to have cameras and Uber doesn't?
Through you, Madam Chair, great question. The difference I would suggest is that there's no anonymity on the Uber platform. Uber will know the particular driver in a particular vehicle and the particular passenger in a particular vehicle on each trip. I could, in theory, call Blue Line in this example and say I'm Chris Schaefer, but I could say I'm Steve Jones, and I am standing at the address of 500 Rideau Street. And that may be accurate, it may not. The rationale, as we know, for the existence of things like shields and cameras in cars, of taxi cars, is because taxis, when they street hail, or pick up a passenger from a taxi stand, or receive one on dispatch, potentially, on phone, they can't be guaranteed that they know the identity of the person getting in the back of the vehicle. It makes it really unsafe for taxi drivers. What we do, on the other hand, is more akin to a limo in the sense that it's prearranged without limos having to have that requirement for a camera. In addition, we're always thinking as a tech company how we can incrementally improve safety on the platform. So, for example, there's a lack of anonymity, lack of cache. You can share your trip details, GPS routing, and other trip-related information with a loved one. When you get out of the vehicle, you have the opportunity to rate your driver and provide feedback. Again, that's responded to in real time by Uber. There is a host of those sorts of safety features in addition to the fact that the trip is prearranged, where I receive details of that driver, photo, make and model of the car, license plate. In addition, the driver receives my name, and nobody's anonymous in that transaction. I can also contact the driver by phone or text. The technology scrambles the phone number, so you don't have to worry about giving it out. All of these reasons, we feel, make Uber more akin to limousine, but also, I would say, a limousine plus, in addition to all the tech that we've built into the platform to make it safe. And therefore, what KPMG and staff are recommending is no cameras in PTC vehicles.
And I appreciate the efforts that you're making in that regard. I guess one comment I make is you're going to do a lot more volume than a limo driver is going to do, first of all, in the service. Secondly, though, do you not see the sense or protection for both driver and passenger that if an incident occurs in the cab, even though I know you're Chris Schaefer and you know I'm Keith Eglai, if an incident occurs in the cab, that there is a video record. So if Chris says this happened and Keith said that happened, the police or whatever governing body can look at the video and say, well, this is actually what happened because we have video evidence. Do you not see an advantage to that?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's important to point out a couple things about, again, in which the way the Uber platform works. If there is an allegation of wrongdoing inside an UberX vehicle, that is sometimes provided to us by people leaving comments in the app. It's also sometimes provided to us by people calling the police. Now, Uber has technology that machine learns, and the human eye can only read so fast. We have 24-hour customer service and emergency response teams that monitor that traffic. Machine learning will also push up more serious issues related to us on the in-writing, in-app feedback mechanism so that those issues can be addressed very quickly. In addition, we have the ability of once upon receipt of a concerning incident potentially in a car or by the police notifying us of a potential incident, we routinely deactivate the driver's account so they can no longer accept trip requests. And then we have teams that work and reach out to the driver and the rider. In addition, law enforcement teams that reach out to police with respect to production orders. And as a tech company, we retain a lot of data on the trip securely, but we can make provided to police authorities to help them with their investigation. Bottom line, this is more akin to a limo that has been operating for decades in the city under its current bylaw without cameras and is in line, my position here, with KPMG staff report, the Mars report, and the staff report.
Again, I'm not sure I got an answer to my question, but I've heard what you had to say. How does this emergency response team? Do you have rolling vehicles going through the city? If I'm in an Uber car, how do I access them if I feel that I'm in danger? And what happens should I access them? How quickly will I get a response?
Through you, Madam Chair, First thing we always encourage, of course, is for people to contact 911. That is the first and best route of airing grievances. However, we do receive from time to time people leaving, of course, our robust in-app written feedback response mechanism, monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by Uber employees. When we receive a written item that suggests something untoward happened in an Uber vehicle, as I mentioned, we routinely deactivate the driver's account so they can no longer, during the process of investigation, accept ride requests. Then we have teams that reach out to drivers and riders to assist both of them. We have law enforcement liaison teams that reach out to law enforcement to assist with the investigation. All of those processes, as a company doing the volume of trips globally, as you can imagine, we do, and they're in the millions. We have quite robust procedures and have, in fact, deployed them in Ottawa when allegations rarely, but from time to time, are made in-app or through the police.
So you don't really have an emergency response team. You don't have a panic button sort of thing. If I can send a text to Uber, someone will read the text and then decide whether to deploy your liaison to the police. Is essentially what you're saying.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have mechanisms for that, but what I would suggest is, what is the mechanism currently if you're in the back of a taxi? So as a customer, the challenge for me, and I routinely take taxis because I don't own a vehicle, car sharing, bike sharing, ride sharing has enabled me to live car free, I think to the benefit of cities and the environment. When I'm in the back of a taxi, the challenge for me is, I don't know who that driver is. I'd have to read the card that's on the dashboard in the Ottawa Blue Line taxi. I might have to get close to be able to read it. I'm not going to remember in the heat of an emergency or an allegation being made to snap a photo of that license when I get out of the vehicle to stop and record the number on the side of the car. In an Uber vehicle, all of that information, the driver's name, photo, make and model, license plate, is provided to me as a customer. I have that. It's easily retrievable. Uber knows when passengers are in those cars and has sophisticated data retention processes to make sure that we have the information necessary for cooperation, when required, with police authorities to get them the information they need.
Okay, thank you. On insurance, I wasn't quite clear. You had two documents and they said different things. One, first of all, you're saying that Uber will not use the Aviva FCO approved product? You weren't clear on that.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm a fan, and Uber is a fan of competition in the insurance industry. What we're seeing right now is a rapid maturation of the ride-sharing insurance market. We've seen this happen in the United States. As much as governments are adapting and catching up to changing consumer habits in the form of ride-sharing and adjusting regulations, the conversation we're having today, insurance industries in the U.S. first, Allstate, the big players, have introduced ride-sharing insurance products. Right now in Ontario, Aviva's insurance product, which is slightly different than the way in which the Intact financial insurance product, the proposed product, would be operational. Aviva has been approved by FSCO, the Financial Services Commission of Ontario, to offer ride-sharing insurance. The Intact financial program, we are confident, based on the conversations we have, and are hopeful that that will receive fiscal approval in short order. So to answer your question, Uber has been working very closely with Intact Financial, Canada's largest home and auto insurer in Canada, to produce a ride-sharing insurance product that is geared specifically to meet the needs of the Uber driver populations across Canada that are using this, a majority of them for less than 10, many less than 5 hours a week.
So I'm going to interpret your answer again because it wasn't clear. I think what you're saying is you will not use the government-approved policy. You prefer to go with Intact.
Through you, Madam Chair, our preference is for an Intact financial insurance program. We are hopeful that that product will be approved in short order, likely before the bylaw here comes into enforce, and we'd be happy to work with that. But what I suspect will happen over the next year is Fisco and other insurance companies working together to produce different products for different needs. The way the Intact financial program works is, unlike the Aviva program, which limits drivers to less than, you can't get the Aviva insurance if you're a driver that only has less than 6 years of Ontario driving experience. If you want to drive more than 20 hours a week on the Uber platform, for those drivers that choose to do that, the Aviva product won't work for them. However, the Intact financial program, once a driver applies to a PTC, Uber, Lyft, Rideco, Blank Ride, whichever company they happen to apply through, and if they get through all the necessary background checks, vehicle inspections as required by the bylaw, once they're an Uber driver partner, Intact Financial Insurance's proposed insurance program will act as an umbrella and cover those folks without any need for them to contact their insurance company. That's another unique difference that is actually, I would argue, beneficial to that regime.
So what happens June 30th if Intact is not approved and the product on the market is Aviva and you want to operate according to the bylaw in Ottawa? What are you going to do?
So those, through you, Madam Chair, those drivers, based on what products are Fisco approved, by that point there would be a requirement for them to use a Fisco approved insurance product.
Okay. On your vehicle inspection piece, back on the insurance. So there's two versions of your document that you provide us today. One seems to suggest you're okay with $5 million insurance. The other one seems to suggest you don't want to go above $2 million. So which is it?
So just to be clear through you, Madam Chair, we have spent a lot of time with Intact Financial, who are the experts in the insurance industry, and they've pointed out a number of things to us, and I can point out 3 or 4 of them. The Ministry of Finance and Fisco are comfortable with a $2 million non-owned auto insurance and are far closer to insurance industry trends to make that declaration. $2 million non-owned automobile insurance aligns, frankly, with other municipalities in Ontario currently. $2 million of non-owned automobile insurance in Ottawa is the limit today, subject to the bylaw, and there is no proven need that I'm aware of to increase that limit. Definitely no need from Intact Financial's point of view. Intact Financial, the largest insurer in this space in Canada, is not seeing automobile third-party liability claim severity trends, which would lead them to believe that a $2 million limit is low and close to being exhausted. Lastly, Intact Financial see high claim trends in accident benefits, but this is a no-fault coverage with limits dictated by law. So for all those reasons, Intact Financial, as I understand, have made those same positions, or at least have outlined them and shared them with the City of Ottawa as we work through this process of what the bylaw will look like. Bottom line, ultimately we will comply with whatever the bylaw requires. What Intact Financial is suggesting is perhaps a rethinking of specifically the amount around the non-owned auto insurance part of it.
But for the record, if we come back and say it's $5 million, Uber will comply with the $5 million.
Through you, Madam Chair, correct.
Okay. Vehicle inspections, you say you have a 26-point vehicle inspection program. But isn't it correct that that 26-point vehicle inspection program doesn't meet MTO standards?
Through you, Madam Chair, our current 26-point vehicle inspection by certified mechanics in the City of Ottawa is not a MTO certified process. It's not an MTO safety standards certificate. In that regard, Councillor, you are correct. We think, and from our experience doing millions of trips, over a million trips a month in the province of Ontario alone, that our current vehicle inspection requirement outside of a regulatory framework is one that is not only affordable for folks that are only looking to do this 3 or 4 hours a week, many that have lost a job and can't afford onerous regulatory costs just to partner in the sharing economy. We are confident that our current vehicle inspection process is robust. With that said, if it's the will of staff and committee and council for a safety standard certificate to be part of the future requirements for ride sharing in the City of Ottawa, we will comply.
Let's assume that it is. What's your plan to get all your vehicles properly certified before the end of June?
Good question, through you, Madam Chair. Good question, Councillor. There is some discussion I saw in the comments provided by staff before I got up here this morning to speak around a possible extension of a bylaw coming into force. So I would imagine that might provide some flexibility in order to have folks go out and get the necessary checks required.
So you're relying on so you're saying you couldn't get it done by June 30th, if that was the date, and that you need an extension? I'm just trying to figure out where you are on the timeline.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going solely on the new information I received this morning about a possible bylaw extension that was put on the screen. I think that provides not only, it's not just simply about Uber, it's about the other companies in the sphere. Rideco is a local Kitchener-Waterloo company. Blank Ride is a local Ontario company. All of these companies in the sphere would need time to adjust from models that we think and from practice and from our data show us are robust in and of themselves. However, an extension of a timeline would provide flexibility for driver partners across platforms, but also taxi, frankly, that may need some time to adjust their own practices to meet the new requirements required.
So based on your experience, how much do you think we have to extend it in order to get your drivers and your cars in order with the proposed bylaw?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think what I saw recommended on the screen this morning seems reasonable to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. That took about half an hour. We have 7 more members of Council that would like to ask Mr. Schaefer questions, and we're now at 100 delegations, so I don't know how your math is, but we're going to be here a long time if we keep this pace. So our next speaker is Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Mr. Schaefer. Thank you for your presentation. When did Uber begin operations in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, in Ottawa, about a year and a bit ago. In Canada, just over 4 years ago. It's a slightly older than 5-year-old company, started in San Francisco.
My understanding was about October 2014. Does that sound familiar in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, that sounds correct.
Can you describe the process that was undertaken to seek permission to operate in Ottawa and seek the proper regulations and to follow the law here? What did Uber do?
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for your question, Councillor. So as part of my role as Public Policy Manager, I spend a lot of time with you, Councillor, but also all councillors here. I spend a lot of time with city staff, Ms. Jones, Anthony DiMonte, Christine Hardig, talking about what regulations could look like in the City of Ottawa. That process has, from inception to now, this is all very new. Ride sharing is a new phenomenon when you've got the ability to embed GPS technology in a smartphone. All of that being relatively new in the last 5 years or so. So the need to have these sorts of conversations to get people to understand what it is we're trying to do in the sharing economy. Companies like Airbnb and others in that sphere are spending a lot of time, myself included, with councillors and city staff, but not only just here in Ottawa, municipalities across Ontario and at the provincial government, obviously to help them understand how their regulatory frameworks might be adjusted in the sharing economy as well. So that's, in a nutshell, Councillor, what has transpired.
It's my understanding, though, there was a conversation between Uber representatives and senior City of Ottawa officials back in 2014. The content, I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't part of that. I wasn't even on council. But it's my understanding you were asked not to operate, to at least follow the laws and regulations of the city, and Uber chose not to. So I just wanted to confirm that today. With whatever is passed by City Council later this month, Mr. Schaefer, will Uber comply with the total package of regulations and stipulations that City Council ultimately endorses?
Through you, Madam Chair, it is our full intention to satisfy all requirements spelled out in the bylaw before us as it is passed by committee and then council.
Can you describe for me your recruitment? How do you acquire drivers?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, a variety of means through social media is one avenue that reaches a lot of people, as you can imagine. And word of mouth, frankly, when people get in a Uber vehicle, there's that exchange, very colloquial, friendly exchange. There's word of mouth, there is social media. People then come to Uber, and that process begins.
From the time a prospective driver is known to when he or she is on the road, what's the average period?
Through you, Madam Chair, if a potential or if an applicant has all their documentation in order, I'm talking here about, identification, like birth certificate, driver's license, passport perhaps, they have all the necessary documentation in order, we could be looking at a rather efficient process. As you can imagine, as a tech company, we're quite good at streamlining and being very efficient. We know that each additional requirement that we impose, of course we do from a safety perspective, those are absolutely crucial, but it's important for us to get them through that process fairly efficiently. It can be done in about a week or two.
I think it's fair to say that we all want efficiency, but we have the same type of regulations that we expect of our taxi drivers that they must abide by, and so there should be a fair assumption that the same type of requirements be on Uber drivers as well. So my colleague had a number of questions about the training, and if your intent is to get someone on the road as quick as possible, then how can members of the public be assured that they've had sufficient customer service training, that your drivers have had accessibility training, that they have gone through sexual harassment or verbal harassment training, that they have sufficient English language skills training, that they have a knowledge of Ottawa's streets and geography? How can you assure the people of Ottawa that your drivers have sufficient training? Because it's clear to me that they don't.
Through you, Madam Chair, I respectfully disagree with you, Councillor. What I can tell you is this. The KPMG report found that Uber is outperforming taxi on every measure of customer service that they measured on. And that is without that Algonquin driver training college course. So the question could be, why would you subject UberX driver partners that are only desiring to do this, many of them for a few hours a week, they'd have to take vacation time from their otherwise full-time job to go down to Algonquin College and sit in a classroom to study destination maps and tourist sites when GPS technology can bring them there today, and spend 3 hours to come out of a training course that we know already from what KPMG experts studied is producing inferior customer service outcomes. What we rely on is upfront, online, tutorial-based training on a whole host of issues, how to use the app, accessibility, and all those other key issues you've identified, Councillor. We have remedial training available to them. We have mandatory training available to them. We have in-app feedback that people can rate their driver, and they know that before they get behind the wheel that they're being rated, so there's a strong incentive to provide quality care and customer service. And they know that there is the option that people have, and we know about 20% of people on a weekly basis in Ottawa exercise that option. That's, tens of thousands of messages Uber is receiving and analyzing. And then what we do on a weekly basis is take all of that data about customer service and anonymize it, but categorize it for the driver partners so they can see real-time weekly feedback. So what we think about training is not spend 3 weeks in a classroom once in your life. It's about ongoing, regular feedback, regular training to enhance customer service. And the citizens of Ottawa, by the very nature of the number of rides they're taking on a daily and weekly basis, are telling council members that this is a better customer service product in their eyes, and the data from KPMG is confirming that.
Can you indicate if any crimes have ever been committed in an Uber car?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Anywhere in the Uber municipalities where Uber exists? Because I assume there are no Uber cars anywhere that have cameras. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, you're correct, Councillor, that regulations passed in 70-plus jurisdictions, many at the state and city level in the United States, several internationally as well, have not made the requirement for in-vehicle cameras for PTCs or TNCs like Uber and Lyft and other companies, for all the reasons we've already explored today. There have been allegations, of course, of wrongdoing in a Uber vehicle, either passenger to driver or driver to passenger. As I explained, when those allegations come to light, we automatically deactivate that driver's account so they can no longer accept ride requests, because there's an investigation. We don't know at that point if the allegation is true or false. We take that precaution to deactivate the access to the account, both on the rider and driver side. We have teams that work for customer service to assist those people in that period of time. We have an emergency response team that reaches out to law enforcement to get them all the information, production orders, etc., that they need in order to investigate the allegation made. And if, in fact, the allegation is found to be true in a court of law, we have a zero-tolerance criminal background check process, so nobody that has a criminal record at any point in their life will gain access to the Uber platform, and if they are to obtain this conviction, would not gain access to the Uber platform going forward.
You had indicated in your opening remarks that Uber drivers love Uber, but I've heard from you as well that the average tenure of an Uber driver is about 4 months. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, the average tenure or churn that we use in the industry is about 4 months, and I can tell you why. It's important to understand it's a different business model than the traditional taxi industry that we're all quite familiar with. People, when they come to a ride-sharing company, don't come to it with the anticipation, majority of them, don't come with the anticipation that they are going to do this for the next 20, 30, 40 years of their life. They're coming as a means to supplement their income around a schedule that works for them. So maybe they're saving for a vacation, or saving, a student that's saving to pay down their growing tuition costs, and after they've completed that, they are free to not associate with the platform anymore because they've achieved what they were coming on the platform to achieve. Many, we find, like it and stay longer, but some that achieve the objective. I get a regular Ottawa Uber driver, and I'll just give you one more example, and we'll continue. He's a senior citizen on fixed income. He drives between the hours of, I'd say, 5 to 9 a.m., and I ask him, why do you drive? And he says, look, I don't need the money. I'm on fixed income, but I like to play golf. And my wife says, I can only play golf if I save the money myself. And at his age, it's hard for him to go out and get a job at his age. So Uber has allowed him the possibility to work a few hours a week to earn fees to play golf in the summer. That for him is the objective. Once he's achieved that objective, he doesn't drive on Uber until the next year. So it's complete flexibility that's freeing people up to use the platform to meet their goals.
One of the major challenges I see for your company is you're a new product. You've entered here against staff advice. You're illegally operating. You purposely undercut the market to acquire market share. You have a very high turnover rate, which is probably a huge problem for you. You've said you want to get new drivers on the road as soon as possible within 2 weeks, which to me seems quite unreasonable. And yet, any type of suggestion to improve the interior of the car, for public safety, there's a roadblock there. Uber's reply is, we have our own independent analysis that says it's not needed, and yet I think the real reason is this is just an additional barrier of entry for your own employees, that is going to be something that will delay the possibility of getting them on the road. And so my major concern that I'd like us to air out is we can't risk public safety, and public safety needs to be at the forefront of what we're going to be debating over the next couple of days. And so I understand what I've heard you say over the last little while.
We have to just reinforce the rules now. There's no clapping in the chamber, so I'd appreciate if you...
So I just wanted to raise that because that's a major concern for myself.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like an opportunity to respond, if possible.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. So, Councillor, safety is paramount. It always has been for Uber. This bylaw, as proposed, has got a number of public safety-related items for taxi and PTC that KPMG and city staff have diligently thought through. All of that will apply to PTC drivers and vehicles going forward, depending on what's voted on at committee and council. We are supportive of those. Even in the absence of this bylaw, we have always required a federal criminal record check, a local police check, a motor vehicle reference check for tickable offenses. We have all the technological features in-app. We carry adequate and necessary insurance to make sure our product is safe on the roads of Ontario. We do mandatory certified 26-point vehicle inspections by certified mechanics. All of that before we've even begun the conversation we've been having in Ottawa today around what a possible bylaw for ride sharing and the taxi industry could look like in the future. So the only objection I would take, Councillor, with all due respect, is that we take public safety as paramount.
I appreciate that. A few minutes ago I asked you if you would respect the total package that's voted upon a few days from now by Council, and you said yes. And if Council believes there are public safety initiatives that need to be augmented as part of this total package, you've said that you are going to abide by those. And I will hold you and Uber to your words and your commitment that if Council agrees we need to make amendments today, you will abide by those. So I appreciate that commitment. My last line of questioning is about accessible cars. How many Uber cars, first of all, in total are on the road, and how many of those offer accessible services to the people of Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to sort of step back to answer that question, and then I'll step forward to answer it more directly. So as a technology company, we're constantly looking to offer new products. We have various products that meet different consumer needs. So, for example, in many markets we have a product called Uber Family that has certified technicians installed child seats. There's a product that if you're riding your bike and you want to return in a car because you're tired, we have bike racks in different markets. So we're always looking to innovate and provide consumers the product they need. With respect to the accessibility community and their specific needs, what we did in Toronto, but this is really for Canada as a whole. We convened with OCAD, Inclusive Design Institute, a number of significant players in the accessibility community, and what we asked them was, if you could design products for Uber, what would they look like that would meet your specific needs? And bottom line, what they came back and told us was, we want UberX at UberX prices, at UberX reliability, with hydraulic lifts and ramps. So we took that advice back to our team, and we have offered 2 products in Canada to date, one of them currently in Ottawa. That first product is Uber Wave, wheelchair accessible vehicles, hydraulic lifts and ramps. In Toronto, we partner with taxis that have hydraulic lifts and ramps to provide that service. What we found was we could make it even better by partnering with Dignity Transportation. It's a third-party private provider. They're quite expensive naturally. We eat that cost difference to keep that product the same price as UberX, which is cheaper, as we know, than a price of a licensed taxi in Toronto and Ottawa. Another product we offer in Toronto and have also brought to Ottawa recently is a product called Uber Assist. I personally think about my grandfather who, knock on wood and thankfully, isn't in a wheelchair yet, but he has a cane and a walker depending on his condition on a particular day. He needs help getting from his door down the steps, across the lawn, into the car, and then out of the car, in the parking lot, to the front door of the bank. Think of it as door to door rather than curb to curb. Those two products are what we're hearing the accessibility community wants, and we desire to provide and are working very hard in coordination and collaboration with them to see those products come to market. One of them currently, Uber Assist in Ottawa right now.
So my question was, how many Uber cars are on the road right now, and how many right now offer accessible service?
Through you, Madam Chair, if by accessible service you mean hydraulic lift and ramp in the City of Ottawa, if that is what you mean, currently we do not offer the Uber Wave product in Ottawa. It's offered in Toronto. We have the Uber Assist door-to-door product offered in Ottawa. We would look to, like we do in all markets, bringing that product to Ottawa. The thinking here is, and we've had these conversations, you and I, Councillor, and others, is how you can facilitate the introduction of those products that benefit everybody, and that's something that I think is a productive conversation to have. So we have every intent to work with those folks to provide those services.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I've spoken for a while. I still have a number of questions, but I'd like you to go to the next on the list, and I'll come on after.
Thank you. Councillor Cloutier.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. My colleagues, Councillor Eglai and Councillor Brockington, asked a lot of the questions, but let me be as simple as possible. Mr. Schaefer, how would you characterize your company's compliance with current City of Ottawa bylaws?
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry, could you repeat the question? I just missed a portion of it. I didn't quite make it out.
How would you characterize your compliance with current City of Ottawa bylaws to date?
Through you, Madam Chair, we, in my role, work collaboratively with city staff, with council members, with KPMG to discuss our particular regulatory model and the ways in which the nature of the business models are different between taxi and ride-sharing in an effort to understand how regulations can be updated to embrace the sharing economy. We've had, as you know, a number of legal decisions in the province of Ontario and other jurisdictions, most recently in Ottawa, and the conclusion from those judicial decisions has been that ride-sharing operates in a sphere outside the current regulatory frameworks that are envisioned and provided for by cities like Ottawa. What the judges in those decisions have emphasized is the necessity of city council members and city councils across Ontario and Canada to take a look at their bylaws and update them for the ways in which technology and consumer behavior is functioning in the 21st century. So taking those laws and updating them to embrace and address what is happening currently in the ground transportation industry. But this applies, of course, more broadly to a whole host of other areas in which technology is constantly impacting the ways in which consumers engage in society, and there's a necessity to update those laws.
Okay. And here we are to update those laws, and the proposal is as of June 30th. And your answer was an interesting one, but it wasn't the answer to my question. Uber has, and Uber drivers have been charged by Ottawa bylaw and have pled guilty. Is that correct? That's just simple yes or no.
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is that some of those Uber driver partners that have received enforcement have pled guilty, is my understanding.
Has Uber paid those fines, or have the drivers paid those fines?
Through you, Madam Chair, Uber always stands behind its driver partners, so that has happened and will continue to happen, absolutely.
So Uber has paid those fines?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think I've answered that question. We stand behind our driver partners. We are in court with our driver partners. Many of them are here today, and we stand with them as well.
Okay. So my question again is, how would you characterize, not in the current process of updating the laws, which the economy has changed. The economy has changed for the music industry, the travel industry. How would you characterize Uber's compliance with current City of Ottawa bylaws, which we are all here to respect and enforce? How would you characterize it?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would characterize, I think, the nature of the discussions I've had with city staff, Ms. Jones included, and a number of you, probably all of you at this point, as productive conversations on the future of ground transportation. And I also applaud staff and City Council for taking a hard, difficult, challenging, and deep look at the future of regulations in this sphere, and to see what might be possible in the form of regulation that we know has been adopted by a growing number of jurisdictions internationally to regulate this sphere in a smart way.
Okay. I would characterize it as non-compliance. But how you answered Councillor Brockington's question of how will you comply post June 30th, and you said, and he said, I'll take you at your word, and your word was, it is our intention to comply. Is it only your intention to comply, or do we have any guarantees that there will be compliance or enforcement?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't speak on behalf of the city and what they might do with respect to enforcement. If there are ride-sharing companies that were doing business in the City of Ottawa and not abiding by the bylaw as the city staff determines, there is the possibility that they will choose to enforce. And so I can't speak on their behalf. You'd have to ask them, but I'm pretty confident they would say they would enforce. And the bylaw, as I have read it, has some beefed up provisions for enforcement and some need to go to the province as well to petition them for some additions. And frankly, I've spent a lot of time with the province speaking to them as well about ways in which their laws at the provincial level can be updated and probably need to be updated to address what's happening in cities like Ottawa. So those are all productive conversations.
Again, Mr. Schaefer, with respect, it is an interesting answer to a question, but it is not the answer to my question.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think I've expressed our strong desire, our intention to comply with the bylaw as passed, if passed, I can't be presumptuous, by committee and council eventually, potentially, depending on the will of members here.
Then let me ask you, what are your intentions if we do not pass a bylaw, if it is simply we stay status quo? What are your intentions?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is a hypothetical, so I would take the opportunity with our team to examine the decisions made by committee and eventually council, and those are decisions that obviously as a company and myself spend a lot of time on what a future could look like, what future we could all embrace for the benefit of the citizens that we all know, want, use, and work on that platform, on the Uber platform in Ottawa.
And I'll just wrap up, Madam Chair. Then I'll return to Councillor Eglai's question, and you've had a lot of time to discuss that. What is your intention in compliance between now and June 30th?
Through you, Madam Chair. So as we've discussed already, there is the need to take the time to understand what committee and council might choose to pass and how that might impact the business.
For bylaws now. And I know we should not debate, Madam Chair, but my question is, current bylaws that are in effect, the earliest possible change is June 30th, evidence the current report. That's when the bylaw would change. Right now.
Through you, Madam Chair, right now I'm focused on these conversations about what a future bylaw could look like that embraces change, technology, innovation. That's where our efforts are frankly focused. Hypothetical conversations about what might transpire, I'm more focused on today and ensuring that the City of Ottawa and the citizens that use and love ride-sharing services and the drivers that depend on it to supplement their income can continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. The current bylaw is not a hypothetical situation. The current environment is not, regulatory environment is not a hypothetical situation. And that was not a question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cloutier. Thank you, Councillor Cloutier. I just want to remind members of the committee and council that if a question has been asked, please don't ask it again because we have a long day. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for coming out today. Chris, I'm over here. First of all, I had a couple of questions related to, where people work and live. As you know, our great cab drivers out work for Blue Line and the associated cab companies, primarily they all live in Ontario. It's Ontario plates, and as much as we can't control the people that work within our own city, they can come from over on the Quebec side, and apparently we allow our own city vehicles to drive out of the City of Ottawa. This is the one thing we actually have a bit of control on. Do you have the ability to ensure that people are working on this side of the border here in Ontario, where they pay taxes, where hopefully it's in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, a large number, obviously, of our driver partners live, work in the City of Ottawa. They're as much members of the community as all of us. The bulk of the money they earn on the platform they earn in pockets that reside in Ottawa that they then use in the local economy to feed the local economy. Where we're having very interesting discussions, to be very frank, is at the provincial level in ways in which intra and intercity mobility can be enhanced through proper regulatory refinement at the provincial level to enable ways in which consumers are consuming ground transportation in 2016. So those are, I think, very dynamic conversations. We've heard the Premier of Ontario as recently as today in news reports say that they are actively, as they have said in the past, examining regulatory issues and requirements potentially for the sharing economy writ large and envisioning the potential perhaps of a regulatory reform package for ride sharing at the provincial level that I think I can't predict, but may address many of these issues in very dynamic and conducive ways to ride sharing and conducive ways for which the consumers and drivers consume ride sharing products currently.
Right, and fair enough. I think under our current regime, it's not just one province, it's interprovincial. And that's kind of the wrestling match we have in the city. When our buses go on strike, interprovincial, it becomes a federal issue. There's lots of challenges. My concern is, are we just saying, well, forget that for now, and we'll deal with that later? And sure, they might live in Quebec and take jobs away from people here in Ontario, specifically Ottawa. You're not giving me a sense of comfort here that you're able to say, yes, we're going to ensure that it's people within Ontario, within Ottawa, that are going to be working and living here and generating money for your company.
Through you, Madam Chair, ride sharing, the sharing economy is the opportunity for people to use assets and resources they already own to supplement their income. That is not what we have found taking away jobs or opportunities. In fact, that pie for ground transportation is in fact growing in cities when you can offer people a more affordable, more reliable ride that's as safe people take it more often. So this is beneficial, frankly, for the taxi industry in Ottawa. It's beneficial for people that need to supplement their income. It's beneficial for Ottawa as a whole, for a whole host of reasons I outlined in terms of what the future could be in Ottawa around Uber pool, carpooling, etc. So I'm personally quite excited about what a bylaw as contemplated here could achieve for the citizens of Ottawa.
So have you had any discussions with the federal government on the interprovincial issues? Like, for example, right now, obviously, we can drop people off on the other side of the river, but we can't go over and pick people up cold call. Have you talked to or lobbied the federal government in that respect?
Through you, Madam Chair, I haven't directly on that issue. Most of the engagement to date has rested, obviously, just given the nature of the issues at play, with the provincial government and municipal governments like this one across Ontario and Canada. Each jurisdiction is a little bit different. In Manitoba, for example, the taxi file rests at the provincial level. So those conversations are ongoing. What I really think about is, at the end of the day, what's best for the consumer. Is it, and for the driver, is it a good outcome to have a driver have to, quote, deadhead back with an empty car? Is that efficient for the driver? Is that in the best interest of consumers that will have to wait longer to get a ride, for a driver that could earn some money with a passenger in the back of the car but has to travel empty? Is that good for the environment, good for congestion, all of those things that we care about? I would say, if you look at it from that analysis, and I'm presenting a quick one, I appreciate that, the answer is probably no.
So using your same logic, is it a good environmental practice to have people that don't live in this province driving across a bridge in traffic, polluting, coming here to work here in our city?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would suggest when and if, like we do in Toronto, offer a product known as Uber Pool. Right now in San Francisco, where we offer it as well, 50% of our trips are pool trips. That means multiple people in a vehicle. So if in your example, with all due respect, if that meant the ability to offer Uber Pool in Quebec and Ontario, which we do now in Toronto, and put multiple people in a single car that's driving over that bridge, I think that is a good public policy outcome.
And you've brought me to another question I actually had. There seems to be a lot of different levels of Uber. So you have UberX, Uber XL, you've mentioned Uber Pool. I think Uber Black is another one, a different type of car or something. Who owns that? Is it all the same group? Is it all your group?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think the best way to, sort of in a simple way, think about Uber is a platform. And on that platform, by market, there are several products that we offer, and sometimes and often they vary by market. So I'll give you a few examples. In Toronto, for example, is a market in Canada where we offer the most diversity in terms of products. So there is a Uber Black product you mentioned. That's a licensed limousine product that you're used to getting, except you book it through the app. There's Uber Select, which guarantees you a higher-end UberX vehicle, so think Tesla, BMW, Mercedes. There's Uber XL, which is UberX but fits 6 people in it, so you can fit, instead of having to book 2 separate UberXs, you can book one Uber XL and fit more people in the car. So we're constantly, as a tech company, monitoring customer response, customer demand, and innovating to offer products tailored locally to the market so that consumers here are really getting the products that they need to move them around their city.
So just to go back to the ability, I mean, the technology is probably pretty simple to ensure people that are Uber drivers are here in this city. You wouldn't be willing to implement something like that?
Through you, Madam Chair,
until you actually sit down and look at the fact we have a unique challenge as an interprovincial area. It's very different, like you say, because it's not like a province. We actually have 2 provinces, and we work very well together, but we have our rules between each other. Would you be willing to put that in place to ensure it's all people from the Ontario region that are working on this side?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll reiterate, I don't think those requirements are, and what they are old models trying to be applied to new models and new ways in which consumers want to engage with ground transportation. Applying those rules to what people want to do, are doing, and what technology can facilitate is not desirable. So in any conversation I have with the city, and being very frank here, and with the province, is ways in which regulations can be updated so that we don't have cars traveling empty because they can't pick up somebody. We don't have cars not wanting to travel some other place because they know they have to come back empty. Those are fundamentally bad public policy outcomes.
Okay, so I'll have to interpret what I want on that. You're not going to put that in place, and you're saying the federal government is old school too, because unfortunately that's the regulations we have to live under, being two provinces side by side. The other thing is, I think when you came to the city initially, you kind of were like a bull in the china shop, and you've changed your stance, which I appreciate. Now I feel there's a bit more of a dialogue. I don't think it's all quite there yet. For example, when it comes to regulations and interprovincial issues. But you also went out and it appeared to have success in Calgary. But then you took your ball home and said, no, we're not playing here anymore. Can you explain why that happened and why that would be different here in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's a very good question, Councillor. I think it's really important to understand, and this I'll sort of pivot back to the talk I made and how rather seemingly innocuous regulations that don't go fundamentally to the core of public safety can really strangle and suck the life out of ride sharing. So, for example, what Calgary did was, and the way I sort of frame it is, I think all of us can agree on the public policy outcomes we desire. We desire public safety, consumer protection, accessibility. Now, the question I raise is we all share those goals. I do, taxi industry does, members of council I think do as well, staff does. And so the question is, can you use a variety of means to get to the same outcome? And I would suggest yes. What the unfortunate reality is that the City of Calgary decided to, I'll give you one example because I know we're short on time. There's two ways of, for example, with respect to a licensing fee. We encourage a flat annual licensing fee. Edmonton adopted a flat $50,000 fee and a 6 cents per trip fee. Now that is a better way of regulating the new transportation network companies. What Calgary did was decided, no, we're going to impose those costs up front on driver partners. These are people driving a few hours a week, some of whom have lost their jobs in the oil patch and are suddenly told they're going to have to spend upwards of $800 to $1,000 just for the ability to participate on the platform. My question, can you achieve the same public policy outcome, and that is the city getting its regulatory compliance costs covered? If that is the goal, you can do that one of two ways. Unfortunately, Calgary decided to impose those costs as a tax effectively on people participating in the sharing economy. Edmonton took a different option, the same option that's being proposed in the staff report, and that is a more productive way of regulating things, given the unique nature of the ride-sharing business model as compared to the traditional taxi model.
So we'll assume that it will all be good. When it comes to back to Uber, Uber XL, and Uber Black, are we negotiating or speaking with you as one company, or are we going to find out later on? And I'll tell you why. I did ask the question about how many people actually could be seated within a vehicle, and my understanding came back that it's to a maximum of 7 for this new policy. But your Uber X model says maximum of 4, so I'd ask you to expand on what happens if 5 try to get into one of your cars. Does it have to be an Uber XL car?
So our policy is that passengers are limited to the number of seats and seat belts in a car. So UberX, you would have the driver in the front seat, an empty passenger seat, and then 3 in the back with seat belts. So you would have a total of 5 potentially. And then our app allows you to digitally, if they're all Uber customers to digitally split the fare electronically in-app to the convenience of everybody on a cashless platform. An Uber XL vehicle has more seats and seat belts, 6, so you could fit more people in, so it defeats the need of having to book 2 separate, traditionally with taxi companies you have to book 2 separate cars to get 6 people to the same place. Here, you'd go on the app and book an Uber XL and fit 6 people in that car.
So Uber XL can go from 6 plus, or is it capped at 6?
No, it's limited again to the number of seats and seat belts in the car.
So it could theoretically go over 6, go over 7.
Right now, Uber XL in cities in which we offer the product is capped at 6 seats.
Okay, great. And I'm just going through a couple more quick ones. When you deal with, and I know I've seen a couple of Uber drivers are going to come up, and I'll ask them similar questions. Do they give training in ways of if there's over-intoxication, those kind of things that we have to deal with as a city where we can't just leave someone roadside? We have policies and procedures that our cabbies uphold. Do you have those as well? And how is it punished if they don't uphold them?
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry, I just want to clarify the question. Is that the intoxication on the part of the driver or the rider?
Rider.
Rider, okay.
If it's a driver, you have a bigger issue.
Yes. Through you, Madam Chair, the real benefit of the sharing economy is the exchange of information that happens. So, for example, I'll use Airbnb as an example, then I'll use Uber, ride-sharing companies as an example. How do I feel comfortable booking a room in someone's home that I've never met before? Maybe I'm flying from here to Germany. And how do I feel comfortable? I look at that particular person's ratings and the feedback provided by people that have already stayed there. That gives me the comfort that I'm going to get a quality product. Much like Uber, riders know that when they enter an Uber vehicle, they are also anonymously being rated. And behavior like that is unwarranted. It's not allowed. It's not kosher with the driver and rider terms of agreement with the service when they download the app. And those would not be looked lightly upon and are grounds for exclusion from accessing the app in the future.
And great, in my final 15 seconds, I want to thank you for coming out. I think also if this happened to go ahead, your final, you'd be actually a legal entity after the 30th, conveniently Canada Day is after then. How would that look? Would we be looking at a lot of ride, surge pricing, Happy Canada Day, or are you guys thinking of a different model? Because I'll tell you now, as much as we say buyer beware, I will get emails and phone calls from constituents saying, why did I get a $400 bill to go 3 blocks?
Through you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your question. Canada Day, I've lived in and worked in Ottawa. It's a busy day. The benefit of the platform is that we always have to take into consideration the consumer protection that we put in place. So, for example, surge is not something we turn on. It is on all the time. It's an algorithm that is monitoring in discrete geofences around a city supply and demand. So when supply and demand get out of whack, we have to incentivize with drivers to come over and service that demand. How do we do that? The price goes up. Now, on the consumer end, it's always transparent in real time in the app. In addition, they can do a fair estimate so they would know with that surge price how much it's going to cost to go from A to B before they even book a ride or make a ride request. In addition, if the surge multiplier is 2.0 or higher, they have to double confirm their acceptance with that. Now, of course, we always have to remember here that hotels and airline industries in the back end, behind the scenes, prices are going like this all the time. Ours is much more transparent in the sense that it's upfront, but there's consumer protection requirements built in. In addition, we encourage people to travel with other Uber friends and split the fare electronically in-app digitally. Those are ways we can save money, and I'll give you one example, though it's, again, important to understand. There was a complete TTC shutdown in Toronto in June of the other year, and no service was available on the subway line. So people go out of the subway, they go onto the street, they're hailing a taxi, which is great. They're taking the buses that the TTC provided, they're walking. They're also going on an app like Uber's and trying to get a ride. Now, those prices increased during that time in certain discrete geofences because supply and demand was out of whack. What our data showed was that because we're already so much more affordable than taxi, people paid less, even with the surge, than they would have for a taxi. And what we found is the reliability. That surge pricing got so many more cars on the road and in operation to service that demand. So fundamentally, we want to ensure when people need a ride, they get a ride with a quick ETA. All the while, all the customer service protections are up front in the app. That's fundamental as well.
And thank you for that.
Okay,
I'm sure the
thank you.
double tap will
Thank you,
prevent
Councillor
intoxicated
Tierney.
people from paying that larger amount.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Your time is up. Before we go to our next speaker, members of council are asking what the plan is if we don't finish tomorrow night. So the intention at this point, I've discussed it with the clerk's office, would be to continue on Saturday and, if necessary, on Sunday. So I tell you this so that you either focus your questions or clear your weekend schedules. Councillor Schroeder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on the last question from Councillor Tierney on surge pricing and your algorithm. Are you saying that the only factor in that algorithm is supply and demand, and it's purely a free market algorithm?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is my understanding. It operates independently and monitors supply and demand so that people can get the rides they need in an ETA that is desirable.
So nobody ever gets surge pricing on a nice spring day in the middle of the day when nothing major is happening in the city?
Through you,
Sunday, let's say.
Through you, Madam Chair. So surge is not something that is turned on. It is there.
Yeah.
It's monitoring discrete parts of the city. So you could be on the corner of Rideau and Waller in Ottawa and see the price is now 1.2 times the normal fare, again, which is all transparent in the app. You may be at the Rideau Centre front door and not be subject to a surge. It depends on the discrete area you are in the city and the geofence, and it's all transparent. So I can't predict what that spring day might bring. There may be, for whatever reason, conference emptying out of the Shaw Centre, and that may spike your demand in that particular area.
Okay, so you are saying that reports in other jurisdictions that there are other factors besides supply and demand in the algorithm are just false.
Through you, Madam Chair. So I'm not sure if that was a comment or a question. So maybe if you
Okay,
could elaborate.
I'll ask it a different way then.
Yeah.
Who develops the algorithm? It's Uber, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that would be proprietary, is my understanding, to Uber.
So we really have no knowledge as to what factors go into the development of that algorithm other than the price output at the end.
Through you, Madam Chair, the customer, as I've explained, always knows the price they're paying.
Right.
The question I would have is, when you book an Air Canada flight, do you or are you aware of their particular algorithms that determine the price on that particular flight you book on a Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock? I've booked flights. I'm not aware of that, the way in which the pricing on airlines fluctuates. Hotels do as well.
You aren't, but the government of Canada is. So I'm asking, because we're talking about regulating you, so I want to know to what extent, or do you at least agree that you are the people who developed the algorithm, we are not part of it, we do not see anything except the price that is outputted from it?
Through you, Madam Chair, you're correct. You see the price in real time always. It's transparent. You know what you're going to pay in advance. The app, I should also point out, will let you, will notify you as the price comes back down into, so when supply and demand come into equilibrium. So there's always the option, if you're not busy, maybe you're at the bar and you want to have another drink, to wait for that to come down so that you can lock in a price that you're more comfortable paying.
I understand how that goes. But the question was whether other factors influence the determination of surge pricing, but I'm not getting the answer on that, so I'll just go to the next one. In addition to storing the algorithm, you also, and changing it, updating it regularly, I presume, you also store information after transactions. And some of that information is information that we may, from time to time, need as a regulator, and yet it's going to be stored with you and not with us. So I'm wondering if you can tell me how many times over the past year you have changed the way you store that information.
Through you, Madam Chair, that wouldn't be information I know personally in my role, so I don't have an answer in that regard. What I can tell you is that part of your comments leading up to that question were about data retention. As a tech company, we retain a lot of data. We also have very robust privacy policies to ensure the protection of that data. At the same time, we have sophisticated and robust processes for ensuring where investigations are ongoing or there is a law enforcement need for particular information under production order, we can share that. In addition, there are not only data retention requirements, again, all of which we're already doing, then there are data sharing obligations outlined in the bylaw. And the reason and why those work so well in the jurisdictions, again, we're regulated in 70-plus jurisdictions around the world. It works quite well in terms of getting the city regulators the information they need in order to do their job, and that's functioning quite well in jurisdictions where those ride-sharing regulations are in place.
So you get the information in each of the however many 78 different ways that the various jurisdictions ask for it? Or do you have one company policy for disseminating it to municipalities?
Through you, Madam Chair, bylaws, ride-sharing bylaws generally have followed the same sort of, with variations here or there. Not every bylaw is drafted exactly the same way as you can imagine, but they all share common characteristics, such as creating a licensing category known often as a transportation network company category or private transportation category here. And what they do is recognize that there is a data retention and a data sharing obligation on the part of PTCs to provide the city the information they need for regulatory compliance and enforcement. Those particular, they're known as ordinances in the U.S., vary. But the broad theme and outline of data retention, protection of that data, data sharing, and that regulatory model that the KPMG report outlines quite well and the staff report has endorsed is broadly the same jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
Okay. Switching gears, and is it Uber's position that its drivers are employees, or are they independent contractors?
Through you, Madam Chair, they are independent contractors, much like many taxi drivers are from jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
So, but you dictate pricing that they will charge?
Through you, Madam Chair, the price, the base fare, time and distance is set in the app. They are free to drive when they'd like, to bring the, quote, tools of the trade to the job so they can wear a blazer if they choose, or wear a dress shirt if they choose. We know from the customer service feedback mechanism built into the app that certain things like keeping your car clean, offering, sometimes drivers will offer bottles of water, what have you, is things that will drive better customer service ratings to the benefit of everybody. And that's really the mechanism in the sharing economy, is that two-way exchange of information that Airbnb and other sharing economy companies are using quite effectively to achieve the same public policy outcome goals while recognizing the traditional ways of regulating things to achieve an outcome can be done equally as well, if not better, through new means I've just outlined.
Yeah, well, the legislators decide what's the best way to achieve those outcomes. It's not supposed to be individuals out there in the Wild West. But so you're saying then that although they're independent contractors, you dictate the pricing that they will charge?
Through you, Madam Chair, correct. The price is set in app.
Okay. Then on to the question of the cameras in the vehicles. I went back to some of the debate that went on in 2008 when the city imposed cameras on taxis. And the arguments being made against imposing cameras on taxis are identical to the ones being made today against imposing cameras in Uber vehicles. But I did sit on a committee that had these little mini trials to judge whether drivers kept their licenses when there are allegations of misconduct in the vehicles. And you know what, in the course of 6 years, we never once had a case of disputed identity. Staff were always able to identify who the driver was and who the passenger was. The dispute was over what happened. So how does not putting cameras in an Uber vehicle allow us any better to determine what happened, given that we already know the identity of the driver and the passenger even without cameras?
Through you, Madam Chair, reflecting on the staff report and the KPMG report, that both outline in a lot of detail why cameras are unnecessary given the nature and distinct differences in the business model. We have operated in Ottawa for a long period of time with limousines under a prearranged basis that don't have cameras, and according to staff this morning, those instances haven't arisen. Our model being more closely aligned with the prearrangement nature of limos, in addition to all the other features, technological features built into the app that incrementally, we think, improve safety, go the distance to the argument, or at least making the argument that these cameras, while necessary in a taxi, not because simply of imposing a burden on them, but recognizing that they are in fact at risk, because often the passenger getting in the back of the seat of a taxi is not known to the driver or broker, and that presents a real risk to the driver.
Okay. Well, as we know in past instances, we've never had a difficulty in identity. I never sat in a case of disputed identity. So the dispute is always over what actually occurred in the vehicle. But the next question, I think, as regulators, we should probably be looking at not only what Uber is today, but what will exist in future years, maybe a year from now, 5 years from now. How is this policy of not having cameras in an Uber vehicle going to survive after the first allegation of a sexual assault taking place in an Uber vehicle here in Ottawa? How do you think that will survive?
Through you, Madam Chair, there have been a few allegations of different activity, of untoward activity made in various ride-sharing company vehicles, be it Lyft or others. And the process there has worked quite well as it would work if those allegations were made in a limo under the same sort of prearrangement basis, where we know that no one's anonymous in an Uber driver or rider. There's the ability to provide feedback in-app, monitored, responded to in real time, customer service support 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, emergency response teams that facilitate investigations and data sharing with law enforcement, the ability of us to remotely deactivate an account, all of those features. In addition, so if you think about the limo that doesn't have all of the features I just outlined, and still historically in jurisdictions across Canada where limos have not had that requirement, and neither, I'll just point out, not only has the staff not recommended it here for PTC vehicles, Waterloo Region has not recommended it. My understanding is that Toronto has not recommended it as either. Edmonton, Calgary, and 70-plus jurisdictions around the world have not mandated it for all those reasons to have cameras in PTC vehicles.
Sure. We were one of the first to put cameras in taxis, and it's worked very well. But a follow-up question, what you just said, when you talked about the response teams that you have. Earlier in this questioning, you said that they don't actually exist. So how does that happen?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think there was perhaps a misunderstanding. They do exist. They are real human beings that work on behalf of the company, many in former positions with respect to law enforcement. So we have a significant amount of experience when needed and when necessary to engage constructively with city regulators, even in the absence of a regulatory framework conducive to ride sharing in the city of Ottawa or other cities and municipalities across Ontario. We have cooperated with respect to investigations with local regulators and law enforcement. So that is already happening, and I can assure you will continue to happen.
All right. I'm just going to move ahead to my last part before I go back on the list, I think. But again, in past cases involving sexual assault or other allegations, are there any of those that you think would have been more clearly handled if there had been cameras?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions for you, Mr. Schaefer, touching on what Councillor Shirelli was asking about with respect to surge pricing. I'm certain we'll hear more about it as we hear the public delegations to come over the next potentially 2 days. We have heard you note that the surge pricing is used to optimize the supply and demand. What are the multiples over what I might call your base price that we might typically see in surge pricing, first off?
Through you, Madam Chair, excellent question, Councillor. It is often not, it doesn't get very high and still is cheaper than the price of a licensed taxi in the cities in which we operate. So you routinely see them. Most of our trips are not subject to a surge price. You're looking at about 15% to 20% of trips that may be subject to a surge. And of those trips that are subject to a surge, most of them are still, when you calculate the total cost of the trip, are cheaper than if you would have booked a Blue Line in the city of Ottawa, for example. So surge pricing is performing a useful function to get people trips when they need, but not to the point of being excessively expensive in that regard. And again, with all the consumer protections up front, so people know what they're paying before they book and make a ride request.
But what is that range of surge pricing that we might see, double, 1.5 times, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6 times?
Through Madam Chair, you routinely see 1.2, 1.5, 2.3, 2.5 in that range.
Okay. You're trying to get drivers out when you surge in order to meet demand. In you're a data company, I'm sure that you know this. What is the minimum level of surge pricing that you need to get a significant number of drivers on the road?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have that data off the top of my head, so I'm not able to answer that question more directly. But the data does show, for example, as that example I gave in Toronto, I think, and don't quote me on the exact numbers, about 60%. When we examined that particular day in Toronto when the TTC shut down, and that a average regular day of that month across several months, what we noticed was that surge pricing had the effect of bringing significant more supply into the commercial market, so to speak, to service that demand. So it has that real impact there. And it's important because people want to be able to get rides when they need them.
Okay. And sorry, with that TTC shutdown day, did you tell us what was the surge pricing that was in effect in that geofenced area?
Well, the geofence area would be different geofences because you're looking at a complete shutdown of the TTC. I can undertake, we made this information public. I can undertake to provide that information to the clerk of the committee where that information would be much more accurate than what I'm able to recall by memory.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. The second question that I had for you was, we are being asked in a market-driven environment to trust in the self-regulating mechanisms of the customer feedback that you have built into within the app. So the service will improve, it will address shortcomings through customer feedback. Do people use the customer feedback tool? Is it a significant number of passengers who actually bother to rate drivers? And then what are they telling you for the most part? I'm wondering if you can categorize some of what the feedback is. Does it, are people talking to you about things like driver behavior? Are they talking to you about the mechanical condition of the car? What is that feedback you're hearing, and from how many people?
Through you, Madam Chair, a good question. What the data shows us is that about 20% of people respond, is my understanding, is about 20% of people engage in that respect. So you're looking at tens of thousands of messages in the Ottawa market on a weekly basis. And in terms of that information, it can vary from something as simple, given the whims of humanity, something as simple as a Tim Hortons coffee cup in the back of the car that upset a passenger, and it could range all the way to a broken windshield, a muffler making a noise. It could be, I saw a blinking light on the dashboard. All of those ranges of feedback are feedback we receive. Of course, a dirty coffee cup in the back of a car is not something that would be actionable in terms of a serious risk to safety or health of traveling public.
If a passenger notes, there's a weird rattle in the Uber I just took, what might Uber do with that message?
So there's several things Uber could do, through you, Madam Chair. There are several things that Uber could do with information in that regard. We could contact the driver partner. We could remotely disable access to their account. There are a number of different things that can be done in that regard. Of course, all UberX or ride-sharing company drivers would be subject to the same laws that already exist on the books provincially and municipally with regard to the safe operation of vehicles.
Okay, because I note that one of the differences between the bylaw that we're proposing in some other jurisdictions is that as the car gets older, post 5 years, it becomes subject to biennial or twice a year, inspections, where other jurisdictions only subject them to those increased frequency of inspections once it reaches a certain level, 30,000 kilometers, say, of commercial driving. And one of the things I'm contemplating is whether, as the car gets older, does it need that increased frequency at presumably an increased cost to the driver when there is a passenger feedback mechanism? It sounds like you're telling me that the passenger feedback mechanism is well used to alert Uber to mechanical issues.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would agree with your comments. Also, I think take into consideration that in the absence of this bylaw, we already require a 26-point vehicle inspection by certified mechanics annually for UberX driver partners. So that's a requirement. We're doing, as I say, millions of trips a month across Ontario and Canada, and we're seeing the robustness of those tests in terms of the level of feedback we get on the customer service and safety side, but also the fact that there's instances that people might scaremonger or fearmonger about just aren't happening. We're doing trips on a large scale, so those issues would come to the forefront. What I would say specifically is that if the city is proposing a vehicle inspection done annually and then twice a year after 5 years, to take into consideration perhaps the manner in which modern automobiles are manufactured as compared to maybe the way in which they may have been manufactured decades ago, but also to take in consideration that they are, under the proposed bylaw, to be subject to a vehicle inspection annually. Our Uber vehicles, again, knowing the data, about 50% drive less than 10 hours a week, about 35% drive less than 5 hours a week to supplement their income. They're not taxi drivers that are on the road in 2 shifts, generally 24 hours a day. That wear and tear that a taxi automobile is subject to is much more severe than a personal family automobile that sits, as we know from data, sits idle for most hours of the day already outside of participation on a ride-sharing platform. And then knowing that the data is most of them drive for a few hours a week, a KPMG KPMG report recommendation about a biannual vehicle inspection only being required if there is that 30,000 kilometers logged each year after 5 years is, I think, something that is worthy of consideration and further deliberation.
Thank you for that. I'll leave it there, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Looper. Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for being here this morning to answer some of the important questions that my colleagues are asking. And just to let everybody in the room know that I did meet with you and Mr. Black in my office a couple of days ago, and I raised a couple of concerns. 3 of the concerns the city has already put on the table through the report, being accessibility, safety, and insurance. On the insurance issue, you mentioned earlier to one of my colleagues about some of the policies that are available and some of the policies that your company may or may not follow. What is happening in Edmonton with the insurance, and what was the resource or the request from the Edmonton City Council that Uber agreed to and then has not filled the requirement? Could you explain that to us, please?
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, councillors. Good question. So in Edmonton, what I would suggest is Edmonton's passed a progressive ride-sharing bylaw similar to what's being proposed in Ottawa here today, and similar to the staff report recommendations in Toronto, I understand, that were made public this morning. So it's a good effort to accommodate both industries. If anything, Uber has been a conversation about ways to also improve the lives of taxi drivers and riders as well in a city. So that's, I think, good news. More specifically to your question, a requirement in the Edmonton ride-sharing bylaw, if you like, was approved, and I'm going to use the word FSCO, Financial Services Commission of Ontario. They have an Alberta equivalent, as each province does. And the condition in the bylaw was the availability in the province of Alberta of a ride-sharing insurance product like the one that's currently approved in Ontario by Aviva, or one that we hope will be approved, such as the Intact Financial Program. The province of Alberta indicated publicly that they are, and I'm paraphrasing language, comfortable with the framework, but they're going to take to July or sooner to formally approve a ride-sharing insurance product. So when that product, be it Intact or another one, is approved, we will then look to re-engage our driver partners and offer that service again in Edmonton.
So you were given, I think, a timeline. I think it was March, sometime March 1st, to get the insurance resolution, and now you've been extended to July. What is the status of your service in Edmonton?
Through you, Madam Chair, it sort of pains me to say it because our driver partners that rely on this service to put food on the table or pay for a vacation, child's education, are going without that opportunity currently in the province of Alberta. We do not offer service currently in the city of Edmonton. When the Alberta government has indicated that they will approve a ride-sharing insurance product, probably the Intact one, then we will look to be back at Edmonton and offer that service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer, for those answers. Just for going forward, my time is only 5 minutes, so I'd like you to keep your answers condensed as much as possible.
Understood.
And if I need a repeated question, I will ask that. Anyways, coming back to, that was the Edmonton model. What about Calgary? What's happening in Calgary?
Through Madam Chair, we don't currently operate in Calgary. We would like to operate in Calgary. The ride-sharing bylaw that the City of Council passed is not conducive for the operation of PTCs. It's a model that places the burden on the ride-sharing driver partners that are trying to participate in the sharing economy and supplement their income. It does it in a way that is not conducive. And I'll reflect back very quickly to my opening remarks about how important it is to get ride-sharing regulations right, where PTCs simply can't, there's no life given to the model, and there has to be that recognition of the differences that the staff report recognizes in order to allow new options to flourish.
Thanks again for that. The issue, though, for me is, and you just mentioned, that the bylaws or the requests coming from the City Council were not conducive to you doing business in the City of Calgary. My question to you is it conducive to your model that is not working, or is it the fact that your model cannot change or cannot adjust to the request by a particular City Council?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would suggest it's not conducive to the thousands of people that want to participate on the platform and earn money to do different things for their families. Sometimes they send the money overseas to families. Sometimes they use it for their children's education.
But, sir, that's not the question,
is
sir.
not conducive to enable those people to engage in the ride-sharing sphere. And what we see is a lack of desire of PTCs to operate in Calgary because they can't live and breathe in a model that puts all those costs on the people that can least afford it, frankly.
Anyways, I understand that, but my concern is it the model too rigid or too fixed that you're not willing to adjust the model in any way, shape, or form based on some of the requests that may come from City Council?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think the staff report has outlined the broad manner in which the new licensing category would be created, and that is key. That fundamental understanding of the differences in the ride-sharing business model is key. In jurisdictions across North America and internationally that have ride-sharing bylaws or ordinances in place, I would be lying if I told you I liked every element of every bylaw. That's simply not true. We don't live in a perfect world. But the model can breathe under different regulatory stipulations, but the fundamentals have to be in place. And the staff report and the KPMG report get it right. And that will allow a future in which ride-sharing can continue to be in Ottawa and other jurisdictions.
Over the past 16 or 18 months, your company has operated in Ottawa. How many complaints have you received from people using your service? And if you cannot give me the number, at least tell the audience and myself as to what was the follow-up on those complaints and, how much action was taken by your company on those complaints.
Through you, Madam Chair, so the complaints can range from a variety of different degrees. We as a company have to be responsive to our customers. They have choice to go elsewhere. They can download a taxi app. They cannot take us ever again. It's simply an app on the phone. So we are very dedicated with the teams we have to respond. I'll give you an example. If a passenger felt that the route taken was not the most efficient route, we routinely refund them for the part of that route that was alleged or was in fact inefficient. We are constantly responding on social media, in-app, to emails as well, in terms of making sure the customer is happy. Without our customers, and we sort of look at it two ways, our customers are both our driver partners and our riders. In order for the system to operate, we need to keep both of them very happy, because if you don't have drivers who are willing to drive, the demand we know already in the cities across Canada is very high and growing. But if we can't keep drivers happy, demand and supply are not in equilibrium. At the same time, we have to make sure the customers are happy because we want them to continue to use the service. And what we find is, and it's no surprise to I think many people in the room, is that it's very popular for all the reasons I just outlined.
In terms of when you were in my office, I asked you about surge pricing. and I asked to see if it was possible to have a cap on that surge pricing. What is your response to that comment?
Through you, Madam Chair, we support the staff report and the KPMG report recommendations that are similar to different staff proposals and or draft bylaws across Canada, internationally and globally, where that issue has not been imposed in a bylaw because of all the detrimental public policy outcomes that would entail for the traveling public. So we are not supportive, and I'm keeping my answer short out of your request, Councillor.
So, again, to clarify, you're not in favor of any kind of a cap on surge pricing?
Through you, Madam Chair, in jurisdictions in which ride-sharing companies operate, for example, the United States, those surge cap has not been imposed. It was discussed recently in the City of New York and rejected. What some jurisdictions have decided to do is during times of declared states of national emergency to impose a cap that way as well. So we've seen that in a few jurisdictions, to be completely transparent with you.
On a question earlier from one of my colleagues about accessibility, and you said that there are no vehicles currently operating in the city.
With the hydraulic lift and ramp? With
the hydraulic lift. Is there a plan by your company to put something like that into play going forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, the conversations we've had on that issue with council members as well with city staff to date, post staff report being issued, so it's been a very narrow time that those conversations have transpired. I've looked at the proposed bylaw and staff report. We offer one product that the city suggests doesn't meet the accessibility requirements that they've set, and I understand that. It's a product people value, Uber Assist, the door-to-door option. The question I would have, and it's a question we're exploring with city staff, is we have proposed an accessibility fund, and then we'd have to negotiate and agree to in good faith what that fee would be. The question I would raise is we want to be careful not to disincentivize future innovations in this sphere. So by imposing a fee, what that might do is disincentivize tech companies like Uber and others from offering innovative accessibility products. So what Edmonton did, I think, was particularly productive in their bylaw. What they said was, we're going to impose a $20,000 annual accessibility fee for any ride-sharing company that does not offer an accessible product approved by the city manager. If a product is offered that is approved, they waive that fee. So those are the sorts of conversations we're having currently, but I would characterize them as very productive and collaborative.
And again, coming back to the accessibility issue, I mean, there's a number of recommendations if you look at under number 5 in the staff report. Some of them, you may or may not agree with, but what my interest is this morning is to say or ask of you that all of these recommendations that are put into this report are important for the accessible community of the City of Ottawa. Would your company, and I'm sure you've read the report, honor all or some? Which ones would you not honor in this report?
Through you, Madam Chair, our intention is to honor the report and the bylaw as passed by committee and council. At the same time, I think in good faith, productive conversations can be had around ways that we can work together to enhance accessibility for those that need it in Ottawa. I know in Toronto, where we introduced Uber Wave, we sat down with a whole host of stakeholders from OCAD's Inclusive Design Institute, Spinal Cord Injury Ontario, the folks that did the training for the Pan Am Games in Toronto, the volunteer segment there. We worked very closely with them, and what people are telling us in the accessibility community in Toronto is that they really value what we're bringing to the table as another option for them. So all I'm suggesting is we can and should continue a very productive dialogue about ways in which we can work together to enhance accessibility for everybody.
Okay, and again, I don't mean to belabor the point on accessibility, but accessibility right now, as Chief DeMonte mentioned this morning, about how successful the city is being in terms of providing that service with our other partners, PARA and so on and so forth. I want to make sure that your company is willing to partake in that process, and if not, why not?
Through you, Madam Chair, definitely we will participate in that process as the city's envisioned to enhance and make sure that the excellent accessibility service that is currently provided in Ottawa continues and in fact is enhanced. So we have a mutual agreement there that this is in the best interest of the citizens of Ottawa and for those that use those services, absolutely.
In terms of training with your drivers or with your operators, and the question was asked again by one of my colleagues previously about that training aspect. So let's use a hypothetical situation. If one of your operators is charged with a sexual harassment case, would your company be willing to provide that operator future training in order to not have that situation occur again?
Through you, Madam Chair, if a current driver, so there's two things. If somebody coming on or wanting to come on as an Uber driver partner has a criminal record, we have a zero threshold, zero tolerance for past criminal convictions, so they would not be an Uber driver partner. If they are a current Uber driver partner with a clean background, criminal background history, but there is an allegation made, an investigation, charges are pressed by the police, it goes to court, and the proper judicial processes result in a conviction, that person would lose their access to the Uber platform.
Access for a time period or access forever?
Zero tolerance forever.
Zero tolerance.
Zero tolerance.
Okay.
A lot of jurisdictions don't have that same approach. Toronto doesn't have a zero tolerance approach.
So it's based on that kind of thinking that some of my colleagues are talking about cameras in your vehicles. What is your objection to putting those cameras in those vehicles?
Through you, Madam Chair, the objections result into, if we are in the bylaw proposing, or I shouldn't say we, the city staff are proposing a number of public safety features to ensure that the citizens of Ottawa are accessing safe transportation. The question I have is, by imposing another additional regulatory requirement that the staff report and the KPMG report recognizes isn't going to further public safety. That is already achieved with what is required of the bylaw, outside of the requirement or any requirement to have a camera. So you're layering on something that is not going to enhance public safety. What does that mean? It means the person that wants to drive for a few hours a week, that can pass the background check, the vehicle inspections required, the motor vehicle reference check, all the checks and balances that the bylaw is proposing to address and ones that we already are doing outside of a regulated framework. What does that mean? That person participating then has to spend, probably, given the nature of these sorts of cameras envisioned by cities, $1,000+ to have that bought and installed. What does that mean for that senior citizen I talked about that wants to drive for a few hours a week on a fixed income? It means that they can't participate in this opportunity. It is a tax on them with no conceivable extra security benefit provided. So that, again, is, with all due respect, why Uber is aligned with the KPMG and staff report recommendations in this regard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Kadri. Before we go to the next speaker, I just wanted to clarify one of the issues that Councillor Kadri raised. So just to be 100% clear, until such time as the City of Ottawa receives the legislative authority from the Province of Ontario to impose an accessibility fee, is your organization, Uber Canada, willing to voluntarily enter into negotiations and negotiate an accessibility fee with the City of Ottawa?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor DeRose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Schaefer, thank you for answering some question now. It's so nice to see you answering and not dancing around the answers. Some of my colleagues asked you a few questions, and I'm not going to re-ask them. I just want to clarify a couple things. You were asked what's your status of Uber since November 2014, and we all know around that table that you are been running in the city of Ottawa without license and without regulation. And also, my colleague asked you from now till the bylaw come through council and we get everything approved, what you're going to do and where Uber stand, you also didn't answer. My question to you, there is a lots of if around this table. As you heard from my colleague and all of us, we have concern. So far, we haven't have any reassurance from Uber on if this bylaw comes forward, if how you're going to be able to be compliant and how you're going to earn the trust of the city to be working together. Earlier in your question, you said that you're waiting on the city to impose that. But as a corporation, and as you are monitoring your driver and your company, it has to be some kind of policy on your side to be able to work with the city on making sure these are compliance are appearing, and we're making sure that we protecting every stakeholder in this. So can you please elaborate a little bit and give us some answer?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So just to answer that question, there are some things that we've, in our discussion since the staff report became public and the draft bylaw became public, active discussions with city staff around a number of things that can be addressed. One example is the vulnerable sector check. In terms of right now, it's not available to be done online. The Ottawa Police Service has indicated on their website that they intend, or at least intended to, by 2014, to have that service available online. They don't yet. So we've had conversations, I think quite productive and collaborative ones, about ways in which the city can work with the Ottawa Police Service to improve the efficiency of that service to the benefit of everybody. In addition, there, I believe, was a staff recommendation to look at, examine the implementation of the bylaw timeframe. And I think some of that might be as a result of the, and I'm guessing, the Ottawa Police Service time to get their processes there improved and more efficient. I think that's productive. So we're having, I think, very collegial, collaborative, and productive discussions there.
Thank you. My other question, I hope we'll have a little bit more clarification in the future on how we're going to be able to have impose this bylaw and have more compliances. But my question to you mentioned that the drivers they drive between 5 and 10 hours a week. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. You're right. It's about 50%, give or take, and this is pretty consistent across markets in Canada. About 50% drive 10 or fewer hours a week. About 35% drive 5 or fewer hours a week.
But do you have full-time drivers? Do you have, like, there is a policy? Do you monitor your driver? How many hours do you drive a week? Is it like full-time, part-time? Because we're getting consistent messages, inconsistent messages. Can you please clarify on that?
Through Mr. Chair. If you think about it like a bell curve, in the meaty middle are the 5 to 10 hour folks. There are folks that are full-time, 40 hours a week drivers, definitely. That's consistent across cities in which we operate. But for a majority of people, they don't fall into the full-time category. Another consideration is the flexibility of the platform lets people, I'm going to make up an example, but it allows people to be engaged flexibly with the platform. So, for example, you could envision a situation where somebody has a 9-to-5 job at a government office or a bank here in Ottawa. They come home, make dinner for their family, put their young children to bed, and spend an hour or two on the platform in the evening. Then the next week, and let's say they spend 5 hours that week doing it, maybe a few hours on Monday, a few hours on Friday. Then in the next week, maybe the kids are with their grandparents, and they've taken some time off work. And they want to drive for 9 to 5, Monday to Friday that week. That's okay too. It's flexible for that. Then the next week revert to a totally different schedule. So sometimes people are full-time drivers, sometimes they're part-time, sometimes they're less than that.
Do you have a percentage of that full-time? Like, do you know how many drivers are full-time or part-time? Like, can you be able to provide this information?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have that data off the top of my head, but we would have that data, I assume, with the business, correct?
Thank you. One more question. I heard about Uber, different model of Uber, like Black Uber and Taxi Uber Taxi and Hop Uber. And are you thinking in the future to bringing all these models to Ottawa? Or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a sort of constant exercise on the part of the business to examine local consumer needs and wants, and then we look to filling those, as any good company would, filling the needs identified. So in different markets, there's different products based on the size of the market, the demographic of the market, the consumer wishes. So those products vary by market, but where we can fill a consumer niche, we would look to fill it in the Ottawa market.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Derues. I'll just remind councillors that Mr. Schaefer's been in the seat for 2 hours now, and we have one speaker left. I thought we had 3 there. Oh. Councillor Fleury was ahead of you, so I'll take Councillor Fleury, then Kakish. Any other councillors, please chime in now. Councillor Fleury?
So I realize a lot of questions have been asked. A couple of questions regarding the ongoing situation, and we've talked about the issues of taxis, especially in the Byward market, Uber drivers just floating in the area. I'd like to hear from you on, as an organization, what would be the authority under the PTC to limit just drivers just going around in an area waiting to be activated through the application?
Through you, Madam Chair now. For the record, just as an aside, Hamilton City Council kept me on the stand, so to speak, for close to 3 hours, so I think they hold the record. Ottawa's getting close, but not quite there. To answer your question, Councillor, more directly, the technology, and this is the beauty of the technology here, it always matches the nearest vehicle to the nearest ride request. So in the days prior to smartphone, GPS, and modern technology, there was a need for traditional taxi, again, before ride-sharing was ever contemplated or possible. There was a need for those vehicles to hover, usually around airports and usually around downtown business districts, party districts, etc. The beauty of technology is that it's heat mapping on the driver's phone where demand is. And as a technology company, we're very good at analyzing that data and making sure our drivers are positioned close to where demand is currently or anticipated to be. So the technology operates very efficiently, and part of it is reduces the travel time from driver to rider. A recent innovation, just to give you an example of a way we as a tech company are constantly working on iterating on the technology. Historically, if I was in the Byward market and I made a ride-share request and I'd see the driver was, let's say, 3 minutes away, if there was a car nearer to me with a passenger in it, it wouldn't dispatch the ride to that person because somebody was already in the vehicle. Now we've iterated on that technology in forward dispatch. What that means is if I'm making a request to get picked up at the Chateau Laurier and someone at the same time, usually within about a minute or less, is being dropped off in an UberX vehicle at the Chateau Laurier, will forward dispatch so that my wait time, which would have been 3 minutes, is now reduced to 30 seconds, 10 seconds. So it's ways in which we can efficiently use technology to reduce that wait time to the benefit of drivers and riders so they don't have to hover around things, areas of cities like taxis traditionally have.
So on the same topic of use of cars and increase of cars, because that's a set of discussion we've also had specifically to the environment. I'd like to hear, I know that the taxi industry has done some great progress in terms of bringing in fleets that are a lot more hybrid, a lot more environmentally friendly. What could Uber do under this model that would bring in vehicles or create incentives for vehicles that are a lot better for the environment?
Through you, Madam Chair, excellent question. I sort of look at it in 2 ways. Re-emphasizing the real need to get regulations around ride-sharing done right, because every innovation that can come rests on the backbone or DNA, if you like, of UberX and ride sharing. So Uber Pool is one environmental product that allows us to, I think we've been talking about carpooling since Jimmy Carter in the 70s, and the technology at the time didn't allow for that to happen as efficiently and effectively, and as a result, most people didn't carpool. But when you can use technology to match people and put them in the same car efficiently, that happens more often, and as I mentioned, 50% of our trips in San Francisco currently with Uber Pool or with Uber are pooled rides. So that's one contribution to traffic congestion in the environment I would suggest. Other possibilities, we have in the U.S. a vehicle financing program to help people with very favorable terms and conditions get access to a ride. So under those sorts of enterprises, we would look to addressing potentially some of those concerns you have around electric or hybrid or vehicles that are better for the environment. There's the opportunity through that mechanism to engage in that way as well. So those two principal means offer real potential there.
Great. So I know what the city would do in terms of this licensing proposal. I'd like to hear on your side specifically to if an Uber driver was caught hailing a ride, or taking on just flagging on the street, not through the application. What sort of investigative powers do you have, and how would that work under this licensing process?
Through you, Madam Chair. Good question, Councillor. It would be a violation of our driver-partner terms of agreement, beyond the fact that it would be a violation of the proposed bylaw. Uber doesn't street hail, principally because we believe it's unsafe for our driver partners. We want them to know, and we want to know, who's getting in the back of vehicles. So if that was to happen outside of the parameters of the app, that's a violation and subject to removal as a driver partner from participation on the platform.
We've heard of some issues specifically relating to the cameras and the discussion in between the different licenses that are proposed. To lead me before that question, I would lead by asking what happens with stolen technology, because basically all that we have are the applications on a phone. The phone can be stolen, taken by another member, driver. How does that work for A, the client, and B, the drivers in this case?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the way in which it's done now, you'd obviously have to log into the platform with secure passwords, so the driver partner accesses it. But again, as a technology platform that's constantly iterating, we're looking at several things currently, like facial recognition, in order to ensure beyond a password that in fact that driver partner who's supposed to be on the platform is in fact the driver partner accessing that app. So there's a whole bunch of other ways we're using technology, such as telematics, to measure the movement of the phone, and in fact whether that phone is mounted on the dash appropriately or if it's being used in a way that is unsafe, the speed and movement of the car. Technology, and I'm a lawyer, policy guy, I'm not a tech expert, but the tech side of things is what really gets exciting, because it's using technology to address fundamental concerns and issues, and it's about incrementally improving so that we can take an activity and make it incrementally safer every day. And we have teams of engineers around the world that are constantly laser focused on improving not only the customer service experience for drivers and riders, but also using the available technologies today, also working on new technologies to improve and enhance safety.
So just to simplify, just so I can understand here, so if you're a driver, I recognize you're updating the app and so on, but if I were a driver and I pass it on to my colleague and he drives, we're caught, what happens?
So through Madam Chair, in that example, if I stepped into, so I would make a ride request and it would show your photo your name, your license plate, your car make and model. We don't provide the color in-app, and I know that's a part of the regulatory discussion here. We're concerned that if you include color, people are going to look at the make and model and the color and then start getting into other vehicles, ignore the license plate. So that's a whole other issue. But in answer of your question, if I then made the request, got all your information as a driver partner, and you handed your phone to your colleague beside you, Mr. Naisbaum, and the car arrived, and I looked at the driver, and it wouldn't match. Your faces look different. You don't match each other. You may be driving the same vehicle or and license plate under this hypothetical example. I would report that in-app, and that is a violation of the driver partner terms of agreement, subject to removal from the platform. That activity is not authorized.
Okay. And then specifically to the camera discussion, we've had that conversation. I understand the limitations regarding the access to drivers and the flow. I get your model. I understand that. But have you thought and have you been in discussions with other jurisdictions to put in a recording system as the ride would start on the GPS process so that traction of discussions, driver behavior, client behavior be recorded during the period of the ride, and that be saved on servers for Uber for an extended, 24, 48 hours a week, whatever that might be, and then deleted for safety, for personal safety measures. I'd like to hear from you on that specific.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not aware of conversations in the company in that regard. I mean, they're always working on technological innovation, so I can't, I'm not an expert on every technological innovation that is in the pipeline, so to speak. But with regards to that, the only concern I would raise is the reason why, beyond the fact of all the reasons the staff report and KPMG report have outlined about why they are unnecessary in a PTC vehicle, putting all that aside, the cameras themselves have evidentiary requirements so that they're quite, the installation of them, remember these are taxis versus the installation on a private vehicle that's an otherwise family vehicle. So there's all those concerns and that make those cameras very expensive. So you'd be looking at something probably in the range of $1,000 or more for someone that's going to choose to drive a few hours a week, putting aside the lack of additional safety they provide.
I recognize what you're saying about cameras. The specific question for me is specifically to voice recording. Beyond the logistics of figuring out the model and the privacy concerns and so on, is that something that you'd be open to include in the application so that when the ride's activated, there's a voice recording that records the conversation as part of the ride?
Through you, Madam Chair, at this point I would have to say no, and it's not something the company, to my knowledge, has contemplated doing. I know for sure it's not something that the driver partner phone does currently. It's not required by Uber and other ride-sharing companies, and for sure has not been made a requirement in the regulatory pieces of legislation that have been passed on the subject of ride-sharing to date. So that, for all the reasons I've outlined already, is something that Uber doesn't support for all the reasons in the KPMG and staff report.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for being there for 2 hours, and I assure you this is not part of our torture strategy for you. I have a couple of questions. I think most of my colleagues have asked those already, so I won't take too much time, but one of the things that obviously the sentiment around here, and I'm sure you got it already, is that there's some trust issues that have been created as a result of the philosophy that Uber has adopted in terms of coming into municipalities across the country and operating with complete disregard to the bylaws. And I know you've been asked this and you've answered it. I'm not really assured yet. I think, the way Uber has operated in municipalities has left a bad taste in my mouth and for a lot of legislators. So what assurances are you giving us to trust you to comply? And I can tell you it's not going to be this report because there's lots of motions coming. So with those amendments that are going to be coming forward, that you will be complying and working in good faith in the City of Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, excellent question. What I can do is point to the 70-plus jurisdictions in which we're regulated currently and the manner in which we're complying with those bylaws currently in good faith and collaboration with the city. I'd like to believe my interactions with council members and city staff have been professional, collegial, and that is the way I carry myself, but also the way in which I know other people at the company to carry themselves. So we are doing this in jurisdictions across the world. Ottawa is not the first one in the world to address these issues, but the precedent has been set in a number of jurisdictions where the nature of the relationship is healthy, productive, and collaborative.
Okay. I mean, you're a lawyer and you realize that you're operating illegally in the city of Ottawa, though, right? So how is that productive?
So, Kakish, can you speak into the microphone? We're having trouble hearing you.
My other question was in terms of criminal activity. When criminal activity, I know the camera's a deal breaker for you. In terms of any criminal activity within your vehicles, where is that information retained? Is it in the States or is it here? And how would you be assuring us that that would be handed over for police to investigate?
Through Madam Chair, great question, Councillor. So what I can point to is already, even outside of a regulatory framework contemplated by the city, there is and has been very productive relationships with city and also law enforcement locally across cities in the province of Ontario and beyond to get them the information they need in order to investigate allegations, to prosecute where necessary. That's happening already. We have teams in place for that purpose. So we're doing all of that already quite cooperatively and productively. So I have no reason to believe that wouldn't continue.
And so there is no problem accessing that information. Has there been any criminal activity in Ontario in Uber vehicles?
Through you, Madam Chair, I am aware of allegations made, and we work with law enforcement to get the information they need. As a tech company, we have GPS-related data, where the trip began, where the trip ended. We know who was in the car, a bunch of data that we work with the authorities to assist them in their investigation, and then the courts of law will sort out whether someone's in fact guilty of the allegation made.
Okay. One of the things that I was talking about with Councillor Blais earlier, and I see he's not on the list, so I'll ask this question, is in the case of a national emergency in terms of what you would do, because your app right now does not pick that up in terms of surge pricing. So let's say there's an incident downtown and everybody needs to be evacuated. So is there anything that can be done in terms of being more open to that idea in terms of the surging at that emergency situation?
Through you, Madam Chair, great question. So what I can point to is some examples. Like in the United States, we have a partnership with the Red Cross. So during declared states of national, state, local emergency, the surge differential is donated to the Red Cross. Again, it keeps the dynamic pricing model intact and ensures people get the rides they need when they really need them. The difference there as a good corporate citizen is we provide that as a donation to Red Cross. In other markets, as I outlined earlier, there are a handful, very few, but a handful, that have imposed legislative requirements that cap price at a set amount, and they vary by jurisdiction, during times of declared emergency by a local mayor or provincial official, whatever the case might be, and it's the declared states of emergency that would trigger that response.
So the app is adaptable to that, and you'd be open to us bringing something forward that would cap the pricing?
Through you, Madam Chair. So that is possible. Some jurisdictions have imposed that requirement. In different jurisdictions where that isn't required, we have different arrangements with charitable entities to get them the differential in terms of a donation. That's productive as well. There's lots of ways of productively engaging that. Ultimately, though, in our opinion, and in the report of KPMG and the staff report, they have not recommended a policy of the variety in which you're inquiring about. So I would support fundamentally that approach. And what I'm sharing with you is what other jurisdictions, a very small number of them, have decided to do with respect to putting a cap, if you like, during times of declared states of emergency.
In other municipalities like Edmonton where you've legalized, I suspect the number of the supply of drivers goes up. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Madam Chair, my suspicion would be that if the bylaw contemplated is passed and implemented here in Ottawa, that may encourage on two fronts, more people to download the app and use it as a passenger, and I suspect that more people might be encouraged to apply to become driver partners, and then ultimately, or additionally to that, you might see the entrance of companies like, and again, I can't speak on their behalf, the Lyfts of the world, maybe it's the Rideco out of Kitchener-Waterloo, and others. I can't
Those
say.
are the companies that wait for us to get the bylaw and then come operate, as opposed to doing it the other way around and ask us for forgiveness later. My point where I was going with that is, what is the impact on the pricing once it's regulated? So in Edmonton, does pricing go up? Does it go down once it passes? What's happened there, and what generally would happen in that circumstances?
Through you, Madam Chair. So what we see happen in markets that have undergone this process, a couple of things. It's an opportunity for taxis, as per the staff and KPMG recommendations, to provide them the flexibility in-app to be more competitive. So in-app, when you book on a taxi app, for example, a lot of jurisdictions allow for price variability in order to compete. So maybe there is a taxi app that wants to offer a Toonie Tuesday, or whatever the case might be, that competitive force that the Competition Bureau of Canada highlighted. We start to see taxi companies, especially with some of the reforms contemplated in the staff report here today, that flexibility to do different things in a competitive and dynamic marketplace. I think that's healthy. I think it's a win for drivers because more affordable prices mean more ride requests and more money earned. Riders benefit because it means they have choice in the marketplace and a real healthy, dynamic, competitive marketplace where they can download the taxi app, they can download Blue Line's app, they can download Uber, maybe it's Rideco's app, and compare prices in real time in-app, or if they're uncomfortable, they can hail or go to a taxi stand and get a taxi. We're also seeing, of course, the proliferation of many other options that are allowing people to live car-free or car-light lifestyles. Ride-sharing, car-sharing, bike-sharing in the city of Ottawa. All of these choices are redefining and retransforming the way people get around their cities in very healthy ways.
I don't want to get into it with you here, but I don't like when you use those buzzwords, because you know you're doing the same service that a taxi is doing of moving people from point A to point B, and that's not ride sharing, but I'm not going to get into that debate with you. I didn't get a clear answer on that. So once it is legalized, what generally is the pattern in terms of the surge pricing? The supply and demand is going to be different, obviously, because it would be legal in that case, like it is in Edmonton. Is there a trend of upward or downward as a general trend in terms of the fare? Would it be less or more?
Through Madam Chair, it's no difference we see in the markets. Says you've got a product already that's very popular, so we're constantly working to ensure supply and demand are equilibrium, and we see no difference, frankly, in those prices. What we do see is a real competitive dynamic marketplace in which taxi is competing on customer service aspects, price aspects, things that they really never had to worry about in the past when they were really the only option. Now they start to dynamically engage in ways in which to attract new business or keep the current business volume they have happy.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Kakish. Councillor Blais.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. How many complaints has Uber received in Ottawa since January 1st?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have that data, and it would be a bit, at least with me, and it would be I can imagine, just thinking about it right now for a few seconds, a definitional issue. What is a complaint?
Yeah, so you're running out the clock on me, so just if you don't have the data, just say that, and I don't need an explanation. Okay. How many registered drivers do you have in Ottawa today?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have the specific number with me, but I know it's upwards of 2,000 driver partners. And just key,
if you don't have the information,
I want to point out that doesn't mean that all 2,000 Uber driver partners are on the road 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
I understand the model. How many drivers have been removed from the model in Ottawa since you've become part of our community?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have that data with me.
Okay. So since data is at the heart of your business, as you've indicated earlier, why did Uber send someone with no data to come convince us that we should regulate your business?
Okay, we do not allow for that kind of show in the council chamber. If you can't show respect in the council chamber, you will be asked to leave.
Through you, Madam Chair, in regards to your question, I in my role, public policy role, engage with communities, municipalities, dozens and dozens of them, just alone in the province of Ontario, not to mention other jurisdictions in this country. So, and as a tech company that collects and retains and secures data on a whole range of things, for me to know in every jurisdiction, at every particular day that I happen to be in a different city, every unique aspect of data would be challenging for me. But as I conduct myself and our team conducts ourselves, is a collaborative way that I can work and Uber can work with the city staff, regulators, to ensure they have data required by the law, contemplated to enforce and exercise compliance.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't expect you to know everything all the time, but the three things I asked go directly to what's being contemplated in terms of how the regulations will work and why we're regulating in the first place. Why do you keep going back to this need for some kind of external camera? Your drivers use smartphones. Every smartphone I've seen has a camera on it. Why couldn't the camera simply turn on when the ride starts?
Through you, Madam Chair, I understand that wouldn't satisfy what folks that contemplate cameras being in vehicles would not satisfy those requirements, is my understanding. It's not, again, a requirement that any jurisdiction has contemplated, including jurisdictions across this province.
Okay. Why would it not satisfy the need or the desired outcome of having the camera?
Through you, Madam Chair, while not being an expert in this area, I rely more on the staff report and KPMG report. My understanding, it could be as a result of the fact that there might be concerns that the driver partner might tamper with footage. I can't say. So I better place to maybe direct that question at staff at a particular point.
Okay. So when I register as a driver for Uber, I submit my photo, and that's part of the recognition process. Can I change my photo at any time?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is a process through which that driver partners become onboarded, and there is the obligation to obviously provide us a range of data and documentation, including a photo. So much like license plates, like driver's licenses change the photo over time, I can imagine as a company there would be a need to update photos over time.
That wasn't my question. Can I log on as the driver and change my photo just like I change it on Facebook and Twitter and everything else?
Through you, Madam Speaker, my understanding is that is not possible.
Okay. Will you share with us the algorithm that drives the surge pricing?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can't, in my position, make that commitment. My understanding is that that has not been something that the company has done given the proprietary nature of its technology. So I would probably imagine, to be very frank, the answer would be no, out of grave concern for the protection of its proprietary information.
So how can we be assured that that is in fact a fair representation of supply and demand?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the customer service protections that we build into the technology so that people know the price they're paying, they can see that in real time, they can lock it in terms of...
No, excuse me, sir. That's not the question I asked.
With all due respect, I'm about to get there. I understand where you're going with that question. So in terms of all those protections I've already outlined from a customer service point of view, as a company, we have an obligation to our consumers to keep prices competitive. If we have to be very frank, no interest in surge pricing. We actually don't like to see it. Our goal is to keep the price, supply and demand in equilibrium so we never have to surge. But recognizing the business model is not one in which a set number of cars are on the road 12 hours a day, 24 hours, 12-hour shifts, 24 hours a day. Recognizing that that business model is taxi, it's not our business model. What tools can we use to ensure an adequate level of supply and demand? And in our model, it's a dynamic pricing model used by other industries as well.
So you have an obligation to your customers, which is great. You have an obligation to the business model of the industry, which is fine. You also have an obligation to oblige by regulation. When any of those things is in conflict, what is your default position? Which do you weigh more?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would encourage councillors around the table to look to the staff report recommendations in terms of what they've recommended. I'm supportive of those recommendations.
I'm not asking what our staff have recommended. I have lots of time to talk to them. I'm asking you as a representative of your organization and your business, as a philosophy of your business, what does your business weigh higher?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in terms of weighing higher, what so you can clarify the question.
You said you put your customers and you weigh your customer needs at the forefront. You also talked about participating in a business, and there's weight to that business model. And you also have an obligation to weigh the regulatory environment in which you operate. When those three things are in conflict, which outweighs the other?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't think there is any conflict here. What the staff has proposed is a recognition of business models that are distinct, and ride-sharing operates under a model in which dynamic pricing meets supply and demand. It's also contemplated in the staff report to give taxi industry flexibility in the way in which they price their product, all ultimately to the benefit of both drivers and riders in the city.
So will you share publicly what the geofencing is for the surge pricing in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Speaker, now I can't make that commitment myself, but what I can commit to is the bylaw and its requirements to share data is there, and we would undertake to obviously follow that bylaw as passed by the city at some point, maybe by this council next week as contemplated, at least the deliberations of that. So at that point, we'd have to consider what the data obligations are, and we have every intention to meet those requirements.
Sure. So since your surge pricing isn't actually live monitored, it's an algorithm, how do you address emergencies that arrive that are not declared states of emergency, such as, terrorists taking over a cafe in a downtown environment, which has happened, and surge pricing comes into effect as people are fleeing for their lives? How do you address that to stop that from happening?
Through you, Madam Speaker, again, what's important for us is we always think about transportation being as easy to obtain as running water. You turn on the tap and the water is there. You push a button on the phone and the car is there. Often in these instances, it's crucial that people can get access to transportation to get them where they need to go. Our model facilitates that. in certain jurisdictions where bylaws have been passed to have us put a cap, if you like, on that model. What happens is people tend to wait longer for their rides, but we can do that and are doing it in a few jurisdictions. We are also in jurisdictions where that is not required in the U.S., having partnerships with charitable organizations like Red Cross to help fund their activities in states of emergency through that differential.
So the philosophy of your business and of your drivers is that they'll help people in need as long as they'll make a good profit off of it, but when surge pricing isn't in effect, they just won't participate.
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, I would not characterize it that way.
Then why do people wait longer?
Well, what will happen is if we see this, stepping outside of the rare and thankfully rare states of terrorism or emergencies, what we find is that we can better match supply and demand and better or ensure better that people are getting a ride when they absolutely need one in a very transparent, very consumer protection oriented manner with all the information up front for people to make that choice. People always have the choice to use a taxi and other ways to get around the city. Ride sharing is simply another option, and we work hard to ensure that people get a ride when they need one, at the same time recognizing as good corporate citizens ways in which we can use the platform to help other charitable endeavors through donations or using the platform like we have with Goodwill to deliver used clothing. A whole host of ways we look to be good corporate citizens in the City of Ottawa.
Yeah, you're saints. How is it that you can expect the regulator not to ask and receive the basis of a fundamental principle of your model?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't make that commitment myself. That would be something that the business would, above my pay grade to make, but frankly, I would look to the staff report, and what I see in there is pretty robust obligations on us to share data with the city, and we are doing this in jurisdictions all over the world, and will continue to do so.
So will someone above your pay grade be part of the negotiations of what happens after something gets passed by council, or will it be left to you?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is an opportunity also. Ian Black, our General Manager in Canada, is on the speakers list today. I'm not sure where, but there will be an opportunity to ask him questions as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Blair. Councillor El-Shantari.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Shaver. And I don't sit on this committee, but I came in to listen, and I've been listening to many of my colleagues asking the same question, but yet I haven't heard a compelling answer about the camera in the vehicles. So in the past, we have cameras on a school bus, and we saw the reduction in running the school bus. We saw the camera in a taxi solve a lot of crime for the police and for the city and create a safety for your passenger and your driver both equally. So I don't understand the resistance to have a camera in the vehicle.
Through you, Madam Chair, again, I'll point to the recommendations of the KPMG report and the staff report.
I'm not asking about the report. I read the report. I'm asking you.
Yes, and I will echo their recommendation in terms of the thinking that they've done on why, given the fact that an Uber ride, like a limousine that doesn't have a camera requirement, never has, doesn't have one currently under your bylaw or under the City of Ottawa's bylaw, it's prearranged. We know that no one's anonymous in the Uber vehicle. We know who all parties are, Uber and the rider and the driver. There's no cash exchanged. There is GPS routing tracking of that trip. There is the ability to provide feedback in real time to Uber, monitor it, responded to in real time. There is the fact that we have emergency response teams that can reach out if instances are alleged. There is the ability for us to remotely deactivate a driver or a rider's account if an allegation is made. For all of those reasons that I have just provided that are echoed in reports before us today, and the fact that we are not against public safety. To us, it's paramount. But with all the public safety requirements that the bylaw already provides for, background checks, vehicle inspections, motor vehicle reference checks, things that we already are doing outside a regulatory framework and will continue to do under this bylaw. All of those things are in place. Now you've taken a vehicle camera that the staff already suggested is not going to enhance safety in any way. You're going to impose a cost of at least $1,000 for these cameras on the backs of people on a business model in which it's not taxi. And for all the reasons I outlined, makes it safer in an Uber vehicle. It's not anonymous.
So
it's cashless.
Are you saying
going to impose that on those
the
folks?
taxi will be safer for the passenger than you're saying because they have a camera and you don't?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm suggesting the cameras and the shields, and sometimes, taxis, at least in Toronto, have, there must be a button a taxi driver can push, and the light outside the car will blink and say, there'll be a sticker that says, in the event of emergency or flashing, please call 911. All of those things, shield, camera, button, flashing light in the taxi, were designed to keep drivers safe. Why? Because brokers, the driver don't know who is getting in the back of a car. So they put shields around the driver. They put the blinking light. They put a camera to keep them safe. But when you have a model in which parties are no longer anonymous, in which there is no cash, in which we have the ability to remotely deactivate drivers' accounts, in which we have emergency response teams, and you have the ability to provide real-time written feedback, monitored, responded to in real time, all of those things not possible in taxis because of the different business model. The staff and KPMG have looked at that and said a camera is absolutely required for those reasons inside a taxi. However, looking at the unique business model of ride-sharing and limousines currently in the City of Ottawa that have been running for a period of time, a long time, without a camera requirement, they have determined that that is not a necessary requirement and will only effectively act as a tax on people that are looking to do this for a few hours a week, and you're going to impose a requirement that's not going to improve safety for them. It's just going to solely act as another cost on those folks.
You're repeating the same answer you said earlier. What I'm interested in, and we saw the solvency of problem when they engage between a passenger and a driver, and those cameras become very helpful to the police on both sides, for the driver and for the passenger. That exchange, he said, she said, will be eliminated with the cameras. And that's not what I'm hearing from you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor El-Shantiri. So, seeing no further questions for the delegation, thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you, committee.
So, one down, 100 to go. And one of my colleagues has requested a brief recess. It's 1:05. I'm going to recess until 1:20. Please be back exactly at 1:20. Thank you. Okay, I can ask everyone to take their seats. It's 1:20. We're going to resume.
Normally I have gum with me, but I forgot my gum.
Dan, what did you get it down to?
Don't know yet.
That was actually brand new because we had a lot of small.
Please take your seats. The committee is about to resume. Okay. Our next speaker is Joel Harden, Contract Instructor, Department of Law and Legal Studies, Carleton University. And Mr. Harden will be followed by Dean McCracken, Uber driver. So good afternoon, Mr. Harden. Sorry for the long wait. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be as focused as I can because I know a lot of my fellow citizens here want to also offer their remarks. As you mentioned, I teach in the Department of Law and Legal Studies at Carleton University. I've done a fair amount of my own research into the sharing economy, and I wanted to frame my remarks this afternoon around 3 questions for Council, and I think a lot of them have actually come up already in the questions you had for Mr. Schaefer. First, what has Uber done to earn your trust and to earn our city's trust? That's my first question I want to raise with you. Secondly, why is Uber not operating at the moment in Calgary and Vancouver? And last, given everything you've heard and given the research you've been furnished with, how will you protect the public interest in this matter? So those are my 3 questions. And to start with my first, I don't think Uber at this moment has done a lot to earn your trust, or for that matter, for those of us engaged in legal research, for those of us who are concerned citizens. I actually think the company has a quite deliberate strategy when it moves into various marketplaces. Travis Kalanick, Uber's CEO, calls it principled confrontation when he was interviewed by Forbes magazine. Essentially, Uber's business model is that it will walk into a marketplace, into a city, and continue to operate regardless of what the rules suggest. And a lot of analysts, including myself, believe that that's the way it softens the ground, to see how resilient the regulatory architecture is in the city in question. And I think what's happened in Ottawa is that we've tried to deploy our resources, thanks to the members of QP 503 who do that work, the bylaw officers, and we found ourselves overwhelmed because Uber is a company that doesn't play by the rules. They want to envision themselves as being the Martin Luthers of our era and nailing the theses to the door. But the concern I have is, as has been pointed out, how can you ensure the technical report you've been furnished is recommending a 10.5 cent per fare remuneration back to the city from ride-sharing services like Uber. But you're counting, the regulatory framework you're proposing, you're counting on Uber to furnish you with that information. That leads to my second question. Why is Uber not operating in Calgary and in Vancouver? And for me, as a researcher, it's very clear. In Calgary, Mayor Nemshi and the professionals assigned to look into this matter went with the model that Mr. Schaefer talked about, a driver model, asking for $220 per driver and asking for a police-authorized criminal record check and a Category 4 driver's license for very, very clear reasons. The City of Calgary and the City of Vancouver want to maintain their own in-house regulatory standards that they can measure against a human being that allegedly or not commits an infraction. That's the model we have in the City of Ottawa. And notwithstanding the fact that drivers, many of whom are here today, had to pay $700 to furnish their cabs with that information, which I, as a citizen, find objectionable. I think Coventry Connections and I think Uber should actually pay to have that security architecture in those cabs. I think what we're seeing, the resistance we're seeing, the unhelpful regulatory red tape that we're hearing about from Mr. Schaefer, has to do with the fact that they want a different regulatory environment where the metrics and the data are first furnished by them and submitted to us in good faith. And what I can tell you as a researcher is that I'm very uncomfortable with the notion that we would cede our regulatory capacity to a third party. I don't think it's fair. I think it creates a different environment for drivers, for citizens, and for users. Lastly, how will you protect the public interest? I have to say that the KPMG report doesn't give you a lot, to my mind, at any rate, of useful advice to that regard. I actually want you to take a closer look at your colleagues in Calgary, in Vancouver, and in other cities around the world, and I'll send Mr. Desjardins some research in this regard after today. I think we need to maintain the standards that have been debated and fought for within our municipal context, and we have to make sure that we are the ones who actually can calculate data and we're not reliant upon third parties. They need to meet our standards and not the other way around. And when and if we take more of a Calgarian approach to actually saying ride-sharing services have a place within our city, we need to make sure that there is a cost to participate in that economy. Mr. Schaefer talks about it as onerous red tape. The research I have in our city is that many Uber drivers are working upwards of 10 or 12 hours a day. So I want to thank you for listening to me. I want to thank you for your hard work today and the next number of days. It's very important. And I welcome any questions you have, but quite honestly, you have a lot of other people to hear from.
Thank you, Mr. Harden. Don't go away. There is a question. Councillor Egli.
Actually, there's two quick questions. Over here. You talked, in that last phrase, you talked about your research showing you believe that Uber drivers are actually driving 10 to 12 hours per day. Can you flesh that out for us? What was the nature of your research and how did you arrive at that conclusion?
It's anecdotal, Mr. Egli, Councillor Egli, excuse me. My nature of my research is qualitative methods, and I interview people. And I've interviewed a number of people in the city who self-identify as Uber drivers. 45% of the people I've talked to are former taxi drivers. And they're not just looking for a little extra money to pay for green fees. They're trying to feed their families. And I think ride-sharing services have a place in an economy, but I don't see how we would allow Uber and Lyft and companies like them to have another regulatory framework that the city doesn't control. And quite frankly, I do have a lot of sympathy for drivers that I use all the time for my own work who've spent generations building up licenses that are plummeting in value because we can't figure out why Uber should be required to follow the same regulatory framework that they do. I have a lot of respect for people who drive taxis in the city, and I know you do too, and I think it's incumbent upon us to apply standards fairly.
So assuming we were to decide on a bylaw that would allow PTCs to operate in the city, based on your research, what is the single biggest change you would recommend to us in the existing report?
The gap from the report? I actually, there are three. I would insist that the city levy its fee to operate as it does on drivers on an individual driver basis and retain that control and integrity. Secondly, I would insist that a police-conducted criminal record check, and I believe there's some ambiguity. Some people read what's been prepared by KPMG and say that's what's in the report, but
that's my understanding from talking to Mr. DeMonte and Sue Jones, that it will be. Yes.
Great, because actually that's another public office conducting that research that we do for people who work with kids in their city and summer camps and stuff, and it fits within that same goal of public safety. And last but not least, the province of Alberta has just come out with its regulatory framework around this matter, and they've asked for a Category 4 driver's license for people operating in Edmonton and anywhere else in the province of Alberta, and I think that's required. We need to have a level of expertise, and I support those here who have actually said that the Algonquin College program is a very important program that will demonstrate sincerity and knowledge of all of the things that people have mentioned earlier.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Egli, and thank you, Mr. Harden. Our next speaker is Dean McCracken, Uber driver, and Mr. McCracken will be followed by Richard Surtees, President of Westway Taxi. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Great. Well, I joined as a Uber driver last summer in 2015. It presented myself as a great opportunity, as some of my other deaf friends have undertaken work with Uber. So I decided to give it a try, and I went through the application process and was approved. The first day, I have to admit, I was quite nervous as a deaf person now becoming a driver with Uber, but I have to tell you that my reservations were unfounded. It's been such an amazing opportunity. I've had a lot of success. My passengers know I'm deaf before they get into the cab, and that happened because of a suggestion that I brought up with Uber as I started driving. And within a matter of time, they implemented the iteration to include in the app the information to the customer to know that I'm deaf. So they get a message saying the driver's deaf, and I thought with the institution of that I may have less calls, if you will, but it was opposite to that fact. It actually reduced the awkwardness of a passenger coming into my cab and me having to identify myself as deaf. So when they come in my cab, they already know I'm deaf, and I say hi, and it's really comfortable, and there hasn't been any problems with that respect. I understand that we're here today to talk about a serious issue, about bylaws and whatnot, but I urge you to consider the opportunities that are presented to me as a deaf person, a member of the disabled community. You may not know in Montreal, there's about 12 or 14 deaf drivers right now with Uber in Montreal. In Ottawa, there was a higher number, but 37 of them left because of all the problems that are happening right now. So now, in Montreal, there's 12 full-time deaf Uber drivers. They're experiencing different issues. They've been arrested and whatnot by the Montreal police for whatever reason, but based on my experience here, driving in the city of Ottawa, and interacting with other Uber drivers and even taxi drivers, everybody's been quite friendly. Even though they know that I'm an Uber driver, I haven't experienced any backlash or anything. So my experience has been quite positive. Like myself, my colleagues in Montreal that are deaf and driving, it's because of the lack of opportunity for employment for deaf individuals, and this is a way for us to earn income. A few of those drivers have said that, they've been on welfare assistance, but now, since the opportunity with Uber, they've been able to stop receiving welfare assistance and now rely on full-time income from Uber, and it's increased their standard of living. I do this part-time because my daughter is involved in extracurricular activities, and I want to be able to continue that, and I feel that my family has benefited a lot from the extra income that I'm making, and I have to make you understand that as a deaf person, and especially in the world of employment, I face many discriminatory practices. I'm not given the chance for promotions. Communication in the workplace is very difficult because others don't understand sign language. And with the Uber model, I'm able to be my own boss. I'm able to look forward to developing my work with Uber and also the possibilities as an individual with my increased income. Now, in terms of having extra directions or communications with my consumer or the customer, passenger, if you will, there's not really a lot of need to do that because of the GPS capability within the app, because it gives me directions to where the pickup location is to the drop-off location. Everything is seamless, and it's quite efficient. on an aside, I got a 2.7 rating for an overnight drive. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I wasn't sure what had happened, but I pulled over.
Mr. McCracken, your time is up. Could you please wrap up?
Okay, sure. I guess the point is saying a deaf person that has recently lost their legs to amputation was having frustrations with paratranspo and getting the rides when they needed it. So they asked me if I could help with them.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there.
I'm sorry, but they asked me if I could work with them because I'm deaf. And so
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. I'm sorry, time's up, and we're being fair to everyone and trying to apportion the same time to everyone. Thank you for being here. Are there any questions for the delegation? There is one. Councillor Blais.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm right over here. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning and for your story. As an Uber driver, would you be opposed to taking a driver course to be allowed to continue to drive with Uber?
That's a good question. I did go through a series of video training before I started as a driver, and that was beneficial, but I don't know what the experience is for the hearing drivers, but from my perspective, I've been getting 4.8 stars in terms of customer service satisfaction ratings through the app, myself and the other deaf drivers, so I feel that the training that I had was sufficient.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and congratulations on your high rating. I suppose, though, my question is more, if it was required to take place, would you then take such a course to continue being able to drive?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, if it's a requirement, I would have to. If I wasn't in step with the bylaws and regulations, then I wouldn't be covered by insurance, and therefore I wouldn't be able to drive and earn an income. So, of course, I would do what was required.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you, Councillor Blais, and thank you, Mr. McCracken, for being here today. Our next speaker is Richard Surtees, President of Westway Taxi, and Mr. Surtees will be followed by Steve Ball, President of the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Richard Surtees. I am president of Westway Taxi. We are a local family-owned company, and next year we will be celebrating our 35th year in the taxi industry. We currently have about 170 vehicles and about 250 drivers. The drivers are we have a very good relationship with our drivers, many of whom tenure we can measure in years and decades, not weeks and months, and many of whom work for their livelihoods to put food on their tables, pay their rent and mortgages, not just to save up for leisure. During this time, in our 35 years, we've seen many changes to the taxi industry and have participated with many of you in the changes that we've seen, changes that have resulted in improvement to driver training, vehicle standards, driver standards, accessibility, and overall improvements in regulations that have come about and resulted in aids to ensure public safety and customer protection. With the advent of private transportation companies, we did foresee that we would be sitting here discussing these particular issues. So here we are today, and with many delegations speaking after me, I specifically wanted to speak early in order to ask the councillors and the committee to please listen to everybody on each side, paying particular attention to the issue of equity, and not just equity in how the bylaws are applied, but the equity of the service itself. It can't be stressed that when I call a taxi and it arrives and I pay, there's no difference between whether I press a button on an app and a vehicle comes and I pay through the app. I sincerely request that when we discuss all the topics, you remember and consider the fundamentals that of this pay for hire service. Whether, there's an argument that's been said that, a taxi can have a taxi stand where an Uber vehicle is only hailed through the app. Well, fundamentally, there's no difference if I'm at the hotel and there's a taxi stand and I pick up my phone and an Uber drives up to the front door, or a taxi that's been sitting there at the stand drives up to the front door. Once I'm in the vehicle, everything is the same. And therefore, we have to realize that because of the equity of the service, we have to have equity of the bylaw. And some things that I'd like to draw your attention to that currently are not equal are not items that are going to be, that a PTC would be opposed to, such as, why does a taxi driver have to have his criminal record search submitted to the city and not the PTC? What driver? Why does the taxi driver have to have his car inspected by the city and not the PTC? Although the requirements are there to submit these to the PTC, this is not the same and is not creating a level playing field. Simple adjustments like that, where everybody is mandated equally, will go a long way in ensuring that the playing field is leveled. Similarly, with insurance, there is no way of verifying the amount of time that a PTC driver is on the road. Why should one person have a limited type of insurance where the taxi driver has to have a full-time insurance? If you're going to be driving, it should cover you all the time. As happens in these types of services, relationships are built between customers and drivers. If I like an Uber driver, maybe one day I'm going to just call him up directly and not through the app.
Mr. Sertais, your time is up. Could you wrap up, please?
I will wrap up, sure. I'm going to urge you that, it's been said that councillors have, that the committee has made brave changes to the proposed bylaw to accommodate Uber. My vision and my hope is that rather than accommodating these types of companies, councillor and committee...
Thank you, Mr. Sertais.
Will two more words. Rather than accommodating them, they will allow them to join the taxi bylaw, since they are providing the same type of service.
Thank you. There are some questions. Don't go away, starting with Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the review that's been undertaken the last little while, the introduction of Uber to Ottawa, the competition that this has introduced, how will Westway evolve and improve itself after the revised bylaw is passed? How are you as a company going to get better?
Well, as a company, we are already embracing technology. There are very similar apps to what is out there today with an Uber type of app. We are in-house providing additional training to address issues that the public has brought up that wherein they favor certain things in an Uber-type environment than a taxi environment. These things are constantly ongoing, and you know, we maybe have been a little late, but we certainly have caught up. And that type of thing is going on, but it can only go on, and we can only provide these things for our full-time drivers with a level playing field. And that's really what I'd like to stress, is that no matter what we do, we can't achieve our goals and reach our means if we're constantly battling something that's doing the same thing and required to do less.
The KPMG report identifies a customer service satisfaction differential from passengers who take traditional taxis versus Uber. What have you learned from this report, and how will you focus on customer service going forward?
Well, way back, Westway was the first company to require our drivers to undergo a Superhost training course. Now, this we haven't done in about at least a decade or maybe longer, but it is something that we've brought up again. You know, we don't have a driver rating system yet, but if this is another option that we can look at, customer service is the industry that we're in, and we realize that we don't have a problem with competition so long as it's equal and fair.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Parkinson. Councillor Blythe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good part of your presentation has been about equality and fairness and level playing field, et cetera. And so I'm wondering if you would expect to make use of the provision that would allow you to discount rates with booking through an app.
Thank you. That's a good question. It's not something that I personally at our company have had discussions on at this time. So I don't want to say yes or no to that. You know, the challenge really is that why, when you're in an industry that's requiring so much of you with respect to expenses, how is that going to make you more by reducing your income in order to compete with somebody who has far less expenses, whereas, you know, you're at some point there's a line where the benefit, you know, the gain doesn't outweigh what you're doing.
So you see the metered rate then, or a fixed rate that changes with time and distance, et cetera. You see that as a way of ensuring a certain profit margin.
Well, what I'm saying is that if you have fixed expenses like taxis do, then you have to be able to earn enough to cover your expenses and then have enough money to take home at the end of the day. If you're competing against a service where the expenses are significantly less, you know, then, you know, it's like chopping off your head despite your face kind of thing. You know, it's not helping the situation even by lowering the prices.
So if the things that were driving your expenses to be higher than the other companies that are trying to get into the market, if those expenses were to come down, you would lower or not need such a high metered rate?
Well, I certainly think that's part of the equation.
Okay. And so what do you believe, one of the other things you mentioned was taxi stands. What do you, as a president of the company, why is a taxi stand valuable to maintain?
Taxi stands are a reason to be affiliated with a company that serves that area. It's a reason why you're paying the city your fee as a driver and a plate holder for that exclusivity. If it was a wide open area, then there would be no then there would be nothing differentiating a taxi.
No, but there must be an inherent value to the industry in having a taxi stand. So I'm wondering, as the president of the company, what do you see as the inherent value of continuing to have taxi stands?
Well, on a private taxi stand, if that's what you're referring to, I suppose, like at a hotel, it would, it would ensure that the vehicles associated with that company would have the exclusivity of picking up at that location.
But you don't see any value in having reserved taxi pickup only locations then?
There is, for sure, certainly at a place like an airport where people just walk out. But, everything, if you create a scenario where even if I'm at a hotel, for example, and there's a cab sitting there, but my option is to pick up my phone and for half price take something else, it reduces the value of that stand.
So as the president of a company, you would be okay with taking out taxi stands and reserved taxi pickup locations throughout the downtown?
Well, I can't speak to that in the grand scope of things. It's more of a taxi industry item, but I think anything that brought equity to the industry where all the players were involved, that's the issue.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? I think we would like to probe that a little bit more, because I personally see a lot of advantage for the taxi industry in being the only ones that can arrange fares through telephone, for example, the only ones that can have cash fares, the only ones that can have street hails. And I'm not sure that you really want to level that playing field. So you would say, yes, you do?
What I'm saying is that the situation is now where you have these. Listen, if you cash fares or not cash fares, that's not the issue. The issue and parking on the street. Also, if you still have situations where somebody is able to get the same service by a different means for half the price, whether you're sitting there on the street or the person calls for that other service on their phone ahead of time is the factor that's going to make the difference.
So you'd be fine with leveling that playing field in all those ways and just opening it up to everyone?
Well, I'm sure if it was opened up in that sense, where all the security issues were addressed, where everybody had to have full-time commercial insurance, where everybody had to present their licenses and inspections to the city, where everybody had to have their vehicles inspected, where everybody had to pay a driver's license fee, where everybody had to have cameras, then that would put a level playing field down.
Okay, and then you would agree to end the limit on the number of plates, because that would only happen if we could issue plates to allow new people to operate.
Well, now you're putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm just asking, because you're talking about a level playing field. Let's talk about how we could effectively, reasonably level the playing field.
Well, it has been proven that a unlimited number of plates is not beneficial to anybody. We've had that experience already with the city of Vanier here prior to amalgamation. There's countless case studies that support a limited number. It's not a topic I touched on up here, but a flooding of the market with an unlimited number of PTCs is also not beneficial to anybody as well. So by doing what you suggest, we get more cars on the road, less dollar per driver in their pocket. It's not a recommendation that I think would be beneficial to anybody.
Okay, we'll leave it there. I'm not suggesting, I'm just asking about how far you're willing to go to level the playing field. Thank you, Mr. Certes. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move on to Steve Ball, President of the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association, and Mr. Ball will be followed by Ian Ferris, President and CEO of the Ottawa Chamber of Commerce.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, and councillors. My name is Steve Ball. I am the president of the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association, and I want to thank you today for the opportunity to address you on behalf of our membership. As I'm sure you're aware, our industry is also feeling the impact of the sharing economy. Private hotel rooms are all the rage, and we are meeting with the provincial officials regularly to try to find a fair and an equitable solution for coexistence. As you can imagine, there are many parallels to which you are facing here today. As you're also likely aware, the province and the City of Toronto commissioned a study through the Mars Solutions Lab on the sharing economy, and that was released last week. In this it's the first document I've seen that actually defines what the sharing economy is. It's called A Paradigm for Peer-to-Peer Lending that Enables the Sharing, the Borrowing, or Bartering of Underutilized Assets in Exchange for Goods, Services, or Money. I was comfortable with that description until I saw the words for money. In my mind, that's where the sharing stops and the rental economy starts. As a hotel industry, we believe that anything that improves the guest experience to and from a hotel and to make it easier to travel throughout our city is a good thing. This could include more choices in ground transportation, including light rail, which we are all excited about, improved public walking and cycling paths, better signage, and wayfinding. But public safety and security, as well as conforming to current laws, has to be a non-negotiable condition of engagement. Our industry won't tolerate illegal activities and businesses that put our guests at risk. The playing field needs to be level with new business entrants, and a positive end-user experience must be maintained at all times. I have read the report by the City Taxi Bylaw Committee, and I have reviewed the Mayor's comments. I believe this provides some positive measures to address the fairness issues in the car-for-hire industry, but I think there are some missing pieces that need to be considered. And while I realize some of the suggestions, and they are suggestions, that I'm about to make remain outside of the scope of the city, I would hope that they would be contemplated when informing the decisions going forward. Number one, have one category for businesses that are cars for hire. You are attempting to define a separate private transportation company for app-based services versus traditional taxi companies. Consider them as one. They're all using apps. There is no traditional any longer. And recognize that technology is just the enabler for what these core business models represent. They are simply the car-for-hire business. Two, have one insurance model. You are driving in a car for hire to earn money. You require a commercial insurance policy consistent with the industry. As a passenger, I just want to know that the vehicle I'm in is covered. Three, have common training requirements. Four, have one tax model. Either everyone collects HST from zero-based dollars, or they all start at the $30,000 threshold. Currently, under the Income Tax Act, taxis pay from zero base. Everyone in the car-for-hire business should need to register for an HST number. All companies should be required to charge HST in all fares, so both driver and passenger are able to claim ITC deductions. 6, cars for hire should be forced to collaborate with the CRA by sharing a list of drivers on their platforms, whether they make the $30,000 threshold or not. Income tax is not an option in this country. 7, all drivers within the City of Ottawa should be mandated to share a minimum level of data so that the commercial use of our roadways to be used for evidence-based policy making going forward. In closing, I believe demystifying the noise around the sharing economy is the first step to responsibly addressing this disruption caused by Uber and Airbnb as well. Just because it is shiny and new and people like it does not mean they get a free pass. We have rules for a reason. We have controls for a reason. And we live in a society that pays its fair share to the public purse to ensure a safe environment and, most importantly, equal opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baldunkel. Where there's a question, Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. You said an insurance monitor. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that and how you think it might work?
I'm sorry, I meant to say model, insurance model.
Oh, model, sorry.
Apologies.
Strike that question then.
Thank you, Councillor Egley, and thank you, Mr. Ball. Our next speaker is Ian Ferris, President and CEO, Ottawa Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Ferris will be followed by Chris Bradshaw, former owner of Virtue Car. Good afternoon, Mr. Ferris. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Councillors. My name is Ian Ferris. I'm the President and CEO of the Ottawa Chamber of Commerce, and it's my pleasure to address you today in your deliberations on the future of regulating vehicles for hire in Ottawa. The Ottawa Chamber has been an active stakeholder in economic development in our community for over 160 years. The Ottawa Chamber's mandate is to work with our members and the Ottawa business community to identify those priorities that will lead to economic growth and expansion, while working cooperatively with interested stakeholders, including government, to implement those priorities. With a member-focused mandate, the Ottawa Chamber looked at the issue of vehicles for hire closely. We're proud to include Coventry Connections as a long-standing member of the Ottawa Chamber. We've had the opportunity to work with their principals and recognize their long-standing contributions to the business community in Ottawa, as well as the tourism sector. We were able to host its president and CEO, Mr. Hanif Patni, for an important dialogue with the Ottawa business community last month. But we also welcome Uber Canada as a new member of the Ottawa Chamber and hope that they will strive to contribute to our organization, the Ottawa business landscape, and our local community. In terms of the Ottawa Chamber's strategic approach, the issue of vehicles for hire directly impacts our focus on the reduction in the cumulative regulatory burden faced by business in Ottawa, in Ontario, and in Canada. In 2013, the Ottawa Chamber successfully passed a resolution through the Ontario Chamber of Commerce to crack down on the underground economy, which makes it difficult for legitimate businesses to compete. At that time, we called for tougher penalties for non-compliance and a stronger focus on high-risk industries. Specifically, we identified the vehicle for hire industry as a notable example where many legitimate taxi operations were suffering as a result of unlicensed bandit cabs. Today, we're calling on the City and other orders of government to ensure that equity is at the heart of any new vehicle for hire framework in Ottawa. Ottawa Chamber members and companies in the local business community have identified ride-sharing and vehicles for hire as a priority issue for advocacy by the Ottawa Chamber, with 64% of respondents in our fall 2015 Ottawa Business Growth Survey following this issue closely. Specifically, 58% of businesses stated that companies such as Uber should be allowed to operate in Ottawa, but new rules need to be introduced that create a level playing field between ride-sharing applications like Uber and taxi companies. Proposals that have been put forward for today's discussion may include elements that lead to a two-tier system that may not support the development of an integrated, well-positioned framework for a vehicle for hire system, one that meets the needs of the business community, our important tourism sector, and our local residents. Just look at the inequity inherent in mandating security cameras for one class of vehicle for hire, yet not for another. License fees, insurance coverage, and driver education could be put in a similar category. I mentioned the importance of our tourism sector, and you'll hear from the experts at Ottawa Tourism later today. But the Ottawa Chamber would hope that the vehicle for hire sector would follow that of the beverage alcohol and amateur sports sectors and others that have clearly demonstrated that education is critical. They pioneered online education that could be adopted by the vehicle for hire sector. In short, we do not believe that tourism education and customer service training should be optional, but we're clearly not supporting a rigid curriculum and format that disadvantages one sector over the other. I'd like to revisit the issue of the possibility of unintended consequences in terms of tax compliance. While this may be the constitutional responsibility of another order of government, the Ottawa business community strongly supports a system that reduces the regulatory, paper, and red tape burden put on businesses, but also supports a system that doesn't allow one class of business organization to benefit over another in terms of compliance. The recent 2016 Ontario and 2016 federal budgets were very clear on the need for tax fairness and a reduction of the underground economy. In conclusion, the Ottawa Chamber of Commerce, representing its membership, supports the move to a renewed regulatory and business framework for the vehicle for hire sector that is based on equity, with a commensurate reduction in the cumulative regulatory burden faced by businesses, and with a targeted approach to reducing the underground economy. We strongly support cooperative efforts to work towards building an ecosystem that will make Ottawa the most innovative and prosperous community in Canada. Thank you for allowing us to present this afternoon.
And thank you for your presentation, Mr. Ferris. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move along to Chris Bradshaw, former owner of Virtue Car. Mr. Bradshaw will be followed by Brian Wade, Chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Good afternoon, Mr. Bradshaw. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just at the Transportation Committee yesterday, and it's interesting that the issue was congestion there. And it's a matter of, as well, the idea of how we can, pardon me, I lost part of my paper here. The various silos for transportation, as you know, at the city are spread quite a bit around. I sometimes appear at Transit Committee, sometimes at Transportation Committee. FEDCO sometimes gets involved in an issue such as parking, and I was on the parking stakeholders consultation group for 4 years as well. What I really want to get at is that, yes, I am a person who helped start the sharing economy in Ottawa. In 2000, we started Virtue Car. I don't remember the car rental business coming to council and asking for protection, but we operated more by stealth. Small, organic growth model meant that we did not present a major threat to any industry at the beginning. In fact, we actually had a call from the zoning people at the planning department who wanted to make sure that we were not operating our business out of something that wasn't properly zoned for car rental. And we explained to them that car sharing does not involve having all our cars at one location, but has them scattered around, and we rent in parking spots and so forth. And the city actually became one of the organizations that rented parking to us. I wanted to especially stress the kinds of things that are coming. I think the report does a good job at dealing with what has happened up to now, but I don't think it realizes how disruptive the technologies are. And I think even Uber appreciates the fact that they could themselves be usurped by technologies that are coming. And I'll give you some examples. One is the autonomous automobile. We are in Ottawa, by the way, the Autonomous Automobile Centre of Excellence in Canada is in fact housed here, and they made a presentation just recently to the Canada North BIA group at an event there, and I followed this quite closely. When you have vehicles that can move around without a driver behind the wheel, we will truly have something you might call ride sharing, except there will be a particular, it won't be multiple persons in the car necessarily, unless we adopt a carpool model to go with that. So this is something very good for people that I work with, fellow seniors. We have an older drivers committee at the Council on Aging, and we are very much looking at how we can tell seniors how to adjust to the fact that they eventually either will voluntarily be cutting back on their driving as they lose confidence in their ability under certain circumstances, such as driving at night, driving on faster roads, and so forth. But also, we want to show them how they can adjust once they do stop, or even partially stop. And we think that the taxi service and Uber are very good examples of that particular type of thing. But they don't, just like Virtue Car, don't tend to make an impact on commuting. The commuting trips tend to be made by transit and car, and those don't tend to make that much of an impact. I know the city planners in planning and transportation are very much focused on the commuting trip, and I think it's another issue that has to be looked at. When we talk about insurance, I think one of the major aspects that has to be looked at is that Uber provides, and I think it seems too much as a negative, part-time drivers. I think it's something that that the taxi industry has not addressed, and it's because of the regulatory model. It's not just the industry that's at fault, is that the price of the medallion or the plate goes up with time, and every driver is really expected to have it for 24 hours. Even those that have their one car, one plate, they will rent the thing out for the hours that they are sleeping if they can get some more money out of it. It forces the unit to try to the owner to try to use it as much as possible. There's really no way to work in the part-time driver. There's no way to bring in surge supply to meet surge demand. And I think that's something that Uber, it may not be their entire purpose because it seems like they're trying to fly below the radar, and it comes things like HST and perhaps also tapping a labor source that they don't have to worry about providing benefits to and so forth. But I would say that that is something that the market has not adapted to, and I think is definitely needs to have it. If you talk about insurance, why should there be part-time insurance? Well, if you go out to my good friend Todd Littman, who's with the Victoria Transportation Institute in Victoria, BC, he's a very big fan of pay-as-you-go car insurance. Why should you pay the same amount for car insurance regardless of how much you drive? So there, you will log in, your car mileage is worked out, and it's prorated in terms of how much driving you do. So that's, I think, another thing that should be taken into account. In terms of seniors using the service, I don't know that seniors are that big a user of Uber services. I do know that...
Mr. Bradshaw, your time is up. Could you please wrap up? So
I'm just mentioning cell phones and apps, cash and accessibility are very important to us, and there was a concern that the Uber does pay into accessibility fund or provide the accessibility to their standards. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Don't go away. This question for you, Councillor Shirelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure, ask if the Speaker understood that the reason the city didn't go after him was that he wasn't breaking any of our laws. But do you understand that's why?
It was open to interpretation, by the way. Even the right of getting a street permit for our cars, we argued that we were serving nearby residents and therefore we weren't a business. And yet that was something that we had to fuss over, and we ended up not using that many on-street parking because of the difficulties of having to move a car during snowstorms.
I am pretty sure that our enforcement officers would have been after you if they thought you were breaking the law. So sadly, you must admit you weren't breaking the law.
Well, it's nice to know that. I'll go into the grave a little happier now.
Hey, Councillor, don't go away. Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. I know, as you pointed out, you're at Transportation Committee, and I think you bring a unique perspective because of your experience in the founding of Virtue Car and other ride-sharing experience. I know I've had a few chats with you, so I'm always interested in your perspective. And you're talking about in the presentation about the autonomous technology, and we actually had the CEO of Ford here this morning for the Mayor's Breakfast talking about that and how that's a few years away. So the technology's there, it's coming, it's fast and furious, and we have a responsibility to dealing with it as well. And I want to know, you touched a bit on the insurance piece and other pieces that are in the report, but what's your take in terms of the best way to move this forward to the compromise that can work for everyone? Where do you see the gaps in the report in terms of moving it forward?
I do find, Madam Chairman, that the process is very rushed right now. The report has been out in the public domain only for 7 days, and I made this argument to the committee when the older adults plan came through, and when it was tabled was also the final date that you were making decisions as to what that would contain. I have a fair background in public consultation, and as well I study human resentment, and we have a lot of it swirling around this room, as often happens. There's now a new book called The Politics of Resentment, by the way, that I haven't yet read. But I think that we do need to get a number of people with a number of different expertise and perspectives to sit around the same tables. I think that was started during the process before the report was written with KPMG, and I attended one of those sessions. And I think that it needs to get things out that we realize what is level and what is not level in terms of a playing field. That we were talking about treatment. That's a really important part of resentment. And we have to also acknowledge that many of the users have been resentful about some of the ways the service has come out from the taxi industry, and we're just waiting for something to come along, even though I think it's mostly younger people who have found the Uber model and they embrace their cell phones and so forth, smartphones, to do that. So we might talk about it later, but I think that getting some extra time and breathing room around this would be very valuable at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. I mean, I don't think it's been rushed, and I know the cabbies that are here too would probably feel that this hasn't been a rushed process, but you're right in terms of the release, and that's usually the protocol of how we do it. A week goes live a week before we go to committee. But, you know, again, I'm interested in your view if you think there are any quick, I know you may have not had the chance to read the whole report, but if there's any quick points that you'd like to make in terms of improving this and strengthening this report.
I guess I would say that it would be good to get, and this may be your IT committee, it's a subcommittee of council involved, they dealt with the smart city, early stages of the smart city report. I think that much of what was talked today about data, the data-rich nature, there should be a lot more going into the system about how people use transportation. We don't really, there is an ecology of transportation, and people don't often realize that we need to look at that, including OC Transpo. I've pitched to them the idea that they should have a fare system that allows them to track not only when people get onto a bus, but when they get off the bus. That would give us a lot more rich data about what it's done. And Uber should be making much available in a way that doesn't violate personal privacy, obviously. Because we really, one of my models, which I started describing yesterday and get to today, is the idea that everyone who drives in the city, drives himself somewhere, should be able to have an app to pick up any hitchhikers along the way with the same type of security system which Uber touts as being something that is equal to what the camera is providing for the taxi industry. That we should, in fact, be able to, I foresee a time when we'll be booking our trips in our city and having the computer tell us what route we should take. But you need to track all of the routes in the city to do that particular type of thing. And we also need to reduce our car population. I think Uber and the taxi industry are both an important part of that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kakush. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. And we'll move now to Brian Wade, Chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. And Mr. Wade will be followed by Walid Najib Salika, taxi driver.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Brian Wade, and I'm joined today by a couple of members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. To my left is Philip Tricot, and in the audience is Don Patterson and Guy DeRoche. We thank you for allowing us to express our views on the topic of regulating vehicles for hire in the City of Ottawa. The mandate of the Accessibility Advisory Committee is to fulfill the duties as outlined in the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. One of our main topics of interest is transportation. We strive to provide advice that will allow for an accessible and inclusive transportation system. We realize that the system is made up of many forms, including walking, cycling, public transportation, private vehicles, and the various vehicles for hire, each carrying its own accessibility concerns. We applaud city staff and the consultants for listening to residents' concerns and the resulting recommendations before us today. We see this as a start in creating an accessible and inclusive transportation system. Therefore, we agree with the following recommendations. TC, requiring all drivers to provide mandatory annual police vulnerable sector records check, statement of driving record, and a Ministry of Transportation safety standards certificates. 3B, waiving accessible taxi driver licensing fee. 3F, eliminating the $1.50 credit card processing fee. 3J, expanding the regulated area to include the entire City of Ottawa, which my understanding is this will allow for 4 more accessible taxi plates into the system. 4A, establishing an auxiliary service category to address other service models, such as special seniors assistance services. And, of course, 5C, amend the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act to include a reference to private transportation companies to ensure that appropriate accessible transportation requirements are mandated for these private transportation companies and to foster a more level playing field with taxi cabs and accessible taxi cabs already captured in the Act and its regulations. We encourage that all vehicle for hire services fully adopt the spirit of the AODA. Even though Ottawa currently has 187 accessible taxi plates, a number of low-floor buses, and specialized paratransport buses, one of the highest ratios in any Canadian jurisdiction, there are still areas where more can be done to make our system truly accessible and inclusive. We therefore recommend the following be applied to all vehicles for hire. Require all companies with more than 25 affiliated vehicles provide 15% or more of their hours of service in accessible vehicles. vehicles. Require all companies to contribute to an accessibility service support fund for as long as they fail to meet the 15% or more threshold of accessible vehicle service. Increase a company's contribution to the fund by 15% for each year that they fail to meet its requirements to provide the required percentage of accessible service. Prevent companies from downloading the cost of contributing to this fund onto the consumer. Require that all companies include features in their apps that will improve accessibility for blind, low vision, deaf, or hard of hearing persons. Require that taxis also improve accessibility for blind and low vision persons by making any new meters talking meters. At the conclusion of the trip, the meter will read out the total fare owing. And lastly, review existing accessible vehicle requirements to ensure that vehicle design continues to provide a safe and comfortable ride for users using mobility aids such as scooters and wheelchairs. If any of the recommendations discussed today are put into practice, we look forward to working with Council, City staff, and other stakeholders as per our mandate under the AODA in order to create an accessible and inclusive transportation system in the City of Ottawa. We challenge all vehicle-for-hire companies to agree to the bold statement that in order to offer transportation service in Ottawa, one must do so in an accessible and inclusive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wade. There is a question. Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Brian and Philip, for coming in today, and thank you for all of your work along with the other two members of the committee that are here on the accessibility issues in your committee. In terms of overall, what I'm getting from your comments is that you're pretty happy with the report or pretty satisfied with the report with some changes or adjustment that you're requesting.
Thank you. I think from what we've discussed, there are certain aspects of the report that we do support, and those we listed in the comments that Brian spoke about and that have been distributed to you. I would say that our main caveat and significant glaring concern is that the current proposal before you today would not require that private taxi or private transportation companies provide a certain level of accessible vehicle service. For us, that is kind of the glaring issue that we felt that if a new company is to come onto this market, and especially in this city where the City Council took a bold step of saying that all plates are going to be accessible, if our city is truly to be accessible by 2025, as Council has committed to, then it seems unfathomable to us that new companies would be allowed to provide services in this city without being required to do so at a certain percentage in inaccessible vehicles.
Thank you very much for that answer, but you know that going forward, as the report recommends, there are some conditions that the staff has put into it because of the concern that the city has with the accessibility issue. The other thing that we've talked about, I guess, the last couple of days, about long-term impacts of a ride-sharing company coming into a marketplace and having an effect on what we consider to be a very successful accessible taxi product. Would you have any comments on that?
Thank you, Councillor Kadri, and through the chair, I see accessibility as providing options. So providing other companies to come in to the market and provide service just provides more options for everyone. And of course, when we are referring to accessible vehicles, we're not always necessarily talking about the design vehicles for wheelchairs and scooters, mobilities, because for some people, a lower sedan may be more appropriate than having one of those specialized vehicles. So again, it's all about providing options. But again, overall, going back to your previous question, I do believe that this is a start to have a framework that we can work from and to make sure that we are truly having an inclusive and accessible system, because ideally that's what we are striving to reach, and to make sure that every part of the system is accessible and can be used by as many residents in the City of Ottawa or visitors as well. So I just want to add anything more?
If I could Follow up on that specifically, when KPMG did come to our committee at their earlier stages of reporting, one of the issues that was brought up by the representative is that the fact of operating an accessible vehicle means that for taxi drivers and for taxi companies, that accessible vehicle is just more expensive to run. And so one of the concerns that I would highlight is if in this new model, only certain sections of the private transportation sector are required to provide accessible rides, then there is perhaps a concern that that already higher cost of using an accessible vehicle could be exacerbated if they're now left to provide the only accessible services when another area of the system does not have that same burden.
Thank you very much, sir, for your response, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kadri, and thank you to the delegation. We'll move along now to Walid Najib Salika. Not here? Okay, thank you. Moving on then to Marc-Andre Way from Capital Taxi, and Mr. Way will be followed by Paul Bendis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, councillors. My name is Marc-Andre Way, Chief Operating Officer at Coventry Connections, owner of Capital Taxi, a company that was founded by my grandfather back in 1937. I'm the president of the Canadian Taxi Association, representing companies throughout Canada. I'm also on the board of directors of the International Taxi and Paratransit Limousine and Paratransit Association, representing major players in the ground transportation industry worldwide. I've been involved in the industry since the mid-'80s, and I've actually driven a cab for a few years while going through university. I've been involved in every major reform since the Andrew Hayden report. Our industry, over the last 15 years, has gone through reforms, and through previous council, we have redefined and improved bylaws and regulations to the point to see the documents that or the regulations that we follow today. Throughout those 15 years, lots of issues and lots of asks have been requested of our drivers and of the companies themselves. Today, we have a report that basically says we can loosen all those regulations, and that buyer beware is the new standard for safety, consumer protection, and accessibility. We have a report that does not level the playing field, but gives a company with an app a completely open playing field. A report that says that a company can give cash in lieu of following the Ontario Accessibility and Disability Act, while certainly will most certainly be challenged by certain individuals. The city should have the proper time to check on this approach and consider asking an entrant that wants to work in our city to stop working illegally until this issue and matters related to enforcement and powers enforcement be that the city has the time to request from the province the right dispensation needed in order to properly regulate the industry, as per the report as per indicated in our report. Our industry is not worried about competition as long as we're playing on the same field. Our industry realizes that the needs of the customers are paramount, and that, we'll be honest, our industry has not been very good at it for a few years. And we get that, and we realize that. Today, we are asking that you consider the 9 recommendations that we've presented to you. We have not said do not allow another entry, but we are asking you to, at a minimum, put us all on the same path. We are looking for the city to be involved at the most basic level in the ground transportation industry. Drivers need to register with the city and need to provide the proper documentation to the city. Vehicles need to be properly insured to carry passengers for compensation, and the insurance needs to be managed and controlled by the city. A simple insurance certificate should be provided to the city on a per-car basis, and that is not a huge hurdle to jump. Proper inspection of vehicles should be done by the city, and certificates should be presented to the city, same as the taxi industry. These are very simple rules to follow. Today, you have an industry that has proven through the last 15 years that we're willing to change and is willing to evolve. We have app bookings. In fact, we have international app booking now. We work with international partners to better our services. We have sophisticated dispatch systems that have adopted dispatch rules that have been negotiated with our unions and our drivers. These rules have evolved throughout more than 15 years. I believe that when making a decision, we need to reflect on the impact that some recommendations before you are going to have on the taxi industry. The KPMG report is, in my humble opinion, lacking a proper understanding of the taxi industry and clearly is blinded by the fast-paced evolution of technology and the short-sighted influence of the gig economy. Competition is a good thing.
Mr. Ray, your time has expired. Can you please wrap up?
One very important player in our industry is the drivers and their families. Our drivers are long-term career drivers, not transient drivers, drivers who have been working and investing in the industry for more than 20 years. They are residents of our city. They have raised their families. They are sending their kids to college, university, contributing to our community. You have said that you want this service to continue and existing with viability. We implore you to take the right decision and think of all of those taxi drivers and taxi industry that have been supporting our city for many, many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Don't go away. There are several questions for you, starting with Councillor Al-Shantiri.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Way, for your not just for your presentation today, but also for being working together with the city in the past, especially the Taxi Advisor Committee, and we came a long way. Earlier today, I asked one question about the benefit of the camera in the vehicle. I'd like you to just give me your feeling about this, and also about the training, because before the training, whether training for the taxi or the training for accessibility, how we become evolved with the training. So if you can just comment on those 2 points, I would really appreciate it.
So when we discussed the camera, most of you were there, initially many of the industry stakeholders were not very keen on cameras in the cars.
I remember I was there.
I can tell you that today, not only are we keen, but we think it's imperative that a camera be in the car. It's imperative for multiple amount of reasons. It's a deterrent when it comes to violent actions in the car. It's a way to, as I believe Councillor Shirelli said, it's easy to identify the driver, it's easy to identify the passenger. What's difficult is what has happened within the vehicle. I can tell you that our staff have on numerous occasions assisted various organizations to help find a solution to either a violent, either a crime, or either identifying if someone actually went in a taxi from A to B and someone was missing. We see this as a very, very important tool in the industry, to the point where in fleets in other cities where we operate, and it's not part of the regulations, we still install our cameras because it has been proven through the advancements of the City of Ottawa that it is a useful tool. When it comes to courses, I remember when the course was a 2-day course given by a bylaw officer. That course evolved into a week, became 3 weeks and is now at 6 weeks. Why? Because we want to create drivers who are ambassadors of the city. We don't want transient drivers. We want representatives of our city who know the points of interest, know the quickest route, know how to deal with customer service issues, who are well aware of accessibility issues, and who are taking a course from a professional, hands-on, with demonstration and exercises that you actually, at the end of the course, feel as if you're comfortable in your position. You're not nervous when you get into the car and you start operating a taxi. Above and beyond that course, as a company, we also give them a half-day training course on the equipment that we have in our cars, so that when the drivers get into the car, they're very comfortable with what they're doing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Silver.
Thank you, Councillor Al-Shantiri. Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming out today. You bring kind of a unique perspective to the discussion because you've driven a cab, you're running a cab company, so you sort of get it from both sides. Keeping in mind that a lot of work has gone into this report, both through staff and KPMG consultations. So we have a framework, and so that framework at the end of the day is not going to be set aside in something brand new. However, having said that, I think there's a lot of interest around the table to making changes that could make the report better. So if you could pick one single thing in the report that you think needs to be changed, what would that be?
The one most important point, and it's actually point number one in our 9 points that we've distributed, is the fact that the drivers should register themselves with the City of Ottawa as per a taxi driver, should present all relevant documentation to the city, and the city should have a control of how many drivers are out there. It's all about being safe, and it's all about consumer protection.
So you're not satisfied that spot audits or spot checks by bylaw will be sufficient to make sure that the people who are driving the Uber cars have proper insurance and safety checks and everything else?
No, I'm not, Councillor. We, throughout the years, have had to build a staff of 5 to actually monitor. We duplicate what the city does as a company. And we have a staff of 5 that are constantly monitoring the changes in drivers, the drivers that bring in their new information, the new insurance, all of this information. It's a task. You need an office, and I didn't hear satisfactory comments that an office will be here. A technology company doesn't seem to think that that's important. But I can tell you that spot audits are going to be done. There's no frame around how those spot audits will occur, how the record keeping will be done. There's a lot of ambiguity around spot audits and letting a company self-police itself. I think that it's important that we know who the drivers are and that we make sure they have the vulnerable criminal background checks, that they submit a proper driver's abstract so we know that they're good drivers, bad drivers, they're insurable, not insurable, so on and so forth.
So the single biggest thing is you would like to see a more robust compliance approach in the report. You would want to see more control by the city, more access to the information. Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's the single thing.
In a nutshell, that would be our first point, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Egley. Councillor Drouce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To you, and thank you very much, Mr. Andre, for being here today. Just a quick question. The PTC, this is not just, it's been here for 14 months, and I know we've seen it coming, and we're all around here in this room discussing this issue. In your experience, and it's your past history of being in this industry, what is your company doing at this point, or when when we saw this coming, what is the improvement, what is the tools that you have in your hand now to compete and to be able to work against the PTC. What I'm trying to achieve here, I know that the industry is changing. There is public demand in this. There is a lot of public support behind it, and sometimes we talk about it with your colleagues and the drivers, and they say it's a price-driven. Can you just distinguish a little bit? It's not only the price-driven, because obviously there is more than price in this issue right now we're discussing and we're talking. Could you just highlight a little bit what is you guys are trying to do to be able to compete on with this technology? Because as you know, technology is here, but we're trying to help you to making sure, like the chair said before, and when this report came out, we're trying to be creative. We're trying to think outside the box. How do you think we can proceed, and what do you think, to your knowledge, and what we can help you with, and give us a little highlight on what happened in the last year and a half?
So from a service delivery point of view, throughout the years we've improved the way in which we accept our calls. Traditionally, it was strictly by telephone, where someone would call, give an address, it would be punched into a system and dispatched to our drivers. We now have a system where it's automatic voice recognition, or IVR, where your telephone number, if you're calling frequently from an address, that a car is automatically dispatched without talking to someone. That's one. Second one is you can now text your address through our booking numbers, and an interaction starts to occur between the user and the company via text, and a taxi is sent. Very, very quick, very efficient. We have apps for each one of our fleets, which are, for example, a Capital Taxi app will send you a Capital Taxi, so on and so forth. A Blue Line app does the same. And our apps are, I must say, slightly more sophisticated than the Uber app, simply because we have to we're managing our drivers through a sophisticated dispatch system that has dispatch rules that have been created for 15 years. Some needs to change, and we agree with that, and we are in discussion with our drivers, but we respect the rules that are in place. Therefore, the app has to communicate through that system before it be sent to a car. We are now part of a group called eCab, which is an international app that is functioning through most of Europe, in Vancouver, Toronto, shortly in Montreal, shortly in Calgary, and much of the Asian countries. We're looking at, and we have a relationship with another app that's called GATA, which is similar to eCab, if you want. We have integrated Ride, which used to be Pound Taxi. If everyone remembers, you could press Pound Taxi and the taxi would show up. They've developed an app. We're now allowing them to pipe into our system. So we are evolving, and we are trying to adopt as many of those technologies to become competitive and to offer our customers that flexibility.
When did you start with this technology? How far ago? How couple months, 3 months, 1 year?
The apps, the texting portion has been roughly, let's say, 4 months, 5 months. The proprietary apps have been in the works. There's been various versions of those throughout the last year, about 1 year. eCab has just been recently launched. So as we're moving forward, we're introducing more of those types.
Have you seen increase in profit or in calls or in increasing taxi delivery?
We've seen some movement of customers from the traditional talking to the phone through moving to the app. We haven't seen as much of a take-up as we would want to have seen. People seem to still like to grab a telephone and talk to someone, is what we're seeing.
within your expertise and you see how the industry is going and things, with the proposed report, do you think if whatever it's proposed and with the technology moving forward and you improving on what you have in your hand and the tools we're trying to help you to achieve and compete in the market, do you think you can keep moving in this direction, or that's not the case?
With the report itself, the way it is today, I would say that we are at a significant disadvantage. I think that the report needs to, at a minimum, consider our 9 points that we've presented to you. I think that the report should be seen as a report that is a live document, much like a collective agreement, that reviews should be pre-programmed so that in 6 months there's 6 months from whenever the council decides to implement these, that there's a sounding board and a sounding check done. And I don't think that it should only be done once, that something should be done on a regular basis so that the industry can actually come and discuss with the city the challenges, if there are some, or the benefits, or introduce new possibilities, because as we see now, the industry is being forced to get into this fast-paced changing model.
Thank you. I read the notes, and I know you guys sent us the 9, you highlighted the 9 issues you have, but if I ask you to right now to highlight the top 3 from that 9, because as much as you know, if we read that comment that you sent us, and if you read between the line those 9 comments, you're telling us no Uber, so may as well not. But give me the top 3 highlight that they are really considered as a risk to your industry.
The top 3, the first would be absolutely that the city manages the drivers and the driver licensing for all companies. The second one would be the insurance component, make sure that proper insurance is there, that we have no objection with the $5 million that's been presented. We're already at $5 million. That the city has a certificate per vehicle, and that so that would be the insurance component. The third one would be the vehicle inspection, and I think that it's imperative that these vehicles be inspected at a minimum once a year, like our taxis are and like the limousines are. The industry needs that. School buses are inspected, OC Transpo buses are inspected, ambulances are inspected. Those that are transferring public either for compensation or not, need that higher level of protection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marc-André. That was great. And
thank you, Councillor DeRose. Councillor Fleury.
Bonjour Marc-André. Merci encore une fois pour ton professionnalisme puis ta disponibilité.
Thank you once again for being so professional and for being available over the past couple of weeks about this question. I know that this is a difficult time for you, and I'm glad to still have the opportunity of following up on our discussions. Now, I have a question with respect to one of our last discussions, in which you mentioned, we were talking about the age of the automobiles, we talked about the courses at Algonquin, for example. What are your intentions? Are you in favor of this idea? Despite the fact that the agreement might change, would you still, as an organization, want this to be important for all the drivers? Now, in other words, do you want to maintain cars of the age that they're at? Well, you talked about the city, and you said that among the modifications to the agreement, we talked about some organizations don't like this idea about having newer cars. Would 10 years be acceptable or not? Well, our practice is that such that we talked with our drivers. We want to be competitive. So our intention is to, what we have right now in the regulations, 5 years and 8 years. We find this is practical, and we're going to talk about this with our drivers. and we're going to ask that this be put into any new agreement. Now, with respect to courses, that seems to be another one of the items that is problematic for you. Would you be in favor of such courses, even if the license doesn't require it? Yes, absolutely. More specifically, with respect to the KPMG report, one thing that was badly understood was the service element. And we talked with my colleague about e-cabs. I understand that you have a lot of modern technology, and I know that this is going to make things more interesting and more egalitarian. For example, I have a question. What about evaluation? One of the criteria is if I want a taxi, it's got to be an acceptable car. What can the user do to say, I had excellent service, or there was dirt in the car, or whatever? I mean, how can you correct things? I don't know if there's really a lot of progress made with this in respect to this on the app. Well, our company, wants to be involved and be involved with our clients. We want interaction with them. And our clients phone us up or they send us emails. And they either compliment us or tell us that they were unsatisfied. Now, when the client seems that is not happy, was tricked or something, well, we contact them and we discuss, did he take the fastest route to get to your destination or not? We talk to our riders on a monthly basis, not monthly, every day. Compliments are sent to those drivers who should get the compliments. And they get a copy of the letter. We remove the names. It's an anonymous letter. As far as complaints are concerned, we have a system where the driver comes to the office, and every week, time is put aside for the driver to come to the office and to meet with our professionals and to talk about lack of service that might have happened or an error that was made or whatever, and go over the whole business. And we have files on this. We have a filing system. And for us, it's 3 strikes are out. So there is progressive discipline, ending with 3 strikes are out. Of course, if we have an ECAB app, on the ECAB app, we can have 5-star drivers. Yeah, maybe we'll have 5 stars. We want to share all these good things with our riders too. If he's a 5-star driver, everybody will know every month who our 5-star drivers are. We're ready to go ahead. However, clients are phoning us and sending emails to say that they were happy or unhappy, satisfied or unsatisfied. Over the past couple of years, things have gotten very important, and things have been going very quickly. I know that you're very serious in your group, and I know that you're interested in giving a good service. However, it seems to be outside the application process. There's not been any modernization of this feedback. We're not talking about a legal way of getting rid of drivers, but the client should have a way of sending more regular feedback. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Also, there's a question of rates. One of the big criticisms that we've heard, not just you, but everybody, is the taxis cost a lot of money here. They're expensive. Now, the city is the one who decides what the rates will be, so maybe we're at fault. I did read a bit over the question of base fare with credit cards. How is the industry going to adapt to everything that has to do with this rate agreement? This is an interesting and difficult question. And what interests the client in not only the service but also the price? Now, since we have several regulations here, and taxis are quite expensive. We get to the rates, there's a taxi cost index regulation or rule, and for several years, I think it was in 2008, 2009, we didn't really have any increases in the taxi meter. In 2010, we had an important one with respect to 2009. Now, as far as variable prices are concerned, well, in our new report, we bring up the possibility of having flexible prices, flex pricing. Now, if there's any flexibility, if somebody decides to reserve a taxi using our app, for example, maybe we can have promotional activity, promotional items, or special things. We can only give a reduction in cost, but I don't think that's enough. But only when you use the app. We asked for, and KPMG wrote it down, we want to be able to evolve and have taxi meters that are programmable in such a way that with an agreement with the city, depending on the day, the hour of the time of the day, that this taxi meter could be variable, and this would be applicable to the whole entire industry. In other words, we would like to have this possibility, but it's not in the report. Thank you. So I think that your intervention was very good. I think it's clearer now, and thank you for your clear answers to our questions. Thank you, Mr. Fleury. Mr. Shirelli.
Going back in 2008 when we imposed cameras on cabs, and there were protests all over the place, and now, well, very quickly after that, drivers and the industry became big supporters of it. But back then, the cost of getting the camera and installing it was around $1,500. Now, I know what's happened to technology, that much I know from being chair of IT anyway, is that the prices have declined on these kinds of things. I know there's still the cost of tamper-proofing them and installing them, but have you been able to source more economical versions of the cameras in recent years?
Yes, and thank you for the question. We have sourced different styles of camera and different manufacturers. We've actually sent some of those specifications to the bylaw services. We are at a point where, as an industry, I think we have to modernize our cameras. The versions that we have today are older, and some need refurbishing. So we are in talks. We are discussing with our drivers and our unions, and hopefully with the city to establish specifications for cameras that are not $1,500, that are less than that, and that we could do a bulk purchase for our drivers and transfer that savings to them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Blais.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming to speak to us today. Consistently throughout the morning today, and since this has been in the public realm, the feedback from the taxi industry has been about equity and needing equity, and I think you would agree with that. So my line of questioning will be similar to the gentleman from to Westway. Would you expect to take advantage of the discount options that would be available under the new regulation when booking with an application?
So I'll speak to you from a capital perspective and also from a Coventry's perspective. Definitely we will be looking at that. It will be done through probably promo codes, and there's various forms of reduction that we are going to look at. We know that we have that capability today with eCab. It is an option that we would have to develop in the apps that are that are Blue Line or Capital apps. Part of this also has to be discussed with our drivers and our unions, and we have to reach an agreement with them as to how far and how this process would work. But I can tell you that there is no resistance to start looking at that.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And so, again, vis-a-vis equity, do you not see a competitive advantage to your organization, to others like yours, to having professionally licensed operators that have vehicles of at least something you can promote, a higher quality because they are inspected more often, that have taxi stands or exclusive access to taxis? Do you not see a competitive advantage to all those things that would remain as part of this new proposal?
I agree with you, and we do, absolutely. I think that our industry is very viable. Taxi stands are a big convenience factor for our customers. In fact, if anything, we'd like to see more. We'd like to enter in discussions with the city to have more street taxi stands in order to prevent our cars from driving around looking for fares. They're a very important component of our industry. The problem that we're seeing is that when you offer a fare at half or less than a normal taxi, it's not complicated for certain people to figure out that, I'm going to go save a few bucks and it doesn't matter what I get in.
Sure, perfect. So now we're getting to the heart of the matter. And the previous presenter from Westway said that the fares are based because of the high expenses that are imposed on you through regulation. But what we haven't talked about is the high costs that are a part of how your business is organized. So I'm wondering what steps is the industry, the conventional cab industry, taking to reduce those high costs that are basically built into your business model?
Well, one of the things is when we do a bulk buy, for example, for cameras, our drivers are our partners. We work together. We try and look for solutions for them. In fact, over the last year, we've actually reduced some of our rents to the drivers. We are looking to, when it comes out to sourcing insurance programs, things like that, it's always keeping in mind that the drivers' costs need to stay the same or be reduced. We're not looking to increase their costs.
No, but I'm sure you can appreciate the concern and the difficulty to stomach the concern about cost increases and costs relative to your competition when many of them are actually self-imposed through the nature of how your business is structured. And so it's one thing for the individual cab driver and individual plate owner, and then it's another thing altogether, frankly, with my apologies, but the guy that owns a chunk of the plates and who owns the distribution company that services them too. Yep. So how do we square that circle?
Well, from a plate perspective, we've already reduced our rents. So we've already taken that into consideration. Is there more talks to be had around how to discount fares from a meter point of view to get more rides to our drivers? We're in talks. We're in the middle of discussing these. We're also, we have collective agreements that we have to abide by, and we will negotiate them with our drivers.
And so if you recognize the competitive advantages provided to the traditional industry, as we've already outlined, why would you then advocate to level the playing field and get rid of those competitive advantages? Because if you want these other changes to become fair, then you would, I presume, on the flip side, be required to get rid of those advantages that are being kept, right?
I'm not sure I understand the nature of the question, but I'll attempt to.
If you want a level playing field on the insurance and the inspections and the 9 points that you've indicated, it's a perfectly fair proposal. Would the other guys not then expect a level playing field on hailing and stands and all the other things.
I did not hear that from them. Their model is strictly a NAP-based model, and they're not looking,
That's one
from what I
company.
know, they're not looking for that.
No, in fairness, but that's
All
one
right.
company. I'm asking more at a higher level perspective. If you want fairness on these issues, perfectly fair thing to ask for, would you not expect that the alternative business models would expect fairness on the other issues?
The 3 points that we're pushing are more from a consumer protection point of view.
Okay.
Okay? When it comes down to the model, it's very clear that the city wants taxi meters to be in our category anyways. It's very clear that the city doesn't want us to surcharge. The city and staff has made it very clear to us that we're part of public transportation, and because of that, we have a responsibility to have prices that are the same irregardless of the situation, and that our services have to be there's a strong oversight by law in order to ensure that we're at that level of public transportation, and we're comfortable with that. But to say that we have to do all that, and then we have to start sharing what you call our competitive advantage, which is taxi stands, is to me doesn't make sense.
Okay, so you mentioned 3 priorities. We've got a list of 9, so I presume you've reduced them throughout the day today.
Pardon me?
So you've reduced them from the 9? Or
No,
is-
I guess what I've been asked throughout are what are the 3 most important ones.
I'm sorry. Okay. And so, again, you see the competitive advantage, but you don't see the value in the competitive advantage.
No, I see the value in the competitive advantage. I'm not questioning the advantage. What I'm questioning is that for a driver to enter into the industry and for us to think that a PTC driver is going to be a part-time driver that is going to work 4 hours or 5 hours a week in between meals or in between kids going to bed and things like that is to try and drink the Kool-Aid. The reality is that most drivers on the PTC model are looking for a job. And if they're looking for a job that's going to do the same thing that our drivers are doing, at a minimum, the city should make sure that these drivers are well vetted, the same thing as ours, that their cars are well insured, same thing as ours, and that their safety checks are real safety checks, same thing as ours. After that, let us compete.
That's a reasonable point, but you would then still have the other competitive advantages, so you wouldn't be competing. I guess my point to you is you're getting the benefit of keeping these advantages. The downside for your business is that you've got to do these other things that the other guys don't have to do, but they don't get all those advantages. Do you see what I'm saying? So if it's going to be equal, it's got to be equal. Or you disagree?
So we're willing to compete. We think that part of our service delivery model, a taxi service delivery model, is to have taxi stands and to have the ability of having these stands throughout the city, and that these stands, if the city would permit that we have more of them so that our cabs are not roaming around wasting fuel or creating congestion. And if the other model is one of these models where you walk out of the door and someone wants a ride around the corner, so be it.
But I guess you just made my point for me. If you save the costs of the fuel from not roaming around and the wear and tear in the car from not roaming around, that is the offset to the increased cost of some of these other things. But I think you've just made my point.
No, but I think that moving forward, if the city gives us more taxi stands, yes, there's a savings. If the city wants to sit down and create a committee that we can review the taxi cost index, we're more than willing to do that. But none of that has been reviewed at the moment. We're still not burdened, but we still have to honor the taxi cost index. Whereas on the other side, the competitive advantage is the pricing, right? The pricing is not regulated at all. They can turn around tomorrow and charge $100 to go from downtown Ottawa to Canada. We can't. So they have that advantage.
And so is your conclusion then that the most important element of your business is price and not quality of service, or is it, what is it?
No. Pricing is short-lived.
Okay. So if pricing is short-lived, then do you not then have the advantage in providing higher quality service because your guys are trained and certified and all the rest of it?
We're not saying we don't want to. We offer higher quality service as it is today, in the most part, and we're not going to stop doing that.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
All we're saying is there's certain rules that the city is imposing on the industry that are not large hurdles for another industry to jump.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Blake. Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Chair. Can you just help me to understand something? If I'm a new driver and I'm entering into the industry and I want to drive a taxi cab and I don't own a plate, what's my process? So I come in and I rent a plate from either a single plate holder or a multi-plate holder. Is that correct?
Well, there's more. There's three ways, actually. You can become a driver where you rent a shift on a vehicle, so you pay a shift fee. If you have the accessible license, you can come to the company and rent an accessible vehicle on a daily basis, weekly basis. You can enter into a relationship with a plate owner where you rent a plate and you become your own entity and you can hire a driver and so on and so forth. You can turn and buy a plate yourself and become an entity on your own and decide to join a dispatch system.
So what is the difference between renting a shift and renting a plate for the driver?
A driver who rents a shift basically pays a fixed amount, and the owner of the vehicle is responsible of the repair and maintenance, the vehicle itself, the insurance, the dispatch fees, so on and so forth. Whereas someone who is leasing a plate enters into a monthly agreement to rent the plate for dispatching fees and for insurance, repair and maintenance becomes his burden and not the driver's burden.
So if you own a plate and I want to rent a shift from you, what would that cost me?
Our collective agreements stipulate that it's roughly $65 for 12 hours to $85, depending on which collective agreements we're working with.
So that could be upwards of about $2,000 a month that I would pay to the plate holder as a driver. About?
It's a little less than that, but it's over 1,000, yes.
So with the new model, would that not help? Like, you have an option of lowering that price for a shift to a driver. That's within your collective agreement. You are able to rent that shift out at a lower cost. Is that correct?
It's something that we negotiate with the unions, yes.
But you do have the option of renting it out at a lower price.
We can negotiate a lower price, yes. What happens is once a collective agreement is in place, those are the terms that we follow.
Okay. So the collective agreement says that you rent that shift for between $65 to $85. That's what the collective agreement says?
Today, yes.
So you can't rent that plate out at $55? Can you?
In essence, no. But is it possible that we go back and sit down again and renegotiate rates? Yes.
Okay. So there could be a benefit to drivers who don't own plates in the long run from the recommendations that we have in front of us today?
It's the cost of doing business in the taxi world are real, and they're hard costs. And it's a question of reviewing them on a regular basis, which we do. And if it's justifiable to adjust the rental rate, it is a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McKinney, and thank you, Mr. Way. We appreciate your being here today. We'll move along now to Paul Bendis, and following Mr. Bendis will be Ingrid Goddard.
Yes. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this committee. I will attempt to squeeze in a lot in 5 minutes. I have read every word of the committee's report as well as the KPMG report in its entirety. I would like to refer now to my own open letter / report and discussions I've had on the state of the Ottawa taxi industry. Copies of this report were sent to the mayor, some city councillors, MPP John Fraser, and other interested parties. The report is almost entirely, that's my report, is almost entirely customer-centric, or what is in the best interest of the customer, or the best public interest. I do not hold back on valid criticism of our taxi industry or the city's policies towards it. I also ask questions and present solutions. My objective in this report is to make the Ottawa taxi industry the best in the country, and following these recommendations will certainly go a long way in achieving that. The taxi industry in the city has become in many ways elitist, self-serving, and unapproachable. The service levels, although I'm going to qualify that with certainly the great majority of drivers are hardworking, dedicated, and sincere in what they're doing, and the service is generally good. But overall, generally, the service levels, well, I have it in my report, they're terrible. The taxi industry in the city needs a complete overhaul in order to provide the best service to the public. The taxi is a service industry, and that's what has to be kept in mind, first and foremost. KPMG report backs that up. The taxi industry needs to become more customer-friendly. Exclusivity. We have, which is better for the public interest, an airport taxi stand with 150 taxis only, or an open public stand where all taxis could meet incoming passengers, many of whom may be visiting Ottawa for the first time. The same open taxi stand policy should also apply to the train station, bus station, all hotels and hospitals, etc. Exclusivity must end. It is not in the best interest of the public. The city is not helping the taxi industry or the public by closing or otherwise reducing the number of taxi stands. The public should have easy access to established taxi stands in both the core and suburban areas. Example, park and ride. Remember, the customer comes first. Taxis should be given official public transportation status. All bus routes in the Queensway, etc., should be open to taxi transportation, enabling them to escape gridlock and collect and deliver their passengers in a timely manner. The city has failed on many levels in enforcing its own bylaws. Cultural differences should be recognized with Canadian values emphasized. My example? Politeness. Cultural differences should be discussed openly in a respectful way, noted, and if needed, changed. Via the KPMG report again, women take Uber more than taxis. Why? On Uber, first of all, definitions are very, very important. Uber is not a ride share. It doesn't share rides. That is both deceptive and untrue, and we should not be using that phrase. If Uber puts the city's taxi industry into bankruptcy, do we really believe that they will keep their prices low once they have full control of the market? Unregulated, unfettered free market capitalism is the ultimate goal of Uber. Uber prices are already adjusted according to time of day, holidays, vehicle availability, and rider demand. Sometimes these adjusted prices are equal to or higher than taxi fares. I've got a number of examples. Will the taxpayer have to subsidize the transportation shortfall if Uber is successful in putting the Ottawa taxi industry out of business? I think of mentally, physically challenged persons. I think of blind people with seeing-eye dogs. Taxis are all mandated, as you know, to service these people. Seniors or the economically disadvantaged or people that don't have an app or a credit card. Taxis, again, are mandated to service, are mandated to do so. Uberization.
Mr. Bendis, can you please wrap up? Your time's up.
Oh, geez, already.
Take heart, there is a question for you.
Okay. Uberization is a new world order where much more than just taxis are affected. It takes years, if not decades, to establish rules, regulations, and laws that make us a civilized society.
Thank you. We're going to leave it there. Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation this afternoon. Can you very briefly give me some examples of where the taxi industry needs to improve in customer service? You alluded that this was an issue, so I'd like some specifics.
No, absolutely it's an issue. Just yesterday, and it's a good example, a friend of mine, last night he took a fare from the airport to the city, and he got in the back of a taxi, and the taxi driver has his earphones on, and he's speaking in, I don't know, he's speaking in Arabic or Farsi or some other language other than en français ou en anglais, and he's not paying attention to the customer. He's not, this is rude. So, I mean, it's just but one example in helping people with their groceries and bags and all that kind of stuff. That has to change. I drove for 25 years, and I can't remember a time when I didn't get out of the car, no matter what the weather conditions were or who the passenger was, or whether they were able-bodied in a wheelchair or a walker, black, white, green, I helped them in the back seat. So that's failing us. That's failing us a lot.
Everybody is healthy.
Okay, thank you for those examples.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Bendis. We'll move on now to Ingrid Goddard, and Ms. Goddard will be followed by Raphael Kamar.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of Council. I'd like to thank KPMG for incorporating many, if not all, of the recommendations that I suggested. We live in a time when life moves at the speed of technology. When Edison invented the light bulb, candle makers protested, but we still use candles when the power goes out. When email was launched, Canada Post lost revenue, but they changed their business model to adapt to the new environment. I decided to drive for Uber because I don't believe in making decisions without having all of the facts. I wanted to understand what this company was, how it worked, and if it was something that I could recommend or not. Something I could not have done if the company were to have ceased its operations. If Rosa Parks did not refuse to give up her seat, I probably wouldn't be able to sit in front of you today. I was surprised at the level of scrutiny the company does to ensure drivers are safe for the public. The fact that it provides 24-hour customer service and most of all, the dual rating system. The accountability measures that riders have, The accountability measures ensure that riders have recourse in the event that a driver attempts to take advantage of their lack of knowledge about the city, and at the same time allows drivers to have proof of income. Like many of my colleagues, my driving activities are a secondary income. As such, my vehicle is more a personal asset than a business. Its maintenance is as essential to my family's safety and security as it is to that of my riders. I attended driving school to learn how to drive, and as a public servant, customer service is a daily activity. GPS has replaced paper maps, and the Uber app comes with turn-by-turn directions to my rider and to their destination. And as our environment changes, Uber is well positioned to adapt its needs to our citizens and provide quality service to all. I am a proud representative of the Uber Assist team, providing services to anyone who needs them. Yesterday's snowfall and many other peak period situations have proven the need for Uber drivers to keep the city moving. I feel very safe providing this service, and it has allowed me to be more connected to my community and see much more of our beautiful city. When I filed my taxes this year, I included the revenue I gained from driving. I have never seen a female driver in the taxi or limousine industry, yet we are 200 active drivers, female drivers here in Ottawa, hundreds more registered. We are as diverse as the population we serve, and as citizens are well versed in the various points of interest and activities taking place in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goddard. Seeing no questions, we'll move along now to Raphael Kamar, and Mr. Kamar will be followed by Courtney Francis, President of ZipTruck.
My name is Raphael Kamar. I'm a taxi driver. Uber and taxi services are exactly the same. Uber uses an apps, the taxi uses dispatching as well as apps. Both transport customers from one point to the other and get paid for their services by the customer regardless of the means. But they do exactly the same. Enacting a special law for each of them with some differences is discrimination, since both of them are doing exactly the same. The City of Ottawa is discriminating in its treatment towards the taxi drivers. Should this law be enacted, Uber should be subjected exactly to all the regulations that the taxi industry is subjected to, and should not have preference. The private transportation section in the bylaw should be completely scrapped. One bylaw for all the players, no discrimination, please. This country complained about a previous leader for having an offshore company registered in Panama. Yet, the capital of this country is changing its taxi regulations to accommodate a multinational company that is registered in the Netherlands. The taxi industry is subjected to HST whether the driver makes $1,000, $30,000, or $50,000 net per year. At the time the federal government enacted the GST law, it looked at the industry collectively and not individually. The law specifies that any business making less than $30,000 is exempt from the GST except taxi. Drivers are small businesses registered. Our fares include the HST. Is Uber driver should be treated differently? We allow a multinational company to ignore, disregard, and mock the law of the land and handle the things the way it likes, my way or the highway. That's exactly what Uber is doing. In Ottawa, the city and police have done nothing to stop the illegal operation of Uber. On the contrary, the city decided to change its bylaws to accommodate Uber. The police services normally ask for the taxi industry's help when they are looking for someone. The taxi industry worldwide is always assisting the police. In Belgium, the taxi drivers were essential in providing information about the terrorists that carried the most recent terror attack in Belgium. Maybe the police will start sending messages on the apps for Uber for assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamar. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move along to Courtney Francis, President of ZipTruck, and Mr. Francis will be followed by Catherine Frechette, Senior Director of Destination Development with Ottawa Tourism.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of committee. I've been associated with this taxi industry in various roles over the last 49 years. My roles have included being a driver, an owner, an educator, and an administrator. I look around the room and I see many of the drivers that have been in this industry for many years and have done their part in making this city a better city. I've seen this industry evolve over these 49 years, and I've raised 4 children, sending 3 of them through university without any of them depending on student loans or government subsidies. Like myself, many of the drivers behind me have done exactly the same thing. The proposal in the document before you today will definitely prevent the taxi drivers of today and tomorrow from fulfilling the dreams of raising a family without subsidies. The mere suggestion of removing requirements to the cameras in PTC vehicles puts everyone at risk, not only the driver but the passenger. The suggestion that customers use PTCs, don't use cash, is extremely short-sighted and narrow-minded. Both these drivers and patrons need protection and deserve it. The taxi industry has already assisted law enforcement in a variety of areas for years. Without getting into specifics, the cameras in vehicles have been a tremendous asset to law enforcement. We've heard earlier today that drivers of taxis take cash. And it's been put forward as a reason why cameras need to be in taxis. I completely and utterly take objection to that, because it's not just the cash that is being carried or exchanged that causes confrontation. And we've heard councillors say earlier today that Councillor Shirelli, in fact, pointed out that he's never had a problem identifying individuals, whether it be the complainant or the driver. So the protection that the cameras offers is of great importance. To allow Uber to regulate themselves amounts to an abdication of the responsibility of the city to the electorate. Uber seems to focus more on the driver part of an ability to operate versus the public safety. I've heard from the Uber representative and from Uber drivers who say, well, if you impose a lot of things on us, then we can't afford it. Well, are we looking after the driver, or are we looking after, or is your obligation to the public safety? I ask you that question because I need you to think about that. We heard a question being asked of an Uber representative. Where is your information stored? I didn't hear an answer. An officer today investigating any crime can come into our offices and get an instant answer. As a matter of fact, they have. We have assisted in the apprehension of individuals over the years to a great extent. We are an asset in the eyes and ears of the police department. We have an unfettered relationship with the police. The course at Algonquin College offers a degree of safety, accessibility, a business model, a geographic knowledge, and a customer rights portion. But all I hear is the focus on, well, we don't use maps anymore because there's GPS. Well, don't the city want representatives that are trained and can adequately represent this city? And I think that's what the course does. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Francis, for your presentation. We do have a question for you. Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and I saw your office and you showed me how things work and the operations when I came to visit in the past year. How often would you say you get requests to turn over footage? How often on an average week, and what would you say the number one nature of those investigations are pertaining to, and how often on a weekly or monthly basis are you asked to churn some footage in because of something that has happened?
Perhaps an average of 2 to 3 times per week.
Okay, and what would be the number one sort of assault, or what would be the number one?
Alleged assault or the commit of any type of a crime, be it homicide.
Okay. Not 2 or 3 of those for a week.
No, but I'll tell you that in 5 of the 6 homicides this year in the city of Ottawa, the taxi industry has been instrumental with the police department in apprehension.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. I've heard several times this morning and today about the Algonquin course and training the ambassadors for the city, and yet I see and hear the KPMG report talking about the higher levels of customer satisfaction, better service that they're getting with Uber. I'm trying to reconcile, why aren't our Uber drivers, if they're providing better service, in fact, the better ambassadors for our city? And what are the cab companies doing to try to address that?
Well, I'll perhaps ask the question. Would you say that a 2-hour online course is comparable to a 5-week course in any way, shape, or form? I don't think so. I was one of the individuals, along with members of your staff, that looked back 25 years ago, and the city of Ottawa was the only licensing municipality that gave a 2-day course, mostly based on geographic knowledge. We recognized that something needed to be done more than that. And we sat down. I was part of that committee. I was part of the group that gave an introductory course to the taxi industry at Algonquin College for the first 5 years. And we recognized that 2 days wasn't going to be enough. 2 weeks was not going to be enough. We have come a long way in looking at the human rights aspect of it. We've looked at the accessibility provision. We've looked at improving the knowledge of the historic events in the city of Ottawa. How does that compare with a 2-hour course? I don't think it does.
People are sitting in chairs at these training courses, but then they're coming out and they're not providing the same level of service to visitors to our city, to residents of our city, according to what I'm hearing from the residents of our ward, according to what I'm reading in the KPMG report. I have to begin to believe that there is something about the feedback mechanism, that drivers for Uber are trying to provide the very best level of service in order to achieve the highest rating possible from those passengers that is working better than the Algonquin course. And I haven't heard yet anything to lead me to a different conclusion at this point. I'm not sure that the Algonquin course is providing us with the best ambassadors to this city. I listened this morning to the head of the Hotel Association.
Councillor, do you have a question? I just want to stick to questions right now.
Okay. So I'm not hearing the answer I'm looking for. I don't get the conclusion. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Francis. Appreciate it. Next is Catherine Frechette from the Ottawa Tourism, followed by Bob Brown. Ms. Frechette, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the committee and council, thank you for providing Ottawa Tourism the opportunity to speak today. My name is Catherine Frechette, and I'm the Senior Director of Destination Development for Ottawa Tourism. We would like to commend the city staff on the report released on March 31st. It shows a high level of consideration and thought. It is a detailed assessment, and it gives a strong base to our discussions today. We would like to start by expressing recognition for the long-standing contributions that Ottawa's taxi industry has made to our community and to the tourism sector. We're proud to have Coventry Connections itself and its affiliated members of companies as members of Ottawa Tourism, as well as limousine companies. And the drivers deserve credit for being incredibly hardworking, dedicated members of this community. They're often the visitors' first and last point of contact. And they've made advances on customer service in their taxis, even recently, with the launching of the eCab app and the installation of the driver seat back pouches, or bibs, which contain pouches that you can put visitor information, such as our tourism guides in English and in French, among other useful public service tools. Ottawa's official city motto is advance. This is why we're all speaking in front of you today as committed and passionate members of the community who benefit from Ottawa's culture of innovation. It should be recognized that Ottawa is among the first wave of Canadian cities to find a workable and fair and integrated solution to a new option in the spectrum of transportation choices that we offer visitors and residents. So this is pioneering stuff, and it also comes with a great deal of responsibility. As the destination marketing organization, Ottawa Tourism looks at this issue through the eyes of the visitor. With Ottawa's 10.5 million visitors per year, who spend $1.79 billion dollars in our economy, tourism is the city's third most significant economic driver. The visitor to a modern, innovative, global capital is increasingly expecting to have choice of transportation services available to them. This means public transit, taxi, our new LRT, bikes for hire, vehicles for hire, and water taxis. It's paramount to get the model for Ottawa right, however, such that we can see healthy competition and a level playing field for all parties. Ottawa Tourism supports the concept of competition within the context of fair competition. We believe that the same overarching rules should apply to the traditional taxi sector as well as to private transportation companies. This level playing field is extremely important, including the need for all participants to be declaring all revenues and income and paying all the appropriate taxes. The report does a good job of addressing many of these considerations, although we consider or we recognize that enforcement in these areas still remains a question mark. We were, however, disappointed on one front. We would caution all parties against taking a casual approach to the area of customer service and tourism training. We were disappointed to see the requirement for centralized training removed. Drivers, whether for taxis or PTCs, are often the visitor's first and last contact. They're frequently called upon to give recommendations, and the best ones know what's happening in the city this week and where the hot spots are to eat and drink and be entertained. This is important to the representation of our destination brand and generates the all-important first impression. We believe there should be some requirement for customer service and tourism training among drivers, and we would offer our expertise and assistance in developing and potentially even implementing it. While it's a good incentive for drivers to provide good customer service when there is that knowledge that they can be rated after the drive, it doesn't address the root point that customer service is not necessarily just a common sense matter or an expression of politeness. There are legal, human rights, destination area knowledge elements, and these all need to be taught. This is an area which, in our view, requires further consideration. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Ottawa Tourism would be pleased to offer our tourism expertise and to work with the city and partners to find a solution on the training aspects.
Thank you very much, Ms. Frechette. Seeing no questions, we'll move along to Bob Brown from the Council of Canadians with Disabilities. And Mr. Brown will be followed by Suzanne Mooney.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking today as co-chair of the Council of Canadians with Disabilities Transportation Committee, also as a past chair of the former City of Ottawa Transportation Licensing Advisory Committee. CCDE, I'm going to speak fairly quickly, so...
Mr. Brown, can you speak right into the mic? We're having a little trouble hearing you.
I think that's about as far as it goes. That's what I was worried about. I'll try to shoot. CCD is a national human rights organization with persons with disabilities working for an inclusive and accessible Canada. We have 9 provincial members and 8 national organization members. I would first like to start by saying that CCD does not take a position for or against the entry of rideshare services such as Uber. However, CCD does have a number of issues that I would like to point out regarding the accessibility or lack thereof for wheelchairs under the proposed regulation. The proposed regulation is subject to the UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities, CRPD, and both federal and provincial human rights legislation in Canada. The UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities was ratified in Canada in 2010. More specifically, Article 9, accessibility, and Article 20, personal mobility, are also important clauses. In 2007, CCD versus Via Rail, decision by the Supreme Court of Canada, sent a clear message to Via Rail and indeed to Canadians that service inaccessibility of Canadians with disabilities was not to be tolerated. It basically said that no new obstacles would be permitted. The case also laid out a legal test. The test was whether it was an obstacle and further whether it was undue. CCD would suggest the proposed regulation of the City of Ottawa would pose an obstacle and further it would be an undue obstacle to persons with disabilities. The City was proposed putting a voluntary funding scheme in place when Uber drivers would pay a portion of every trip into the fund and assist with accessible transportation. It was suggested that it would increase service delivery by increasing paratransit services in Ottawa. It would also assist new wheelchair accessible taxis to make sure capital and operating expenses costs could be reduced. The staff recommendation also suggested new plates were the only ones to be issued. I would first like to point out that taxis and transportation expert companies like Uber are on-demand services and not like paratransport. Paratransport services must be booked at least a day in advance and is not an equal level of service compared to on-demand taxi rides or rideshare. It should offer equitable opportunity for spontaneity. I also have, it has a residency requirement that says non-residents with disabilities are registered and can, I'm going to have to run through. KPMG reported and suggests the possibility that companies like Uber could contract service mobility wheelchairs using an existing taxi companies. KPMG also acknowledged that this would only work if there were a healthy taxi industry in place and willing to cooperate. We're aware that at least in places like New York, 135 to 150 wheelchair accessible cabs are now parked and abandoned because drivers have decided to switch to less costly vehicles such as conventional cabs or Uber. If the difference of having an accessible cab and having an accessible cab in service. The staff recommended suggesting drivers for wheelchair accessible cabs would be afforded the opportunity to take advantage, for schemes such as capital cost and operating cost reductions. I do want to emphasize that rideshare and on-demand services like paratransport are different. The new regulation is to be equitable, provide services within the same time frame afforded the general public. It's not sufficient for the city to say buyer beware. It has a regulatory duty to ensure human rights and equal access to all members of the public, including persons with disabilities. In Toronto, Uber has acknowledged that it has a duty to provide wheelchair accessibility services consistent with human rights legislation. It does so by contracting to a third party to provide the services. However, there is an issue that is still remaining about charging taxi rates. To be clear, this provides a. I'm going to jump this. Given the history of the.
Mr. Brown, your time is up. Can you just wrap up, please?
The city has said that accessibility is one of the primary goals studied. CCD believes it has failed in doing that. Respectfully, the proposed regulation be sent back to staff for further study and recommendation.
Thank you. We're going to hold you there.
I did lose about 30 seconds at the beginning.
I'm sorry, but you have to be fair to everyone. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move along to Suzanne Mooney, and Ms. Mooney will be followed by George Cardaris.
Thank you very much. I was all set to let you have it, because when I woke up this morning and turned on the radio, I heard the chipper voice of Joanne Chianello talking about how it was going to be an interesting day at City Hall because the committee was all set to, she didn't say rubber stamp, but the implication was rubber stamp all these recommendations. So I was all set to do war. I would like to commend all of you. I don't think in my years of City Hall listening have I ever heard such thoughtful questions on the part of everyone who asked them, and such respectful dialogue between the people who made the presentations and the councillors, including my own councillor, Mr. Brockington. It was really heartwarming. So you've left me little else to do. You do, however, have my presentation, in which I raised some of my concerns that are not necessarily pertinent, but never without an opportunity to provide a couple of remarks. I'd like to make some. I'd like to raise this question of public transportation. I'm from Montreal, and that meant the streetcar, the bus, and the metro. Perhaps after I've had my 5 minutes of fame, you could tell me that are really taxis and Uber-type things and limousines, is that all included in public transportation? Because public transportation, to me, isn't a question of supply and demand. It's a service provided in part out of my tax money and in part out of the money I pay to use it. And in that respect, I have a certain amount of trust in you that you'll get the trains running on time or the buses running on time. And when we look at some of the options that with which we were presented today about public transportation, the element of trust didn't really ring high on the list. The gentleman who came representing Uber, Mr. Schaefer, I believe, certainly a high-powered lawyer, wasn't considered of sufficient trust to arm him with the information the councillors asked for about the number of incidents, the type of feedback, any just sort of basic guidelines you would expect to have about a market they intend to enter. So I sort of put a question mark over that one. So this whole issue of Uber raises a decision which may or may not have consequences, and it's the unintended consequences that I'm looking at. One of the remarks that you will find in the attached documentation that I've sent also pertains to what the first gentleman who teaches at Carleton said. We had similar sources. There's a decline in the participation in public transport proportionate to the amount of Uber use. So if you have an increase in Uber use, you have a proportional decrease in public transportation use. I'm concerned about that because we're putting an awful lot of money into LRT, and I just wonder if that's being considered at all. The second point was something I saw on the screen where council doesn't intend to interfere with the activities of the marketplace. But if Uber gets a free ride, then in fact it is a sense of meddling and throwing one more component of a really savage free market activity amongst all of this. It's a bit tricky. One of the other things, and I understand that I'm running out of time, is there's a question of respect for the environment in which you work. One of the councillors, I couldn't see who it was, raised the question of customer satisfaction. I wonder if part of that isn't the age, I would guess, of many of the Uber clients who just are happy to click 4 stars on a cell phone and have it go at that. Maybe us old fogies who actually use a phone to call a taxi, we don't have an opportunity to give our opinion on customer service. I found the attitude during the Uber presentation distressingly like that of the Whole Foods manager in the Glebe, who, when she was questioned during the Easter holidays 2 years ago and said, "Don't you realize that there's a law against your opening on that day?" She said, "We're defying the law." She wasn't breaking the law, which most of us would do or not. She was defying it. And I spent a number of years in the public relations industry, and boy, I heard stonewalling and broken record technique to my heart's content this morning. And I sincerely hope you don't have to listen to it this afternoon later on. But when we live in society, we agree to laws that make it all work better for us, and I think that the recommendations of Mr. Ball, who was the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association presenter, he had it right on the
Ms. Mooney,
nail.
your time is up. Can you just wrap up?
I have wrapped up. I thank you for this. I thank you for the care with which you're making this decision, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't go away. There's a question for you, Councillor Cloutier.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Ms. Mooney, thank you for your presentation. And how much, you mentioned it is easy for people to put 4 stars and to move on.
Yeah.
But the reports that we've had do talk about the level of service that customers are getting from Uber and how they appreciate it. And it might be demographics, but it might just be better service.
It might.
What is your... How much weight do you put on that in our not accepting what Uber's done in the past, but in our regulatory role and in our role as regulators in the city moving forward?
I would ask a question. Do you think, and was it you who raised the question of poor service being the reputation, or was it one of your associates?
Might have been one of my colleagues.
Okay, one of your colleagues. You have to ask in judging that decision whether the same instruments are being used to give you the good service. What does good service mean? How is that defined? Does it mean the cabs are clean? Does it mean they don't have Tim Hortons coffee cups lurking around? Does it mean... Who knows what it means? Good service to me means a smile, someone not playing music I don't like to listen to. It certainly doesn't mean to me being called by my first name, although to my daughter, who takes far more cabs than I ever would, she probably likes it. She probably thinks it's terrific. So it's a very, very subjective thing. My pal, who was sitting there and whom I thought was going to get both of us thrown out, a gentleman who is a Somali taxi driver and has been for a number of years, I would have loved to have been met at the airport by that gentleman. He said, I know all the good places to eat in Ottawa. What better welcome? That to me would be terrific service. I would give you a context, though. I am the wife of a retired Foreign Service officer, and while we didn't serve in Somalia, we did serve in Ethiopia. We've been around a lot, and it feels very good to come to Ottawa where that same openness and friendliness is there. I don't know what is meant by good service. I do know that if I did order a cab from whatever taxi company I would call if I could remember the number, it would be useful. Maybe they should have an app that says, how did you like us? Is that helpful, or did I talk too much?
No, that's, I just wanted...
Again, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I thank you again, Madam Chair.
No, we're not finished yet. There's another question.
I know you don't I'm sorry?
There's another question.
Oh, dear Lord. It's the only way we feel we can be heard, and it's nice clapping for people. They could be throwing
Well, you know what? When there's contentious issues in the chamber, when you allow that to happen, tempers tend to rise, so we just don't allow it in that
Okay, so the Somali gentleman and I can go and wait outside. There was an actual question.
Hey, you know what? We have a long day. We have to get on with the questions. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mooney, thank you for your presentation. The question of competition with our public transportation company, OC Transpo particularly, where there's overlap and the potential for bleed has been raised for me by some residents. And I look at it in some of the same way as I do. We're building out safer and safer cycling infrastructure, which I presume during the nicest months is bleeding some business away from OC Transpo as well. Is the right answer to protect OC Transpo from competition, or is it to adequately fund and subsidize our public transportation so it's available for those who need it?
Let me think to see if I understood that question correctly, because you said something that actually I forgot the last half of my remark, which was there is a decrease in people participating in public transport, for example, OC Transpo. There is also a proportional increase in the number of vehicular traffic on the streets. So we're trying, and this really, if you get poor Monsieur Desjardins, who had the client from hell yesterday when I was trying to send him this stuff, I raised the issue of the push-pull of a lot of policies on council, and it's excellent that you raise this. On one hand, we're saying, let's do this. On the other hand, we're saying, let's do that has contradictory. So you allow Uber, public transportation decreases, people driving cars increase. But we just spent a lot of money trying to get people off the streets and onto bikes and walking. I'm too old for this. Did that make sense? Or did the confusion make sense?
It does, actually. It makes a lot of sense, and something for me to think about. Thank you, Ms. Mooney.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor Looper. Thank you, Ms. Mooney. Our next speaker is George Kardaras, and Mr. Kardaras will be followed by Brett Parnell, Carleton University Student Association Councillor.
Hi, good day. How are you guys? Good, I hope. I just have a few concerns that I'm not going to go into great detail. There's a couple of things that bothers me, of course, and then I feel like I should share it with you guys and hopefully get some clarity here. First topic of the two is, what are we teaching our youth to do in a case where now Uber's coming in, hasn't listened to a single rule that the City of Ottawa has asked them to follow, complete renegades, and now am I supposed to teach my young children to not follow the rules when they're watching their dad work 16 hours a day following the rules clearly, and like here comes these big guys into town not listening to anyone, and they're making billions. I don't know about you guys, but that doesn't make me feel too comfortable as a parent. So that's how I feel about this, and I'm curious to see, like, this is also leading to other industries, even my own industry. I'm in the construction industry, specializing in plumbing, and I've noticed a lot of people are taking this kind of Uber mentality. I was speaking to the photographer from the Duat outside in the hallway, and he mentioned the same exact thing with his business. So, I mean, it's just going to open up doors for a whole bunch of professional businesses, and they're taking out the word professional in professionalism, and that doesn't make me feel too good. You know, I've worked a long time, I've gone to school for many, many years to get to where I am, and to have other people kind of just walk in and undercut and whatnot, to me that doesn't make sense. That makes me very angry. And that's topic number one. Topic number two is, I take my father, for instance. He's been a cab owner since the late 60s. He no longer drives because he's too old. And my father's not a wealthy man. He lived a comfortable life. But now that he's retired, his plan was to sell his one and only valuable asset and probably live the remainder of his short years ahead in comfort, which he obviously cannot do right now. So you see the loss of income, or loss of, I want to call it a pension plan, you know. He followed the rules that the City of Ottawa set up for taxi drivers. He paid his dues every single year, and now when it comes time to sell this valuable asset, where's the value now, right? Because of this company that walks in and doesn't listen to anyone, any rules, and does what they want, which is now, obviously, it's creating that giant spiral that you guys are well aware of. What does he do next? What's going to become of him? Do I have to support him too, or is he going to have to go on to social assistance, therefore clogging up more of income from the city? That was my other question. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kardaras. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move along to Brent Parnell. Is Mr. Parnell here? Okay, so we'll move on then to Josh Williams, an Uber driver, and Mr. Williams will be followed by Bahadur, I'm sorry, I'm going to say your name wrong, Ayubazadeh. So Josh is not here? Okay, then we'll move to Mr. Ayubazadeh, and Mr. Ayubazadeh will be followed by Sean McKenney from the Ottawa District Labour Council.
Should I press any button?
No, you just go right ahead. You have 5
Okay.
minutes.
As you said, I am Bahadur Ayubzadeh. I am from Iran. I came here in 1988. I used to work at the radio relay communication in Air Force, my country, and after the war, I lost everything. All I could wrap up and bring here was around $40,000. Then when I started, when a man in Iran, they lose everything, they call him, they broke his back. When I came here, my back was broken, and I thought I cannot stand up again. Anyhow, 1 year I worked in the restaurant, then I searched, I said I am going to go on taxi. So I paid $96,000 with the affidavit, and I paid $5,800, if you want a receipt here, to the city of Ottawa to operate taxi. And in 25 years driving taxi, driving your grandparent, your parent, your family, and your children, by Ministry of Transportation, I became a star of the city last year, which I'm proud of it. And all these guys sitting here, they are a star of the city. Yesterday on that, the difference between experienced driver and unexperienced driver. Yesterday was 10 centimeters of snow. All of us, we know we shouldn't take our snow tire out. That's why we drove your family safe home. And 3 months ago on King Edward, a small Honda Civic, 3 guys are pushing it. This is honest to God, true story. And I was behind him, then suddenly they flagged me, start kicking that car. They got to my car and said, he is your competitor, or whatever, sorry my language. I can't spell it. And they said, even in 400 meters, 3 times, they got off the car and pushing this guy to go. So the difference between an experienced driver as a taxi driver and an Uber driver. If I put your family in my car, driving them to point A to point B, first of all is my license. Driving license, 3 licenses that city gave me to drive you safe. Second, if I lose my driver's license as a taxi driver, I am losing everything, and I am losing my investment. So if you put your family in an Uber guy, if something happened, what do you lose? $5,000 car and insurance, he doesn't care. Driver's license, a couple of months, for sure they don't care. Sorry, last night I didn't sleep all night writing this, but still I can't put it together because I don't know what to say. So you ask the Uber guy about accessible, and he was turning right and left. Do you know why they don't want it Uber? Because this car, it costs $50,000 to our member. $50,000 accessible to be on the road to help these gentlemen, which they are part of my family. And this star of the city was when I drove 2 senior citizens to my home. I helped them all day to get back to their job. I don't want to answer. The second, you guys were asking about taxi stand. These hotels, they want us there. You don't know. All the time they are coming there, and they want to make sure at least 6 taxis are waiting there. Now I want to show you something. This guy, his name is, I had it somewhere, sorry. His name is, I don't know. He drives for Uber. He drives for Uber, it's written here. He works for government. He has a sensitive job, he doesn't want to announce his name. One time, somebody broke my back there, I don't want to talk about it. The second time, by the name of technology, Somebody is coming here to make some money for his gas. He want to break my back, and at the same time he's breaking all our rule and law, which
Mr.
nobody does.
Asif Banzari, your time is up. Can you wrap up, please?
I am happy this timer is better than 10 years ago, because when I was talking that time, I didn't have enough time. Anyhow, if this time I lose this, I can't stand up again. I am 65 years old. I have a big mortgage. Then my livelihood depends on driving on taxi. And think about who you are helping, and these people, they are a big asset in this city.
Thank you.
Because
We're
they are
gonna leave it there.
experienced, nobody
Thank you.
cannot replace them.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we will move along to Sean McKenney from the Ottawa District Labour Council. Mr. McKenney will be followed by Ahmad Abouali.
I am number 22 on the list. I prepared this saying good morning, but I guess I should change that. The Ottawa District Labour Council, for those not aware, represents over 90 union locals and has a combined membership of over 50,000 working men and women in the City of Ottawa. I appreciate the opportunity to present to the committee. There are those of us in the room today and elsewhere who have long been a part of discussions, presentations, deputations pertaining to Ottawa's taxi industry. Recall vividly the Ottawa Sun running with a front-page photo many years ago of Councillor Sean Little being hoisted by a group of taxi drivers right outside council chambers here in a celebratory pose. Then the frustration, the disdain expressed by then Mayor Bob Chiarelli in reaction to the photo. And I recall that because I was meeting with him that day on another matter. With the chair of this committee and a former rep of the taxi union, several more private meetings I attended in direct relationship to Ottawa's taxis over the years. Suffice it to say, today we have a mess. We have an incredibly large company that rode into our city, thumbed their noses at our bylaws and regulations that were put into place over a very long period of time in the best interests of everyone, yet thumbed their noses, played bully, and dared our enforcers of the law and those tasked with making them to do anything about it. The response then is to change what has mostly worked for residents, businesses, and tourists alike to accommodate a company, a very large, very wealthy company, while not paying enough attention to the hardworking men and women who currently drive our taxis. On the radio yesterday afternoon, a city councillor commented that the report before committee was academic and was based on fact, and that the taxi union and others needed to respect that. Good enough. But what about fairness? Where's the fairness? Shouldn't that be a part of the process? To argue this is about technology is ludicrous at its best. It continues to boggle the mind that in 2016, the term new technology is used by others to push forward a change to our laws at a whim. It's an app. That certainly is not new technology. One of the very few times in my memory the taxi industry, through Mr. Patney, Mr. Way, Mr. Singh, and others have come together and come forward and agreed upon appeal. An appeal that seems fair, more than doable, and not complicated. 9 requests to help ensure fairness and to help ensure a level playing field. Many who drive taxis here have families or workers. What happens today, tomorrow, and into council will affect their lives. Of that, there is no doubt. The city or any city ought never to lower its standards in order to appease a specific company, organization, or individual. Standards that have been developed over time and built upon a best practice or incidents, both good and bad, that help create over time positive changes in the best interest of all in the community. As I move to close off, an opinion based on a limited knowledge of law, not good enough to adopt the caveat emptor approach to what lies before you as it pertains to a customer using a non-traditional service. To suggest any and all liability is removed from the city if something untoward occurs in a vehicle being operated outside the fully licensed taxi, I think is a mistake and may one day prove very costly for the city. Likewise, and again, I do not possess the knowledge, but to assume, even with the advice of the city's very well respected and very capable legal department, that the city is under no legal obligation
obligation to compensate owners of city-issued taxi plates in the event the current price of those plates drops as a result of changes taking place here, I believe also to be a mistake. Ultimately, the cost, if any, would be astronomical, and residents and businesses here forced to ante up. 9 requests coming in from the whole of the taxi industry in our city. I ask you seriously consider adopting all 9 for the betterment of all in our city and those who choose to visit here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKenney. Don't go away. There are a number of questions for you, starting with Councillor Al-Shantari.
Right here, Sean. Thank you for your presentation. And as usual, very passionate. And I'm not sure if you breathed during those minutes, but I can tell you're very passionate about it. So in your submission, you talk about the city is lowering their standard to accommodate other transportation. Can you just elaborate a little bit? Where do you feel is we're lowering our standard?
I think where we are today, and a lot of us have been around for those changes, and it's been refined and refined and refined. It's not perfect. There are things that need to happen in respect to change. But to change it on account of an organization, a company that comes into our city, and to lower that, I think is a mistake. I think it ends up being costly. What I don't get is a lot of people woke up years ago to hearing on the radio that somebody in a cab did something to a driver. We were able to capture it on camera. What happens now if those kinds of things happen, where we have protections in place that are working? So to drop a lot of that just does not make a lot of sense. It's certainly not in the best interest of the community, but rather in the best interest of that organization trying to come into our city.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Al-Shantari. Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question for the Speaker. And although it's not strictly speaking an issue of municipal jurisdiction, I'm still interested in asking the question, which is as follows. Do you anticipate that if the bylaws are passed by Council, that any of your member unions would seek to organize Uber drivers?
I have no idea, and I really sincerely hope that any of the councillors, I'm not saying you're suggesting this, but if any of the councillors are making decisions on what might happen, they're making a big mistake in regards to agreeing to any changes to what we currently have. So I have no clue, but I don't think it's fair to work with an assumption that something may or may not happen in the future.
Yeah, I'm not working with any assumptions. I'm just asking the question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nussbaum. Councillor Egley.
Sean, again, thank you for coming out. I think you've woken us all up after sitting here for several hours. And if I'm trying to, there's so many speakers, I'm trying to sort of capture each person's main concern or main issue. So if I can paraphrase you, what you're saying to us is if we pass the proposals as they're set out without any change, that we simply are rewarding bad behavior.
Yes, and you've had a group of people that traditionally do not get along, and people in this room get that. So they're getting along now, the industry, and they're saying, look, we can live with a lot that's in those recommendations, but please give us these 9, and it will be fair to everybody involved, and that's what we're trying to support as well.
Okay, thank you for that.
Is that it, Councillor? Thank you, Councillor Egley, and thank you, Mr. McKenney. Our next speaker is Ahmed Abouali, taxi driver, followed by Pierre Nagel.
Chair, Madam, esteemed Council, I'm an immigrant. 35 years ago, I came to this great country from Palestine. I went to university. I got my university degree in management. I've been driving taxi for 18 years. I'm a driver. I'm not an owner. I represent a good bulk of the taxi drivers. My notes, I wrote them yesterday, but my 4 years old and our cat Roger, they did a number on them this morning, so I couldn't get them. They were sheds. So I thought of a few points to, after listening to the discussion, this great discussion. My brain is overloaded with so much information and points and counterpoints. But I would say that I took the chance to read the KPMG and the recommendations, and for the life of me, I thought I was reading Uber's papers, not a recommendation from a reputable, consultation company. None of our actual issues as taxi drivers or plate owners or lessees being addressed there, except for Uber. All Uber's points are there, none of ours there, despite, I remember I sent each one of you, the council, a proposal. None of you responded to me, none of your staff responded to me. Anyhow, there's couple of points I would like to raise. Number one, about customer service, what the gentleman mentioned about the KPMG. I don't know what the methodology KPMG used to tap into the 6,000 people they claim to have. Asked them question, and they found out that Uber supersedes us. There's 2 points I would like to raise on the KPMG. That people prefer Uber over taxi. Number one, there's no tip, okay, which is good. Number two, the rating system, okay. The driver, and I know lots of the Uber drivers, the people who drive for Uber, they're so scared. They're willing to kiss, whatever, to not be rated below 4. This is a point. This is number one. Number two, and I've been driving for a long time in this country, people don't understand what the taxi driver job is. So many people think the taxi driver is a slave in this country or in this city. And that has to be a job, that our job and your job and everybody's job to explain what is a taxi driver. Okay, that's a very important issue. Okay. Number three, okay, there's always a conflict between taxi driver and some people who are just born to complain. That's all. Okay. Anyway, so the customer service, as we said, okay, it's we are human beings. Taxi drivers have the right in this country, and we should not be rated, and we should not be looked at down. Okay, and we are as professional as anybody else. I don't see anybody is being rated for their job except for the taxi drivers. I don't see the doctors being rated. I don't see lawyers being rated. I don't see city officials or city staff being rated. Not even the bus drivers being rated. Why we have to be rated? I don't understand this. Okay, and one last thing. I've been doing this taxi for a long time, and I'm proud of it. I got a couple of commendations from the city and from the company I work for excellent service, customer service in my work. We take our service, our job, very seriously, because this is our bread and butter. This is not to make money for a weekend barbecue or go playing golfing. This is serious business, we take it. One last point I would like to mention, that no matter what you say about Uber, it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, looks like a duck. It's a taxi driver. It's a taxi business. It's not ride sharing. And they're undercutting us by third. Any sane person with a mind in his head would take Uber over a taxi, including me, if it's become legal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? There is one. Don't go away. Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll point out that teachers are regularly rated, and so are politicians regularly rated. doctors, many people are. And it is the reality of our society. We have to perform. What have you taken away from the opinions, the recommendations about the service that people are finding in Uber? You seem to be tone deaf to that. You seem to not have heard what Uber customers are saying and be willing to incorporate it into the way you run your taxi or the traditional taxi business runs its industry.
From what I understand, that Uber customer service is much better, but there's no discrimination, there's no description, no points, no category of what they're talking about. They're just talking about a general area, a generic word of customer service. But customer service, it's a word by itself. So could you, as the lady before me said, what is a customer service? You tell me.
You're right. Mrs. Mooney said, and I know this is not a debate,
Mrs. Mooney, yes.
Chair. I said, I'm not sure what customer service is, but
I'll tell you.
People know it when they get it.
Yeah, no, not necessarily. Everybody has his own opinion, as I said. People has different expectation. You have expectation different than Mr. Kakish has expectation when he gets in the cab. You might like me to come out and open the door and put the seat belt on you. That's you think it's a customer service. Mr. Kakish might think that I just say hello, good morning, good evening, sir. He may think it's a customer service. So it's subjective to the person. But what we in the school learned in the Alcan College about customer service is to take Mr. Joe Blow from point A to point B with courtesy and safety and security and to the most direct route. This is customer service. Yes, there's also icing on the cake. You could tell them, this is mint, where the mint toonies and loonies, and this is to be before, etc. And this is canal. It used to be a war project. Now it's leisure seaway. Okay? I don't think somebody coming yesterday from Toronto and working for Uber knows these things.
Okay. Don't diminish the simple act of offering somebody a bottle of water or all the other concrete examples.
I've done that.
I bet you have.
I've done that.
I bet you.
I know of these guys done that.
Okay, you know what? I don't want to get into a debate here. A long day. So thank you very much, and thank you to the delegation. We'll move along now to Peter Nakel and Pierre Nakel, and he will be followed by Andre Houlihan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear councillors. My name is Pierre Nakel. I've been a taxi driver in Ottawa since more than 21 years. After 7 months of studies with KPMG Consulting and after 3 months with the city staff, we have this report proposal for the taxi and limousine bylaw. This report is a visa to disaster for the taxi industry, for the traditional taxi industry, and a remedy of slavery for drivers. I like to highlight some points. One, public safety. The discrimination against taxi industry is clear. When the report does not regulate equal regulation for PTC drivers, same as for taxi drivers. For example, individual commercial insurance and a training course at Algonquin College and a mandatory camera in cabs. My question is, where is the public safety here? If we're going to have all of those in our taxis and Uber doesn't want to have any in it. Number two, competition. It is unfair competition between the regulated taxi business and the so-called ride-sharing services, which they're not. They're taxi business. By allowing them to charge cheaper prices than the taxi tariff sometimes, and surge pricing some other times. This can only be called unfair and unbalanced. 3, law and order. What kind of a message are we giving to our kids by allowing these ride-sharing services in our society for 18 months to run free ride illegally. We know very well, as the law of the land states, that authorities must enforce regulations against unregulated activities and businesses and personal stuff, and instead, what we have done, we caved down to adopt their demands in this report almost completely. 4, authorities' responsibilities. The taxi driver has to present all documents required by law to the authorities in the City of Ottawa, such as a taxi driver license and a police record check and driver abstract and a commercial insurance slip and a car safety check, all of those with a fingerprint, as if like some of us are criminals. All of this are in the bylaw to keep control and protect consumers and public. So all the taxi industry has to comply by the city's regulation, but this is not the case in this report in relation to PTC drivers, such as Uber and others. The city is passing their authority to an international companies to operate freely. Furthermore, the case with the ride-sharing services drivers, since 18 months in Ottawa, they have violated every law of the land, especially without a proper insurance, and almost nothing was done against them. Before finally, 5, fairness and justice. This is not a one-level playing field. When you have a two-tier system in transportation with the different charges to the same customers, where is the fairness? The report requires a ratio of population per taxi, 1 taxi per 806 people. Then why there is no limit on those ride-sharing services? If we allow them to hire thousands of drivers, the whole taxi industry is going to the hole. Lastly, please, this is a crucial time for 2,000 families in the taxi business in Ottawa. They are Ottawa citizens, taxpayers. Make sure before you vote on those recommendations to amend them in order to save our business and our livelihood, our investment, for the sake of our kids' livelihood.
Okay, we have to hold you there. Time's up. If you just wanted to wrap up in one sentence, you can.
Thank you. Please do the right thing and save our families. I know you can do it. Fairness and justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't go away. There's a question. Councillor DeRose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for being here today. Mr. Nakhle, I have a question for you. We've heard a lot today that there is drivers, plate owners, and some company that they have over 20 or 30 plate. Could you just elaborate a little bit? What's the impact on this, on the taxi drivers or on a plate owner?
In relation to?
Just what's financially, how this is going to impact the drivers or the plate owner? There is any difference between both, or they're all impacted the same?
As long as Uber is going to be regulated this way, we're all on the losing side. When you have different price between the taxi industry and the Uber, let's call it, or the ride sharing, one. Second, as long as there is no cap for how many drivers can work for that company or other companies, because we do have a cap somehow in the taxi industry of how many taxi plates can be issued in Ottawa compared to the population.
Good, but my question is, what is the financial impact if you're a taxi driver or you're a plate owner? There is any difference, or it's all across the board?
Well, there is differences, yes, for sure. Someone who owns a plate, he pays less than someone who's leasing a plate, and both of them, gradually, they pay less than a regular driver. But I guess there is a price for everything. Someone who pays for his plate, he deserves to pay less, and this is the market. I mean, it's been run in City of Ottawa for over than 50 years. I've been in Ottawa 21 years driving a cab, and I remember I keep, very well, too many informations about buying plates and transferring plates. And I think this is a business. The City of Ottawa was present. They were transferring those plates, they were charging fees, and we all know that. This is not new to most of the city councilors here, and in fact to everybody.
Thank you. So you think the impact is going to impact that both of them are almost the same?
Gradually, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darius, and thank you, Mr. Nicol. Our next speaker is Andre Houlihan, who will be followed by Kay Kapoor.
Good afternoon, councillors. I've been in the taxi business since 1974. I started up Marigold Taxi in the PN. Susan Jones was just a rookie bylaw officer then. And my father-in-law was Leonard Leakes, and when he sold that company, you know it today as Westway Taxi. I came over to Blue Line in the early 80s, and I'm here today. So I have over 40 years in this industry. The City of Ottawa has arrived at a point where they have one of the most safest and regulated taxi services in North America. And the crowning jewel is the camera. Mayor O'Brien, when this was introduced, had a Freudian slip when he said it was there for the safety of the customers. Well, I think we have to be careful in how we describe this camera and what it's there for. First of all, the only people that have the right to look at that camera is the police. Now, Uber, and we're all adults here, so we can call Uber exactly what it is. It's an illegal taxi service that's been operating here for the last 2 years. And I'm hearing in my cab from young ladies who go out, have a few drinks, and may fall asleep in the back of that car, that there is inappropriate behavior happening. That doesn't happen in a taxi cab anymore simply because you have what is known as a silent witness. Why would the City of Ottawa, after reaching this point, go back to a deregulated taxi service is beyond me. I don't understand. At the end of the day, when all the dust has cleared here, and we go back to our jobs in the taxi industry, you still have one thing. You have an individual pushing a half a ton of metal with a captive audience in the back seat. To me, and that's only my impression, is the city, for some reason, seems to think they can download the responsibility of looking after a taxi industry by allowing Uber to have an app that perhaps may discipline, regulate, check security, hire and fire drivers based on a rating system. Who drives the taxi? Who are the people that are in this industry? Do you know of any family that says to their kids, stay in school, son? I want you to get a good education so you can be a cab driver. No. The immigrants in this taxi industry are 90% in Ottawa. That's all I know. I've been with them for the last 40 years. They're hard-working people, and they work hard. They've invested their life savings to be somebody. I am a plate holder. So that their children don't have to be taxi drivers. And again, at the end of the day, it's still an individual pushing a half a ton of metal with a captive audience. Today, the weather was very treacherous. last night. You could go down to Karim's body shop there on Triol or go to the compound at Blue Line and see, and I've seen over the years, the cabs come in with the rear enders, the T-bones, our drivers who have been hurt and injured. Make sure that Uber has the proper insurance, the commercial insurance, to ensure that passengers getting in those Uber taxis are going to have full coverage. You know, the PR that we see in the newspaper, and we've heard from a cab driver today with 2 stars, all we're hearing about is Josh, the part-time comedian, and Larry, the 5-star Uber driver at Tim Hortons with his friends. There are a lot of good drivers. And in any industry, you have not so good people, but in this case, I have to say that the taxi industry has served the city very well. And to turn around and be telling the drivers, listen, after you've invested your life savings, to turn around and say, and the city was part of this, buyer beware. How disingenuous to say something that to a man like this fella here that paid
Mr. Holohan, your time is up. Can you wrap up, please?
I paid $69,000 for my plate, so I'm not going to cry. But buyer beware also can mean voter beware. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Holohan. Seeing no questions, we'll move along to Kay Kapoor. Mr. Kapoor will be followed by Bill Parmar.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Krishan Kapoor. I have been in Blue Line since 21 years. When I decided to purchase a taxi plate license in 1997, I was told by city officials that I would need a lawyer to buy a taxi plate license similar to purchasing a property. I was also told I would need to pay 10% of the set plate value that time of $58,000, totaling a fee $5,800 to City of Ottawa. Now, city officials are treating the same investment as false investment. When I purchased my plate, there was no warning that the city officials will pass bylaws that would destroy the value of our investments. However, I did not wrongly invest. I bought the taxi plate abiding the city bylaws. Now these same officials are opening the barrier to destroy my future. You will be held responsible for those losses. An illegal company is becoming legal, and we, the professional taxi drivers, are being suggested to compensate by lowering our standards and protocols to those of an illegal organization. After years of following strict guidelines and bylaws imposed by Diane Dean, we are now given a solution to make us shut up about injustice. The recommendation by city officials is that these bylaws should be changed, that taxi drivers no longer need to complete taxi courses to become a certified taxi driver, which every taxi driver in this city has to complete to hold their jobs. This indicates that the city wants to lower our standards to the standards that Uber follows. Even though for years we have been demanded to spend our own money to comply with ever-changing bylaws that work to continuously higher the taxi standards. We spent years fighting for our rights and were harassed to comply to all changes that the city demanded. Now, when it's convenient for the city in the face of public demand to change all the rules, these changes should be considered as fairness for taxi drivers? No. What is fair about giving such easy access to a company to destroy our investments and our jobs in this city? We were bullied for decades from the committee who so frequently changed taxi requirements. For example, change the position of plate numbers, position of camera, having expensive specific brand cameras, newer age of cars, requirement for a permanent branding on the taxi so that our cars that we paid for should always look like a taxi vehicle. Why are the rules that we were required to follow for decades not imposed on Uber drivers? Where are the public safety measures that you demanded us to follow? I understand that you are making the rules easier for every driver carrying a passenger for the future. But what about the hundred thousands of dollars we spent investing in a taxi plate? What about the protocols we were harassed to follow for decades? What about the cost requiring us to purchase newer vehicles? What about thousands spent on renewal and transfer fees that went to the city of Ottawa? Where is our justice, our compensation for that? I have been driving since 21 years and I will be 65 this year. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kapoor. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move along to Bill Parmar, and Mr. Parmar will be followed by Bob Orr, Assistant to the President of Unifor. Is Mr. Parmar here? No? Move along then to Bob Orr, Assistant to the President of Unifor, and Mr. Orr will be followed by Pascal Barrett.
Am I on here? Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Council, for this opportunity. I think it's a very good signal. You've got a tough job ahead of you, but having a forum like this and hearing everyone's views is says that you're really trying to get it right. You're not trying to do what's popular. You want to get it right, and certainly we've heard a lot of views this morning. So I do have a written presentation that I provided to the clerk, but I'll breeze through it in the interest of time. So I think, and on behalf of our members, that your system works. I think that your system is in place. I think it protects the consumers. It protects the taxi drivers and their interests. It limits the number of drivers to a reasonable need. And to comments of others, you can't just simply swing the door open and say that anybody with a vehicle can have a taxi and be a taxi. It provides for a uniform application and enforcement mechanism. I do believe that the system needs to be updated to provide fairness for current and future taxi drivers. Legalizing PTCs is not the way to do it. That's precarious work. It's part-time work. Our drivers don't do that. They make a living. Someone mentioned last night, well, I also flew into the airport last night, and I can tell you that I had a great experience in the cab. The driver did not know who I was. He was a young man. He was in car 73. It was one of the worst conditions that I've seen all year, and every other vehicle on the road, every other vehicle was a taxi of some sort. There wasn't a lot of people out last night, but these guys behind me were all out. They get up to work. They go to work every day. They don't get holidays or vacation pay. They don't have bereavement leave or time and a half. They don't get surge pricing. They get up to pay for their family and for their livelihood, and they get a return on their investment. So for them, I think the system works. I do want to say, if you go to the Uber app on the web page, what it says and what it advertises when it's trying to get new drivers to sign up, it says, drive when you want, here I'll quote, choose when you drive, where you go, and who you pick up. And that shouldn't be acceptable. That shouldn't be acceptable. They should pick up whoever needs a ride. They should be bound to be available when everyone needs them. So I think that what's needed here is we need to protect the single plate owners and their families. They have a lifetime investment in their plate. I think that the city should modernize the taxi regulations, go to a single plate system.
Owners of rideshare programs should not be allowed to undercut the rates of the drivers. With the system with Uber and an online app, if I'm a driver in the morning when things are slow, mid-morning, the Uber driver can undercut me and take my rate, knowing that later in the day they can have a surge pricing that gives them 3 times the rate of pay. I talked to one young server in one of the restaurants in the city who went to a concert in Canada, and she said to me it was cheaper going because they undercut the taxi, but coming back was 3 times the price. Now, she was in her 20s, and she's out in Canada and needs to get home. What's she going to do? We've seen the horror stories in the newspaper on New Year's Eve where people are charged $1,000 and 5 times the rate and things like that. There should be no ability for an online app to set the prices. I've got here a picture on my phone that we just took earlier, and it's got the City of Ottawa emblem on it, and it's the taxi rates. The taxi rates should set the prices. Council set the prices. That's what should be on someone's app. If it says you want to buy a taxi or get a taxi, it should say that it's $3.45 for the first so many meters, then it's 16 cents for the next. That's what it should be. It shouldn't be subject to the whim of the drivers. And again, the drivers of the online app, the drivers can't change the price. They don't have variable pricing. And I think it was the last speaker that said, how do they survive with that? They're the only ones bound by a certain price, yet other people can make so much more. So the danger here is, if you change the system, you got to change it for everybody. That's a level playing field. And I don't suggest you do that. I think that would be the worst thing you could do, is open this up to a comment that someone earlier made about unfettered competition, unfettered capitalism. So I think the system does work. Multi-plate owners don't have the same effect on this. To someone's question earlier, they don't have the same effect. There are 2 owners in this city, the 2 highest multi-plate owners. One owns 87 plates, one owns 66. The person who owns 87 plates gets paid $783,000 a year when someone leases his cabs, $783,000. The person that owns 66 cabs gets $594,000 a year when they lease their cabs. These are multi-plate owners. In addition to that, Coventry Connections gets over $5 million in stand rent. Over $5 million a year. So to say that those plate owners have the same investments as the guy sitting behind me is simply not true. These guys have to drive thousands of miles to even break even so they can pay their stand rents, their leasing, all of the costs for their licensing and everything. That's a different equation than someone,
your time is up. Can you wrap up,
someone owns the plate. So just in closing, I just want to say to this. Taxi drivers are an important, integral part of the city. They make Ottawa a vibrant city. They connect travelers to their destination, workers to their jobs, and citizens to their families. It's important. I think you've got it right. It can be fixed. The only question is, if someone new wants to come into the game, they should be a taxi and act as one.
Thank you, Mr. Orr.
Thank you.
Don't go away. There are some questions for you, starting with Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Orr, very simple question. Why should we set the price?
2 reasons. Consumer fairness, protect the riders, and you always have. I think it's your responsibility, and it's always been there.
So should we set maximum price, but not minimum price, to protect the driver, the rider?
Whatever you set should apply equally to all.
Okay. Or not set should apply.
I think not set would be the worst option, and it would be an abdication of your responsibility to your citizens.
But why?
Because they count on you, and someone mentioned it earlier, people consider it public transit. And when they're in public transit, they don't expect surprises. They expect to know what they're getting. I've got a card in my wallet that I use for the GO train, and I know when I tap it, I know what it cost me. It cost me $7.80 to get to downtown Toronto to get on a plane to come here. Yeah. And I think that's the certainty that consumers deserve.
In airlines, it's different. When we go to restaurants, we don't set the prices. These are important industries.
You don't set the prices, but neither do you have to barter on them. I mean, you know what you're getting. When I go to a restaurant and when I go there and I frequent it, then I know when I'm going to have the same steak sandwich I had the day before, it's the same price. It's not variable. But you're right, there is variable pricing in the airline sector. You're correct.
There's variable pricing everywhere. In the advertising business, there's variable pricing everywhere.
But I would just argue that those people flying don't rely on that to get to their job, to get to the parliament buildings, to get to council, to get to school. Flying, for the most part, is an optional exercise. Not always. Some people fly for their jobs like I do, but it's not. It's more discretionary and more optional. People rely on the taxi services to get to medical appointments, to get to, the doctors and the hospitals, and to get to theaters, and they support this whole community.
People rely on a whole bunch of transportation options to get around for very important, and gas prices fluctuate. And when gas prices fluctuate, if they go up, why shouldn't a cab driver be able to raise his or her prices, and conversely when they go down?
Again, consumer protection. And if one's allowed to do it, all should be allowed to do it.
You want the regulator to do that as opposed to leaving it more open to the market?
Yes, absolutely.
That's
to continue to do it.
Fine position. Talk to me a little bit about the economics of the cab industry, in that if we pass some sort of bylaw, when we pass a bylaw on next Wednesday, the economics of the industry will change, no doubt. No doubt plate prices will go down. How does that not help the driver?
So you said prices will go down?
Plate prices, leasing prices, if the value of the plate goes down, if there are more participants in the market, I think the cost of being in the market, the cost of entering the market for cab drivers will go down. For example, the value of the plates will go down, and thus the monthly lease will go down. How does that not help the driver?
That's a great theory, but that's not been our experience, that those things happen in conjunction with each other. One automatically occurs, and the other has to be bargained, and there's no certainty in that.
So you're saying the holder of the plates would rather not rent the plate at any price rather than renting it at a lower price?
My view is the holder or the leasee, or the owner?
The holder of the plate, the owner of the plate, would rather not rent the plate at a lower price.
He's going to have to rent. He's going to have to rent a plate to get a return on his investment.
At a certain price.
The owner, it's not better for the owner of the plate in any regard if the value of his plate goes down. That's one of the things that this city's been facing with the influx of Uber and the value of the plate depreciating. People behind me that have bought plates did so knowing the rules. They got into the game knowing the rules of what the plate is, that it's based on value, that there's protections and bylaws. To change those and undo that plate value, then I agree that single owners should have to be compensated for that.
How much would they have paid the city?
Well, they've been paying the city through the regulated licensing fees and all of that for
some... They paid the city a certain nominal amount, depending on when they bought it, around $500. So perhaps they should be compensated by to whomever they paid the $200,000.
Should
they?
That's not my decision. It's not up for me to decide. I wouldn't want that. I don't think it's the person that sold me the plate that would be causing me the harm of the plate value when it's not them who regulates the bylaws. So I disagree with you on that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cloutier. Councillor Fleury.
I'd like to continue on the discussion on the amount. So I'll use a different analogy. So at the city, I'm not saying we're successful, but in parking, we're trying to go high usage, high price, low usage, low price for on-street parking with our pay and display machine. As part of the proposal, right now, the taxi license portion, the application would allow for an influx of with a maximum amount. Am I hearing from you that you're not in favor of that?
I personally don't think that's a good idea, either as a consumer or looking at it in the form of what a consumer would want. I think they want a fixed price. I think that variable pricing would be very problematic in this sector. And again, it gets back to whether or not people have to do this or it's something that they opt. That's just my view.
I thought you'd come back with a driver perspective, but you've opened the consumer perspective. So why wouldn't a consumer want a cheaper fare?
They would want a cheaper fare.
So why would you want variable pricing?
You said, so are you suggesting that you would take today's current rates and lower them? Because that would be disastrous for the taxis.
No, what I'm saying is as part of the application, this is currently in the proposal, is that the taxi industry, under the new application program, would be able
to regulate the fee. The city would still set the max, but that fee would be based on a similar model that I'm describing for on-street parking. But you brought in the consumer side of it, so I'm intrigued by what you said. You don't believe that consumers want cheaper fares?
I absolutely believe consumers want cheaper fares,
So why
everything
would-
cheaper hydro, cheaper property taxes. Consumers absolutely want cheaper fares.
Right. So now, why wouldn't you favor that process? Low usage, I want business, you start getting business that way, and then when it's busy, you are able to increase your rates. Why wouldn't you want that as a... So let's forget the consumer for a second, let's talk about the driver. Why wouldn't the driver not want that?
Why would the driver not want that?
Right. I'm not understanding, because you're making a case for one fee all the time, everywhere, for the same distance. We're saying cash fee or hailing, that remains. I would like it, publicly, I would like that to be changed, and we were having discussions how that could happen. But there is a separate system as part of the application process in the taxi license that we're reviewing today that would enable that. Why wouldn't you favor that, is my question.
So in looking at the system, and if we're talking about the system where it says that someone booking an app, and where some comments were made that if you book something on an app, the price you get is the price you bet, buyer beware, then I think that's the wrong system, whether it's Uber that does it or a taxi company that has its own app. That leaves the consumer, I think, prone to increases, prone to variable pricing. I don't think it's good. I don't think that if the drivers want that, they're perfectly willing to say that, but this is not about getting an increase in rates for drivers and for the multi-plate owners. That's not why we're here. We're here, I think, to protect the industry and say keep regulating it, keep doing what you're doing.
I respect you. I respect you coming forward, but I think you're missing the point that with the Uber application, the buyer beware is not only for the fee, it's also for the city's liability. Let's take that aside and let's take the discussion just to the taxi changes. So as part of the taxi changes, there's a proposal as part of the application to do variable rates. The variable rates, I'll give you an example. I'm on the application. It says my ride will be $20. Isn't that a better situation for the driver, knowing the outcome of the fee, and for the user, knowing the outcome of the fee as well?
I don't think variable rates cause an increase in ridership. I think that they're problematic, and I don't think that if there were the opportunity for the drivers to get an increase at some point in time, that other people may choose other avenues and they wouldn't necessarily have an increase in total compensation. On the other point of the ride-sharing app and saying that the city can't be in any way responsible, I just, again, someone said earlier they're not a lawyer, but if any portion of what Uber or other ride-share programs are paying is deducted and sent to the city, I would, as a person in a cab, say there is responsibility, but that's not really up to me.
Okay, thank you for your response. I'm still unclear about, under the taxi licenses, why you're opposed to the influx, because I do think it's an additional incentive, an additional clarity for the driver and the user, but I respect that. I got the answer I did at this point. Thank you.
We do have other questions, so thank you, Councillor Fleury. On to Councillor Derouz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you, and thank you, Mr. Orr. I just want a clarification a little bit more. You mentioned in your speech that you were saying there is people who own 67 plate or 56 plate, and they also make 700 and 500,000. You throw a number there, and also there is $5 million revenue from stand. So are you trying, am I understanding correct, so they are raising the prices so they cannot compete in the market? Are you trying to say that there is some group have a different benefit than a single plate owner, and there is some people benefiting and they are creating the monopoly? I don't want to use that term, but I'm just trying to clarify here a couple of things. Can you a little bit elaborate on that and explain to the committee what... Because obviously we don't understand the industry, and obviously there is 3 levels, and that's why I was trying to clarify earlier with another delegate to understand what's the difference between a single plate owner, a driver of the taxi, which is the guy who leased the plate, and the guy who owns 60 or 70 plate. It's no one today was able to kind of explain it to us in a clear picture. So can you please a little bit elaborate and explain to the committee what that entail in the three level of plate owner or plate owner, driver, or multiple plate owner?
And if we could just get a brief answer to that question, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I'll be more direct than earlier speakers this morning. So I don't know if I can give you a total answer. For me, what I perceive as the difference is that the plate owner makes a living off of his customers who gets in the back seat. They make that living. The multi-plate owners are insulated from that because they make a living off the single plate owners or the lessees who pay them directly before someone's even gotten in their seat. So I look at it as if you've got to get a license, a background check, insurance, all of these things, and you have to have you're paying to lease a car, then you have to pay all of those fees. The multi-plate owners pay none of those fees. People pay them. And that's why I say that a multi-plate owner, and there's a difference between owning 5 and owning, 87 and 60. I mean, there's a big difference. But the multi-plate owner gets a return value on his plate, a big return value on his plate. Unlike the guys behind me that are single-plate owners will suffer greatly if they can't get someone in their seat and get that money from their hand to the multi-plate owner hand.
Thank you. That's a great explanation. But my other question will be, so the most impacted people will be in this, if this bylaw to go through and whatever happen, who will be the most impacted? It will be the driver or the single plate owner? So that, in my understanding, that the multiple plate owner is not going to be impacted.
In my view, the people impacted the most by this bylaw would be the single plate owner, the lessees or renters of the plates, and the consumer.
So if we do that changes and we go with the bylaw and we change the way that the taxi industry operate right now, don't you think that will be benefit maybe for the single plate owner and for the taxi driver if, and I'm saying if, we all agreed on the rules and the regulation that will be fair for everyone. But as you know, it doesn't matter what kind of decision we made. There is already monopoly in the taxi industry right now. So if you, in your experience, and I understand it's a hard question to answer, but what we, as a city councilor and as a committee, we are answering to the public demand, but we are making sure not impact livelihood on people. We've heard a lot today. There is a lot of people who will be impacted, and we really, this is not what all about here. So can you let me know if that will maybe change the way that we do business and will maybe benefit these people?
So I guess the answer is it depends. Is it the current number of plates? How many new people are coming in to compete with them? If it's anybody who rides a vehicle or wants to get on this and sign up and be a taxi driver, it would be disastrous. For me, the question is if everyone's treated like a taxi, then you have to decide whether or not you want 5 more plates or 10. I seen the formula where you were suggesting to change that formula. For me, that's a legitimate equation, and I know that we don't want an influx of drivers or competition, but at this, not competition, influx of drivers to have to compete with, I guess, for the fares. But if you want to have that change because you're a taxi industry, then that's in your current bylaws, and there's nothing really that, this process isn't necessary to do that. The other thing, when you talk about, just briefly, I'll just comment, when you talk about, what the public wants, I mean, yeah, there's things that are popular and there's things that are right, but you don't want to send a message, at least I wouldn't recommend sending a message to the public, that the way to get a bylaw change is to simply violate it. You can't reward bad behavior. And also, just in closing, and I've been around a long time like everyone else, and the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And I had no reassurances from over this morning that they were going to do anything different.
I do appreciate, Mr. Orr. I have one more question for you. Just bear with me here. And I thank you, I appreciate it. And I assure you, we're not doing this only for one reason. There is multiple reasons, but this is not the case here. But Are you, in your experience, you think if we cap the demand and the Uber or whatever share riding cars in the city to be able to balance between the taxis, the regulated taxi and the Uber or share riding, do you think that will be maybe an option?
I think that there should be no parallel system. A taxi is a taxi is a taxi.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuz. Councillor Kakish.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Orr, for the presentation. I just had a quick question for the role of the union and in terms of what you can do. I think we're all here trying to make the life of the driver better or make the best of the situation. As a union, one of the things that, as far as I know, that the PTC model is so successful is because it's common sense. You look where the closest vehicle is and you get it. My understanding is because of some of the union rules that you have, the next person that's up in the queue would be the one that would go as opposed to the one that's closest in terms of proximity. Correct me if I'm wrong, I see you're kind of shaking your head yes and no, but, what are you doing as a union to make life easier for your members as well? And you mentioned briefly that you are doing things, but you didn't get into them in your 5 minutes.
So I'm not that familiar with how the closest car technology has been implemented. I know Amrik is up here and he can tell you how we've reacted with that to the employer. I'm not familiar with it enough to tell you that we've resisted it or it can't happen. I know that the app is up and running. I went on it the other day at both Capital and Blue Line, and I think it is closest to car technology, but the guys behind me would know better. Sorry, was there a second part of your question? What is the union doing? So as a union, my goal would be to get this taxi sector on the same page and improve public service, improve our image in the city, get in the same room and say we all have an interest in this together. And what I've been trying to do and what I do in my role as a union rep for 30 years is to find solutions to problems and enhance the lives of our members, the communities at large.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor El-Shantiri now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. O, for your presentation. I find it, I think we're all on the same page to some degree. We're all looking for what's best for our community in general, our taxpayers in specific, and also for our people, which is the driver, the owners. And so don't you think instead of trying to single out who is in a greater benefit or who's in a greater loss, if we can just at least for the time being work together and trying to see how we can save that industry and the differences between you and the owners can be put aside, and let's focus right now on the people's daily living, because that's what's impact, in my opinion, is the people who's trying to make a living out of this industry. So so we have a report ahead of us, and there's some requests coming from your union member and the owner and the driver all united. Do you agree with some of those recommendations? Is there's one of them more important to you than the other? There's 9 recommendations, and you probably won't be able to get 9, but if it's 1 or 2, which one or 2 would you like to see happen to serve your people?
I can just say that I think the overriding principle of the regulations is that a taxi is a taxi and have a level playing field, and I agree with that. So not everyone agrees to everything. Not everyone behind me would agree to every regulation. Not everyone agrees with everything I said, but we're trying to take a consensus. And I've been, a union rep for 35 years finding consensus with bargaining committees and employers and councils and governments, and that's what we need to do. But this process doesn't need to happen for us to do that. It really, the process is in place. The system isn't broke. I think it suits the city well, the drivers well, and the public well. So I don't think it's broke at all.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think the time here to debate you, Bob, about this, but there's a reality out there, and I think you have to deal with that reality. And I hope you put your differences aside today and put your hand with others and work together and see what we can do to help you to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to leave it right there. Thank you, Mr. I see no other questions. Thank you very much,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Moore,
much.
for your presentation and taking questions. Next, we have Pascal Barrette, followed by Sean McGee.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of council and staff. I'm here as on a personal basis, as a passenger of a taxi. After those who talked about accessible transportation, I'm part of that clientele. As a citizen, this is a public consultation, and I appreciate it. We haven't had much time to react. I received the documents only 2 weeks ago. I've had other business to attend to, even though I'm retired, so I suppose that working people didn't have much time to read the report and prepare. You realize that. The taxi business is very complex. You're asking us for our opinion. Well, it takes time. So my first recommendation would be that when there is a regulation proposal, you should give us more time to look at the report and look at the pros and cons. My second suggestion is as follows. Some terms are very ambiguous in the report. My suggestion, as for any bill or any regulation, we need first and foremost, good definitions of keywords. For example, I often see the words of sharing. Sharing is 2-3 neighbors who share the same vehicle. They pay for the ride from home to work. But with Uber, that's not what we're talking about. Uber is abusing this term. And they're also abusing economically sharing. If we have 2-3 neighbors, we share the same lawnmower, for example. That's not what we're talking about here. But if you use your lawnmower to start a business, well, then it's like what Uber is doing right now. They have an application, and they're starting a taxi business, more or less. The problem, and I'll talk about it in my conclusion, is that an application is not a taxi. So what should we regulate in the taxi business? First, what is the main purpose of the taxi? And that should be the first definition you should provide for in your regulation, is to transport one or more people with pay. And Uber and what you call traditional taxiing, that's what they do. And the person who just talked said so. A taxi is a taxi is a taxi. So it would be really important, once you've determined that, what should be regulated in the taxi business, be it by telephone or using a mobile device. This is secondary. You don't even need to regulate that. It's secondary, and it's up to the private business, or it's up to the free market to decide what would be the tool used to contact the taxi. We said it earlier, it has to be reliable. You have to check criminal backgrounds. You have to make sure the cars are safe. The drivers have been trained. And in that regard, the report is excellent. And it would apply to the two types of operators, the traditional taxi and the operators that you call from the private sector, or the private operators. I think that's how you call them. And the terminology is very ambiguous. A private car, what do we mean? We know what it means, but still, we would need a definition. So as far as regulating the taxi industry, well, you have to make sure that it's safe for the public, and that's been done. Great. The only reservation I might have in relation to that report is that there is no real training requirements. You're reducing the skills that drivers need, and you in fact, devalue the profession of taxi driver. You've used your 5 minutes. Can you conclude, please? My main recommendation is that there be only one group, and it ought to be called taxi, not two definitions. So I would conclude in saying that seeing a bird doesn't mean that spring is there, and one application doesn't mean that it's the whole taxi business. No questions. Well, thank you so much, sir. Next, Sean McGee.
Amrit Singh. Mr. McGee?
Thank you. My name is Sean McGee. I'm a lawyer with the law firm Nelligan O'Brien Payne, and in case any of you would hold that against me, I've worked in the taxi industry in the sense that I have worked with taxi drivers and the taxi union. I represent Local 1688. I have Mr. Singh is sitting beside me, the president of the local, for some 30 plus years. I wanted to, there have been many comments made. I'm going to try to avoid duplication, but I want to start with a question that was raised about the rate, and perhaps I can make a comment on that. There are two parts to the answer to that, the question of variable rates.
I want to make sure that if you have questions, you can put them in French or in English.
With the variable rate and the examination that's being done. The first is that because of the imbalance in the playing field and the regulations that deal with taxi drivers, there is a 13% higher rate for a taxi charging a customer because of the mandatory inclusion of HST. So we start out with what is perceived to the customers to be an imbalance. They may charge the same amount of money, but the customer has to pull more money out of a Visa card or out of a pocket. So we have to be careful about that. The second thing about the variable rate is that let's recognize it for what it is. It is the more stranded you are, the higher you pay. That's what surge pricing is. I can take you out to the Canadian Tire Centre, to whatever location at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you're going to pay a certain amount of money. But when you want to come back, there are going to be 50 people or more who want the same thing. And the difficulty is you're stranded. And if this committee and if council assumes that there will always be a taxi industry, that doesn't matter, because I can call a taxi because they've got a flat ceiling and they can't charge me more. That creates a fundamental imbalance. I want to talk about the idea of ride sharing. There were some comments made about that. Let's be honest about this. We are talking about Uber, which is a company that does not accept that for hire covers them. And I say that because I'm the person who argued the injunction application that you've probably all heard about, where the court said, we're not going to give you the injunction. What the court did say was that we have a case that can go forward to trial. We have a substantial issue to be tried. But what the court said was, Uber has one too. They say the words for hire don't cover them. They will not respect the idea that the definition for hire applies to their drivers. And they're going to argue that at a trial that is going to come years from now. They will not respect, and before the court, one of the reasons that they said there should not be an injunction was because the definition of a vehicle for hire doesn't apply to them. They don't have to deal with it. Brings me to my next point. Local 1688 of Unifor, and all of the drivers that you see back here respect the law. One of the things that they teach you in first-year law school is the rule of law is the cornerstone of any civilization. And what is happening now is that Uber is coming before you and asking you to reward them for violating the law. Tomorrow they will violate the law. Right now, people are violating the taxi bylaw, and they will do it tomorrow, and they will do it in June, and if we can't get things in place until September, they will do it in September. We have to realize that. We also have to realize that there was a comment this morning by the first presenter about magic. Uber's not magic. It's an app. It's a computer program, and what we have to do is we have to regulate taxis appropriately. You have seen 9 proposals. They fall into 3 main categories: compliance, protection, and training. What we are asking for you to do is to find that those elements are the cornerstones of the taxi industry, and that in any fair...
Mr. McGee, your time's up. Can you wrap up, please?
I can. In any fair system that creates a level playing field, those elements would apply equally to what we used to, until very recently, call bandit cabs. Now we call them ride-sharing apps, and apply to taxi drivers, and we would ask that this process lead to that.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. From your point of view, if you could have the draft bylaws approved as is or approved with a ban on surge pricing, I just want to make sure I understand, you would prefer to see a ban on surge pricing for PTCs?
The idea of surge pricing is offensive to the notion of a public transport, the integral role that was recognized in both the consultants and the staff report. It causes extreme difficulties for a number of reasons, some of which I've mentioned. It causes difficulties for the idea of accessible cabs. We should not assume that there will be accessible cabs available if we gut the current taxi industry. And so it would be our suggestion that in any situation where there was an allowance to charge 4%, 5%, and 6% for people who are private transportation companies, so to speak, that would lead to a significant problem for the customers of the parapublic system in Ottawa.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nussbaum, and thank you, Mr. McGee. Mr. Singh, President of Unifor 1688, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Members of the committee, I stand before you on behalf of almost 2,000 taxi drivers in the city of Ottawa. Hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying people for whom this is the single largest issue of their working life. 2,000 people who stand to lose their livelihood based on what this committee and council rule. First, I want to address some inaccurate report that have been circulating in the local media. There is no plan to block any OC Transpo garages. In fact, there is no plan for any protests whatsoever. We are here in this room to participate in the democratic process and collaborate to arrive at a solution. The taxi industry has a proud and multiple decade-long history of working with the City of Ottawa as well as the municipality that predate. We have no desire to jeopardize this relationship that has taken a lifelong to build. Fundamentally, the entire discussion has to do with the competition and the fairness. We're not afraid of competition. Our concern is that the market, to be competitive, there must be an equal regulatory burden. The taxi industry is tightly regulated. Yes, we had We have not been the biggest fan of them at times, but we recognize that these regulations were put in place for a reason. They were the result of well thought out, reasoned, and debated motions of this committee over decades. We argue for equality under law. Just because PTC claimed to be innovative and deserving a new set of regulation does not make this true. In fact, if you remove all regulation from the equation, then the only difference between PTC and taxi is that they don't have a phone number. PTC provide pre-arranged transportation on demand for a fee, and vast majority of our business is exact same. We just do so under set of rules that limit our flexibility in the name of public interest. Public interest is, most importantly, safety. Safety for customer, drivers, pedestrian, and others on the road. Taxis carried commercial liability policies that are not limited to number of hours. Under the proposed changes, PTC drivers who exceed their hours per week could leave other drivers or taxpayers paying the bill, and the city would have no way to prevent or monitor this. Insurance is mandatory for all drivers, and commercial insurance is mandatory for all commercial drivers. We should not allow some drivers to have insurance policy that some with easily broken rules that put the public safety at risk. Complete disregard for the rules to date by the dominant PTC, Uber, for the past 15 months prove that we cannot delegate the power of regulation to them. A complete and utter disregard for our bylaws, insurance rules. Apparently, the tax code of Canada show that this company should not be trusted to police itself. Their actions in Ottawa and around the world demonstrate that they do not care about any rules. As such, we believe as a city we cannot delegate the authority for regulation to any PTC. Uber claimed to complete police record checks for its drivers, but we do not know if this is the case, as there is no proof. Uber claimed to take vehicle check seriously, but their owns and inspection reports are a joke compared to Ontario Safety Standard Certificate. And what will you do if they decide not to cooperate as they have done it in California? This is why the chief license inspector need to be responsible for this. The city of Ottawa has a duty to ensure safety when it comes to PTC as it does with taxis. One of the best examples of this is camera. Yes, when the camera was first proposed, we stood before you and argued against this. We have now become believers in them. The evidence that they have provided to help the public and the drivers of cab has been invaluable. We want to keep cameras that balance protection and privacy rights. As taxpayers of Ottawa, we believe PTC industry should foot the bill of regulation the same way the taxi industry do. The city operate on a cost recovery basis when it comes to fee, so there is no reasonable argument for a per fare fee, as the city's cost of regulating PTC is based on number of drivers and vehicle, not the number of fares. The driver should cover the cost.
Your time is up. Could you wrap up, please?
Yes, the driver should cover the cost to the city to do their business activity. The report staff presented to you is flawed. Increasing vehicle age limit is a ploy to accommodate Uber where they fall short. For years we have been told by this very committee that new cars are needed. We listen, we buy new cars, 5 model years, and then retire before 8. Why we are lowering the bar? For a multi-billion-dollar company, they should rise to our standard. We should not lower our standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. There are some questions. Councillor Druce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Amrik, for your presentation. We asked a question earlier. When the call come for taxi ride, is the closest car dispatched for the call?
We have 3 major companies in Ottawa. Capital Taxi do it already. We just signed a collective agreement. They have started it already. For Blue Line, we are going for negotiation in 1 month, and this thing will be done.
So, as we heard today, there is so much disparity inside the industry itself. Are you guys looking to have like one policy for all the cabs? Because obviously every company is running on its own policy. Am I missing that? Am I right, or I'm missing something on this?
Actually, there is only one company, Coventry Connection, which dispatch to all the fleets in Ottawa. And we are only one union who represent those 3 companies. And I can assure you these problems will be solved very quickly through collective bargaining.
Yeah, thank you. We keep hearing about solving problems. I have a question for you. I asked this before. You sent us a request for 9 requirements that you'd like us to see with the new report. As you know, the 9 of them are impossible. Can you give me the top 3 right off the top of your head? What do you like to see the first top 3 in your priority so we can be able to work and something will keep everybody?
Mr. Counselor, we come in front of almost all of you and we ask for fairness. We are today again asking for fairness. Those 9 points are very fair. Look, you have to choose between 2,500 families and a multinational, multi-billion-dollar company which live in a foreign country. We are not asking something. We always listen to your rules. We cooperate with you to make those rules. The present chairperson was chairperson when long meetings were happening to make taxi bylaws. Some of councillors are old enough to witness that. We always listen to the rules you are making, but today we are asking you something different. Be fair.
Thank you, Amrit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Giroux. Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. If I understand correctly, your current collective agreement would not permit, in the case where the draft bylaws were approved by Council, would not permit the drivers to, say, drive for Uber or another company in that category. Do you think in the case, and I know it's not your preference, but if the bylaws were passed by Council as is, do you anticipate that you and your members would seek changes to the collective agreement to permit drivers to have the option of being both taxi drivers and also driving for PLCs?
Myself and 2,000 people we represent, we always ask them to follow the rules, and they do. Some of us don't. You will see them Thursday in the court with $260 ticket in their hand. We are saying, please make fair rules. We are the people who obey the rules. Don't listen too much to people who are not listening to your rules for 15 months. And as a union, whenever we sit down to negotiate a collective agreement, we always make sure we are following the city-made rules or provincial rules or federal rules.
Okay, I'll just try it one more time. I'm just saying, in the case where the PTC bylaws are passed as is, would you, in your next opportunity of negotiating the collective agreement, seek changes to permit taxi drivers to also work as PTC drivers?
We take directions from our members, Councillor. We are a democratic union.
So that hasn't been discussed at this stage?
Well, whenever you make the rules, we will have our meetings. We'll put forward it to our membership. And whatever order we get, we will go and follow it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Again, a very short question. With respect to the plate lease rate that is in the collective agreement, I was uncertain as to the answer that Mr. Way provided earlier. In the collective agreement, is the lease rate set out at both a floor and a ceiling, a minimum and a maximum, or does it just set out the maximum?
There is one only set of rules. In different companies, the rates are different. For example, in Blue Line Taxi, a leasee have to pay $750 per month.
So it is a set rate, and there's no room to negotiate that downward?
Well, that will be in the next collective agreement.
Okay, and so you will be looking at that in the next agreement. Perfect.
That's
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper, and thank you very much, Mr. Singh. Our next speaker is Ramana Razi. Is Ramana Razi here? Yes? Okay, and Ramana will be followed by Fadal Hamad. Fadal Hamad is not here? Did somebody say not here? He's not? Okay. So Ramana will be followed by Anupam Kakar. Go ahead.
Merci, Madame la Présidente et chers membres du Conseil.
Thank you very much.
Student from the University of Ottawa. Bonjour, mon nom est Romina Raisi et je suis...
My name is Robina Raisi. I am on the second year at the University of Ottawa. My father has a car and drives a taxi. For the past 15 years, he used to drive between 10 and 12 hours a day. He devoted almost all his weekends, as well as the holidays, to drive taxis to allow me to study full-time at the university.
He has been driving a taxi for 10 to 12 hours a day for the last 15 years. He has given up spending weekends, New Year's, and practically every other holiday with his family to make enough money so that I could think about university rather than working full-time to make ends meet after high school. Canada is built on ensuring the minority rights are not squashed by the whims of the majority. With today's proposals, my father's accessible taxi plate would be essentially worthless. Who would buy or lease a taxi plate and then pay $50,000 for an accessible taxi van when they can drive Uber with their regular car? Have you ever thought who would drive the accessible vans in the city when you legalize Uber? The recommendations by the KPMG were for 15% of PTCs to be accessible. These recommendations were rejected because there is no way for the city to legally enforce them. In practice, the proposals for today would counteract all the steps the city has taken to assure equality for disabled and special needs individuals. Et pour les fins de temps, je vais continuer seulement en anglais, mais si vous avez...
If you have questions, please do not hesitate. You can ask them in French.
If I put up a food stand outside City Hall tomorrow and say I will only charge people through an app, would you allow me to stay there? Maybe charge me a per sale fee? Of course not, because in order to assure order and to assure the public safety and security of their foods, there has to be permits, there has to be city regulations, city inspections. I'm a student. I know how attractive progress is, but the fact is that not all change is progress. The proposals presented today deregulate the taxi industry. This has been done before. Major cities in the U.S. in the 1970s, as well as many cities in Canada, have attempted deregulation. Halifax, for example, had a deregulated taxi system until 1994. All of these cities have learned that deregulation does not work. It is bad for jobs, and it is bad for public safety. Deregulation means less training for people that every single one of us trusts implicitly to take us home safely. Right now, taxi drivers have to undergo months of training in defensive driving, public service with language requirements, and customer service, particularly in ensuring accessibility to disabled and special needs clients. Months of trainings, the new proposals are not imposing on PTCs and are in fact deregulating by removing requirements for taxi drivers. I'm 22 years old. I have less than 200 hours of driving experience. I'm still afraid when I try to merge on the highway, and I am terrible at navigation. But I have my G, I have a clean driving record, and I have no criminal record. With the proposals of today, all I would need is to purchase insurance, and I would, through Uber, be able to drive your kids across town after having had a drink, as long as my alcohol level is below 0.05. Would you trust your kids in my car? In a snowstorm, when the city has no control over me, no way of keeping track and responding to complaints against me, there will be no cameras in the car, no panic buttons. If you put untrained drivers on the road for extended periods, driving unfamiliar routes, the question is not if there will be accidents, but when. I believe that it is possible to protect workers and consumers in the face of large corporations. The proposals today are bad for the city. They are bad for taxi drivers, they are bad for consumers and the greater public, and they are bad for Uber drivers. PTCs cannot sustain full-time jobs. They're designed to be job supplements. There's no job security, no injury pay or leaves. There's no controlled safety regulations like a camera or a panic button. All this, and Uber drivers take home just above minimum wage at approximately $11.50 an hour. Yes, they're willing to do it, but only in their spare hours. It's not a career. The big winner here are corporations like Uber, who take 20% plus a $1.20 fee from every fare. The city is proposing to take 10 cents of that. Absolutely nothing.
Ms. Razzie, your time is up. Can you wrap up, please?
Okay. I know that you guys are tired and it's been a very long day, but if I can say one thing, it's that please vote your conscience and don't hesitate because of your colleagues or the media. Make sure that the day will never come when you need to feel guilty because a mother asks you what went wrong when her child is killed in an accident. Buyer beware is no way to protect the safety of the public.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anupam Kakar, and Anupam Kakar will be followed by Amir Masari.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members, respected councils. My name is Anupam Kakar. I have served the community at different levels, managing hotels to, having a Canadian Tire franchise to, driving taxi during my difficult time, and I also drove Paratranspo. So I'm here representing Uber as a consumer and a driver. So I've been on the other side of the aisle as well. So here are a few things. I'm going to cut it short and go straight at it because lots of it has been discussed. There are three major concerns that came out of the KPMG, which is the accessibility, the camera, and the college training. So the accessibility, as Mr. Sheffer explained in the morning, that there is a accessible service running the city of Toronto, and which would be soon coming to Ottawa as well. Camera. What comes out of the comment from Mr. Courtney from Coventry Connection that, there are 2 to 3 incidents per week being reported. The cameras are there, which was one of the major concern is there to reduce or discourage the behavior of criminality or the criminal or any other behavior, the sexual assault or whatever. So what comes out of, there are still 2 to 3 incidents happening per week. How does that impact in terms of ride and share program? The KPMG study specifies completely based on what ride and share program has to offer. And the study is intense. It's based on the different feature what it has to offer, and that's what they're saying, that it's very comparable to limousine service, so that's why they're not recommending the cameras. Another thing is college training. Most of the Uber drivers comes from a background, either they're government employees, corporate employees, or coming from a very well-educated background. And some of them, they do it, it's a transition for them. For some of them, it's an additional income. So again, the KPMG reports that it's outperforming at that level as well. So I don't think so that the Algonquin College training is or should be a mandate for it. I've done that because I got the taxi driving license officially by doing that training. And I did serve the community as a taxi driver, as a paratransport driver as well. Another thing is the behavior. One of the things from the discussion comes out as a behavior that it is being encouraged. Uber is doing something illegal. I think there's a point in time, if it goes back to the history, there's a point in time when there's a cry amongst the public. It reflects in the KPMG study what people want, what the community want, and that's what is showing there. So if you look at the flip side of the coin, are we encouraging that behavior from the taxi industry to really have them at this point in time where the public wants something else? I mean, that's a question we have to ask. Another thing is level playing field. Okay, there is the other side of the coin, level playing field. If you look at it, whether it's a camera, accessibility, college training, is there any effort made by the taxi industry to come at that level, reducing the price and providing a better service? Or are they making any effort to talk to Uber and say, listen, let's go together and bring the cost down, because one of the biggest challenges they have is the costing. And they cannot really meet that standard, so they cannot lower the prices. And one of the biggest reasons this model is successful, ride and share is successful, because the bottom line is, in day-to-day living cost, it saves about up to 40%. It is a huge cost for a family. In this volatile economy, when the economy is suffering, people have a hard time meeting their expenses. Transportation is one of the major expense, and it impacts day-to-day life. They can provide for their children a little bit extra, or even that money stays within the bank, it's still working for the economy. So it's helping the bottom line. Another thing is, major thing is that you see with the cab industry, while I served as a taxi driver, paratransport driver during that time, the cash transactions, what Madam Chair mentioned in the morning, with the Uber, everything gets translated into a legitimate money. Every record is there. You can align every driver.
Your time is up. Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, you can align that with CRA, and it increases the bottom line of our country. It helps increasing the revenue and reducing the debt. That is huge.
Thank you. We're going to leave it there, but there is questions, so don't go away. Councillor DeRuz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kakar. I just have a question for you. How long you've been driving Uber?
I've been driving since December 2014, as they just launched in October 2014, yes.
Ironic that you just talk about how people are starving and suffering and trying to take money, and yet you're taking money from an industry that is not even regulated. How do you feel that you have been driving Uber for last year where the car is not regulated and you're breaking the law?
See, here is the thing. As Mr. Sheffer explained in the morning, this is a trial, right? This is a prototype. And this is something, a contribution to the society. What my conscience is, how I see that, is there is an outright cry, which you can see in the KPMG, how people are being treated. They are being left on the highways. Girls are being assaulted. 75-year-old guys are really being treated so badly. Like, there's a reason I left that. There's a question actually you asked earlier where we went over the numbers, right? The numbers, how it works as a taxi driver. There are a few things Mr. Andre explained. You can rent it, you can lease it, and you can buy it. And I bet you out of everybody in this room, majority of them are the plate owners. There's no driver. There's a reason 45% of the drivers change to Uber. Why? Because you pay $3,100 or $3,200 every month before you make anything for you. And that is hard. Especially in the month of summers, people pay from their pocket. So what happens to them, it impacts their health. People lost their kidneys. People are going through diabetes. People are going through blood pressure. People are going through a lot of stuff. They're losing their family. And this is true. There are names I can say, but I'm not going to say that just because of the confidentiality. Yes, sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. My other question, so are you going to stop driving Uber till it gets regulated, or are you still going to keep breaking the law?
I do not want to break the law. I respect the law. I never broken the... Hear me out. Yes, of course, hear me out. Of course you're going to say that. History witnesses that. History witnesses that, and you are the great leaders, and I respect all of you. I respect the leadership of a community in a country. But when there is an outlaw cry, there is exploitation in the society, you have to take a stand. And a stand which is positive, which is transformational, which is great. which is also being studied by the council, the city. The reason why you also did that is you see lots of great benefits in that. And we are having this discussion today based on what people want. There has to be some sort of starting at some point in time. And I'm being honest. I'm being very straightforward and honest. I've been on both sides of the aisle. And I encourage, those taxi plates were given to the taxi plate owners to serve the community. The prices are inflated. Who decided the prices? Now, all of these people are saying, we have to ask a question. Somebody comes to me and say, listen, Mr. Kakar, this is $100,000 investment in this ABC Corporation in the stock market. It's my decision to value that, invest in that, looking into future of my family and myself, whether I gain it or I lose it. It's my decision. You cannot tomorrow go to that person who helped buying you that lot of share and say, listen, I lost it, I want it back.
Thank you, Councillor Jaruz, and thank you, Mr. Kakar. Our next speaker is Amir Mashawi. Is Amir here? He's not here. Okay, we'll move on then to Fareed Haddad. Is Mr. Haddad here? Okay, Mr. Haddad will be followed by Catherine Gardner.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Fareed Haddad. I am taxi driver in Ottawa in last 21 years. And my education is civil engineer. And I drive taxi in Ottawa in last 21 years. I raised 2 boys in this business, and both of them are university students. One of them, thanks God, is going to graduate this year. And the second one has another 2 years to go. Today, I'm going to go to my second son, and I said to him, son, next year, no university. You go to McDonald's or to Tim Horton. He will ask me, why, Dad? I will say to him, because somebody, his wife, doesn't give him money to go play golf. He wants to take some money from my pocket to go play golf. Up to Uber representative this morning. And somebody, one vacation a year is not enough for him. He wants to work Uber and take money from my pocket to go another vacation. But for me and you, we have to pack our stuff and we go on the street because the bank is going to come and take our home, and Toyota company is going to come and take my car, who I bought for the demand of the city to buy brand new car in the business. So we have to go live on the street to let somebody else go and play golf. We don't deserve to live dead. Guys, nobody talk about our right to work. Taxi driver has right to work full time and make his living. I am ready to show you my bank account if it has more than $500 ticket. So we are driving 12 hours a day just to raise our family, not to be rich people. And even with that, KPMG and Uber and SPC companies, they don't accept that. They want us to live on the street. We deserve to live on the street. After 21 years of serving the community, we have to go back on the street. I believe this is not fair. Nobody accepts that. And if anybody has excuse, Uber is less expensive than us. They are not, and we are ready to discuss all the factors affect our business one by one with the city or with any councillor we like. Guys, every $1 I make in this business, I return 70 cents to the business, and I keep 30 cents for myself. What you are talking about reducing the fare for taxi. Do you want us to work 12 hours and go to our neighbor, take our lunch over there? Wake up, guys. Think about 2,500 family. Don't think only about you. Don't think only about multi-billion dollars company, not from Canada. We don't know where they are coming from. We deserve to live in dignity. And if you don't allow us to live with dignity, you will be responsible in front of the judge to give explanation to your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I know the day is dragging on, but I have asked you multiple times to not applaud, and I would just appreciate if you could respect the rules in our chamber. Thank you, Mr. Haddad. Our next speaker is Catherine Gardner. Ms. Gardner will be followed by Liam Crossan.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. The city has made great strides for breaking down the barriers for people with disabilities. If Uber is allowed to go ahead and not provide accessible rides, we're going back a lot of steps. If the Uber is allowed to pay a levy, that doesn't help us to get rides. It just goes into a fund. The report states that the fund may be used to improve paratransport. A lot of people don't qualify for paratransport just because they have a disability. Paratransport, many people can't even get a ride right now. For paratransport, you have to call at 7 o'clock in the morning. By 8 o'clock, you're without a trip. Paratransport also only allows you to drive or travel by yourself or with one companion. A taxi, you can take as many people that the car can fit, and you only pay the one fare. People with disabilities, we want the same as everybody else. If Uber can charge you a lower fee, why shouldn't people with disabilities be able to access that? That's a human rights. Taxi, if the taxis or the Ubers are going to be charged the levy fee that's going towards paratransport, OC Transport is not subsidized by passengers of taxis. This levy will be passed on to taxi passengers, and they shouldn't be subsidizing paratransport, which is a public transit. Saying that accessibility fund, okay, I've already talked about the paratransport. Providing taxi chits, which was also in the report. Again, for taxi chits, you have to be a registered paratransport user. Not everybody qualifies for that. You also have to pay in advance for the taxi chits, which not everybody has that cash. To go in a taxi or to go in Uber, it's on demand. I don't have to go out and buy my tickets to go on there. I can call and say, okay, I need to go to the hospital. I can pay at the time of the service. I also have a concern about the non-listed or the non-peak and peak hours for the Uber. If they're not listed, like let's say between 2:30 and 5:30, it's listed that this is a peak time. This will be the rate of fare. Then I don't have a problem with that. But if they can change the fares at any time, or will they say, well, this is a person with a disability, we're going to charge more? I have a fear of that although some of the rates may be reduced, are they going to offer the reduced rate for people with disabilities who have to travel with a mobility device or need extra help? The Uber also provides feedback. You can rate your driver, but I understand that they can also rate the passenger. If the driver rates the passenger and says, okay, this person has a service dog, how many drivers are going to refuse that person without even knowing whether you are being refused? It's on a record. You have a walker. You need extra help getting in and out of the car. You need extra help carrying things. Just because you have a manual wheelchair doesn't mean that you can get out of the wheelchair. So are the people with disabilities going to be penalized? That's something that needs to be done, that if it's listed as a non-peak hour, everybody gets charged that one fare. And as I said, are they going to be targeted and said, okay, I'm not taking that person? We don't know who's going to be saying yes or no. With the taxis, there is a repercussion. We can call and say, okay, we tried to call a taxi, and they said that there were no accessible vehicles available. There are channels for looking after that. As far as I know, there are no channels for the Uber. Just a minute. Training, I understand by the report that training may be stopped. I feel that training is a requirement. We have paratranspo drivers who I understand are or have gone through CPR training. I think training and accessibility sensitivity is a requirement. It should be. The other thing is that in the cameras, paratranspo can only take about 8 passengers. We are getting cameras on those vehicles. Our chairs are strapped down. Cameras should be on the Uber if Uber is going to be allowed to go forward. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. And just to clarify, the accessibility training, the recommendation from staff is that it would continue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Don't go away there. There was a question for you. Councillor El-Shantiri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I don't have a question for you. I just want to say thank you for all your help with the accessibility in the city. I know we worked with you in the past many years, especially on the tax file, and I'm glad some of it is still resonate with you and you like to see improvements. So I want to say thank you, Kat, on behalf of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Liam Crossan. Hello, Mr. Crossan. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm an Ottawa cab driver. I have been for about 5 years now. I'm pretty rare when it comes to the cab business. All you have to do is look at me. I'm white, English-speaking, and under the age of 50. I'm from Ottawa. Makes me even more rare. I actually grew up 10 houses down from the man that this hall was named after. I grew up 4 doors down from Mr. Shirelli. And my father was the Director of Education for the Catholic School Board for 24 years. I'm a pretty bright guy. I didn't get into this business because it was an unregulated scenario. The taxi business, the pricing on the taxi business has been negotiated between the unions, the companies, and the city. If we try to increase our pricing at any point, we have to go through you, and you'll fight it, because the public doesn't want to pay more. The public always wants to pay less. The Uber situation is an absolute disaster. They are unregulated. God forbid you get into an accident with one of these people. If you get into an accident, and let's say you lose your leg, the first thing, Uber's always claimed that they have insurance, or they did for the first year anyway. I'm not sure if they still try and say that now. They tried to say they had insurance. They don't. So should you lose your leg in an accident? No money coming there. No help. The driver is going to call Uber, and they're going to be denied. Then the driver is going to try and contact his own personal car insurance. And as soon as they find out he was using his car for something they're not supposed to be using for, because every time someone signs up for their personal vehicle insurance, you have to sign to say, I'm not using it to make money, I'm using it for personal use. So, in turn, that driver is going to try and go to his personal insurance company, and then they are going to turn around and say, sorry, buddy, you're on your own, you were driving Uber, you're doing something you're not supposed to be doing with this particular car insurance. Then you better pray that, like these part-time people that want money to take their family to Disneyland instead of going to Calypso or going on a vacation, you better pray that that guy has a nice government job and he's got his house paid off, because you are going to have to sue him civilly in order to try and get any money in order to help yourself. They are operating completely illegally. I've been doing this 5 years now. And when I started, you could make a reasonable living. And I'm in the middle category of the 3 types of categories that you want. I'm a leaseholder. One of the main owners of Capital Taxi owns my plate. And I pay him $2,000 a month to work. $883 out of that is my lease payment. So at this point, I have no money. I got to work all the time. I can't go out and take a vacation. I can't go out and golf because these guys are killing me. On Saturday nights, which is generally the busiest night of the week, it's fast turning in the last 5 months to be one of my worst nights of the week because the airport isn't even busy on that day. The situation is an absolute disaster if you allow these people to work. Everyone's always saying that the cabs should kowtow to what's going on with Uber. Well, why doesn't Uber dispatch to cab drivers? Has that been broached with the cab companies? Has that been broached with the city? I haven't heard anything about it. I would have no problem charging someone $178 to go from Elgin Street to Hunt Club on New Year's Eve. It would be great. But no, we are regulated by your pricing, and always have been. When it comes to cab plates, same thing. You people, the city being, not necessarily you guys, but the city is the people who say there are only going to be 1,188 taxi cab plates in the city. I believe that's how many there are. It goes by population. I'm sure you guys have done studies to figure out the number of taxi plates that are required in the city. If people want more cabs in the city, issue more cab plates to cab drivers, not necessarily to big brokers or multi-plate owners. Don't only release a new accessible plate when you continue to release accessible plates.
Mr. Clausen, your time is up. Could you wrap up, please?
Okay, I just want to say, I really did enjoy coming here at 9 o'clock in the morning. I enjoyed listening to that Uber guy because the way he danced those questions, it was almost as good as watching that Danny Kaye movie with my mom the other day.
Thank you. We're going to leave it there. Okay, seeing no questions, thank you very much. Members of the committee and members of council, it's 6:10. So just to talk about this evening, my advice to this committee would be to hear all of the public delegations who have come out today to present in front of this committee. So I'm hoping that you're going to be in agreement with that. I would suggest that we recess now for half an hour for a brief dinner break and come back at 20 to 7. And it would be my proposal that we finish the list of delegations tonight and we cut it off at the end of the night and we come back hopefully a little fresher tomorrow to ask questions to staff and to start the deliberations. So Councillor Brockington has a motion to that effect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move that the Community and Protective Services Committee approve that the meeting time this evening be extended past 7 p.m. pursuant to subsection 8(1)(c) of the Procedure Bylaw 2014-441.
Is that carried? Councillor Kadri?
Could you give us a rough estimate as to how many speakers are left?
There are 50. 50.
We're almost halfway. Almost halfway. Thank you very much.
Okay, so carried on the recommendation. Okay, and some members of council don't want to take a half-hour break. Do you want to take a short dinner break? Yes. Okay, so we'll resume at 20 to 7 sharp. We stand recessed. There's a quorum in the room. Please take your seats. We're going to start. Okay, our first speaker is Guy Annable. Is Mr. Annable here?
Hold on. Matt, Jody, you, me, Rashad. One, two, Rashad. Three. I only see three.
We have five.
No, we got
Committee
Matt.
members, I only see three. Or Matt's over there, four.
Where'd Shad go? Is Mr. Annable here? Okay. Can you just, there's Riley. Right there. Okay, Mr. Annable, thank you for joining us. Please take your seats, everyone. We're getting started. Where'd you go? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Annable, it's your time. We'll start the clock.
I'm just wondering, you're still one.
Mr. Annable, you have 5 minutes starting now. Go ahead. Mr. Annable, this is your time.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, members of council, and those whose drivers and plate owners and stakeholders have taken their whole day to watch the next stage of the evolution of the taxi industry in Ottawa. I've personally been watching this illegal entrant bring both its technology platform and its unlawful practices to Ottawa since October 2014, when they opened for business without even buying a car. Uber entered the marketplace unregulated and one of the most highly regulated businesses in the capital of Canada. While the city would never allow a fleet of hot dog stands to open up in front of the restaurants in Ottawa, Uber has been able to take Ottawa by storm, and the public has voted with their wallets and fingers in submitting over 6,000 responses to council through what was a virtual public consultation. Today, the industry has its chance to speak. I have 3 suggestions and areas of concern today. You, our elected officials, have a huge opportunity to take the KMPG report and staff reports and also to evaluate the unique position of Ottawa industry in relation to other major cities in Canada and all municipalities that are going through in finding a balance in the process of legitimizing the current illegal service and bringing this illegal service into a model that both the city, its representatives, and ultimately the city citizens will be well served by. But make no mistake, you cannot level the playing field when the rules are different for the two parties. My 3 suggestions would be: 1, the City IT Committee be tasked to fully study and evaluate the concept of establishing a private city-controlled IP transportation gateway to allow the city, bylaw, and other possible stakeholders to balance the supply of vehicles and demand placed on those vehicles for the for-hire transportation units on the road at any time of the day or night. This supply should not be solely left in the provider's hands. It is a recipe for surge pricing. As we've heard today, it's one of the biggest concerns. If we cannot get the geofence algorithm that Councillor Blais requested earlier today of Mr. Schaefer this morning, then the city should be given the criteria and the triggers that actuate surge pricing. This, to me, is a must-have. The fact that Uber determines the relative supply and demand of the amount of available drivers and location of those drivers relative to the potential riders of the service makes surge pricing a recipe for manipulation by that provider. In my mind, the secrecy of the criteria of the surge pricing algorithm by Uber does not service the public well. It services the profit motives of Uber and not the citizens of Ottawa. This, to me, is a big red flag. And thus why am I suggesting the city to be a stakeholder in the load balancing, excuse me, Chair, in the load balancing of the quantity and possible geographic locations of the current fleet of all for-hire vehicles, not just one class. Imagine in 2017 if we had real-time data at bylaw or city traffic control on how many for-hire units were on the road at any one time, their location, the ability of the city to call either service to increase or reduce the amount of vehicles relative to the need. Toronto's Pearson Airport currently has such a system in place for over 12 years that accomplishes this exact mission. To ensure we have the right mix of all vehicle resources at the right place, at the right time, and at the right price. A city-monitored virtual transportation gateway would help solving these customer-centric challenges. Not Uber, not a dispatcher that may have other motives. I hope the chair of the IT committee will evaluate what Toronto and other cities and airports specifically have done to make sure that taxis are not sitting around idling waiting for rides, or people are not standing around after a concert waiting for a ride home. In my view, this gateway, monitored but not managed by the city, should be looked at as not a license review by the city, but as a huge opportunity to design and revamp an anticipated system that was part of the city's fault in not issuing new licenses in 17 years other than accessible cabs. In that time, the city has grown by over 45%, but yet the license pool of licenses has grown by 0. Thus, this has allowed the scarcity of demand on the current pool of licenses to create an artificial market, and the market value of those licenses has risen substantially. In my view, the city is complicit with the current situation and the current players and new entrants into a model that serves the city of Ottawa with both providers. I suggest a transportation-wide rating system be instituted for all providers, Coventry as well as Uber. This is one of the huge benefits of the Uber service and its rating system. I am sure we can all agree that Mr. Patney would love to have a portal for his customers to rate the cab driver and/or provide.
Mr. Annabelle, your time is up. Can you wrap up, please?
Okay. In closing, when the KMPG report was tabled 2 weeks ago, a comment of record was made that the city has no financial obligation for the current market value of 1,189 taxi plates that carry a market value of over $300 million. I think it was clearly an opening position by the city. Thank you, Chair, for your time. Thank you, members of council.
Thank you. We're going to move now to Isanula Ahmedadzi. Is Mr. Ahmedadzi here? Yes. And Mr. Ahmedadzi will be followed by Ahmed Gadi. Good evening. Thanks for your patience. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I would like to share my concerns with you guys and hope that you will take it in your notice. I'm renting plate driver who has been badly affected by Uber. I'm a renting plate driver who is renting a plate from an owner. The cost for me to drive a cab is beyond my afford after this. I'd like you, the councillors and the city representatives, to please issue us extra plate for everyone who is renting a plate, or bring the cost of our driving down that we could afford it. It's an issue that if not today, tomorrow, for sure, those renting drivers are going to show up on the city's doors. So I'd like the city to issue some more plates to those who are renting the plates, and that's all.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, we'll move right along to Ahmed Gadi. Is Mr. Gadi here? No? Okay, then we'll move to Tony Abu Hamid, and Mr. Abu Hamid will be followed by Waleed Scaff. Just push your, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Abu Hamid. I've been living in Ottawa South for the last 30 years. In 1996, I didn't have any job. I sold my business in a restaurant business, and I was taking some time off. I saw a bunch of taxi driver at Billingsbridge. They have a Blue Line taxi stand. I said, guys, what do you require to be a taxi driver? They told me you have to pass an English test, go to Algonquin College, get a taxi license, police record, all the bylaw we have right now. So I did all that. I have some saving. I said, I tried it as a taxi driver for a few weeks. It was a good business. I was young. I put a lot of hours, and I make fair living at the time. Then I decided I want to buy a lease. I bought my right for a lease for $40,000 in 1997. And I manage, I work hard, I earn good money. I had a young family at the time. Then in 1999, I've been offered to buy a plate. Well, I went to the city to request how to buy a plate. They said, you need a bill of sale to the lawyer, transfer fee for the city, $5,800. And I pay, by 1999, in the business, as a taxi driver, as a lease owner, then a plate holder, $120,000 in 1999. Now that was the system set by the city, by the union, by everybody, by the broker, everybody is the same. Since that time, we went through 3 bylaws. And we went like through amalgamation in 2003, 2007, I remember. And I still recall a comment from Mrs. Dean about the camera and her daughter. She feels safe if she sits in the cab and there is a camera. I don't know what changed her mind right now. Anyway, public, they like the new app Uber has, or CTP, whatever company it's going to be. Well, set it in your bylaw. That my dispatch company has a smart app, and I can deliver the same. And I'm a professional driver. I've been working 20 years in taxi, full-time, raised 3 kids, 3 university students, ROU, one of them finishing this year. And my son always, he's 19, he's a biomedical ROU. He always, Daddy, is the app killing you? Get a smart app. And he knows, when I told him, I has an education plan for them, finished last year. I said, Daddy, for the 3 of my kids, I told them this year, guys, you gotta go get loan or a grant. I cannot afford, because the education plan finished, the plan I set in lifetime since 30 years in Canada working, I cannot pay. Now, this is what I did. I didn't do any mistake. You can check my record through my history as a taxi driver of 20 years. I play by the rule. And this is the rule I understand set for me. To accommodate CTP like this, come and work, and already taken half my business, can you please just consider buying me out with a fair price? I don't want to stay in business this time, because when I start, I was 35, now I'm 55 years old. I cannot afford 12, 14 hours a day, because, and I lost my saving. So be fair to me and buy me out. If you want to, this business, taxi business, industry, whatever, going down the drain, please buy me out. This is my right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Question?
Mr. Abdul Hamid, there's no questions, so we'll move along to Waleed Scaff. Is Mr. Scaff here? No. So George Chamoun? No. Shirazal Islam? Yes? Okay. Mr. Islam will be followed by Tony Hajar. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Shiraz. Full name Shirazul Islam. I live in this country last 30 years. Start from Montreal, 15 years, to having a good life with my 3 kids. As they take a job in Nortel here in Ottawa, getting a layoff, and start as a taxi here. And since I moved here, I took a courses and get a pass, license from our city of Ottawa, take a course from Algonquin College, and start taxi. So now I am raising 3 kids, one in a university, one in a high school, and another one in a middle school. So it's made me laugh this morning to hear someone from Uber, #1 spokesman, he say they are helping to the people to having a golf, playing a golf, excuse, entertaining. and I am raising 3 kids. I am paying taxes for this Canada, for the government of Canada. I am paying every single penny taxes. I've never been welfare, and you guy make a legal, it's Uber here, what is a foreign company, they are not paying any taxes. I'm a Canadian and raising 3 kids as a Canadian born, and you push me to go in a welfare. This is not a shame for us. This is a shame for myself. So, you know what? This is a bylaw. When is a bylaw is coming up, we all taxi driver was excited. Something going to come, all of us. What you see, all the bylaw, everything, like a blueprint of Uber, like a KPMG, is the name of KPMG, but it's come from Uber. It's a Uber. You can make a blueprint, and this is the amendment by the KPMG, and you say this is a KPMG report. It's not a KPMG report. It's a report of the Uber. That's my understanding. What I am paying now, I drive capital taxi. I'm paying $1,500 month plus insurance, $2,000 every month to the company. This plate I'm driving last 15 years is a plate, taxi plate, is a property of City of Ottawa. Plate owner, this is not owner is the City of Ottawa. Plate holder, they're multi-plate owner, they're not driving. They collect the money. I'm paying $800 per month. Every single month, I'm paying $800. He's taking my money, and City, what he get end of the year, $500 or $600 per year, and I am paying $10,000 a year to a plate owner. This is not a crime. It's not my point of view. This is a crime. I am driving this plate. This should be mine. Should be my plate. As long as I drive, it's my name. When I retire, I give it to the city, and city will give somebody else. This is the fair way. This is the democratic way. This should be this. Mr. Andrew Hayden wanted to do it, but he couldn't do it. You know what? This room, 15 years ago, in 2001, I finished my courses from Algonquin College. I couldn't get a job. There was a history after the amalgamation. There is the city. There's the newspaper of Ottawa Citizen. This is my picture here. I was a young man here. Year 2001, 26th of June. This is my picture here in the 3rd page. This is me. And Madam Diane, he was here in the same chair. I was standing here myself. I asked myself, I have a right. I'm a taxi driver. I have a right to get a plate. Not somebody living in a foreign country, he holding 10 plate, 15 plate, 20 plate, and I'm paying to fare having a good life. They're retiring. They're not driving. They're just collecting money. There's no investment. This plate, city-owned, city plate, they are holding. This is I say again, if I say anything wrong, I'm sorry, but from my point of view, this is a crime. This is sucking our blood. As a driver, we are hundreds of drivers. We have nothing to do. We have nothing. After 15, 20 years, as a driver, we are homeless, like homeless. You push us to be a welfare liner for a welfare. And our children, my son, he wants to be a doctor. He's in Ottawa. He's a biomedical. He's dreaming as a doctor. I work hard. I work 14, 16 hours a day for my kids. I hate to be a go on welfare, but you pushing to be welfare.
Mr. Islam, your time is up. Can you wrap up, please?
Already. Okay, so things is, we are expecting big hope. The city law at least give us as a plate, city plate, at least driver, one plate, one driver.
Thank
as
you.
long as you drive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Islam.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
There. Is Tony Hajar here? Okay, and Mr. Hajar will be followed by Getachew Ayel.
Hi. Taxi is my life. Now, there's no way in the world that you guys can level the playing field in this industry if Uber is allowed to stay. There is no way that will work. We have somebody like Hanif Patni here. When he first arrived here, He invested millions of dollars in this city, And he right now employs hundreds and hundreds of people in this city. How could this be any fair if you're going to allow somebody from out of this country to come into this city and ruin this, not just for Mr. Patney, but for every plate owner who invested their life into their plates and their retirement? There's nothing fair about allowing Uber to stay. Uber should be banned across Canada. They banned them in Germany. They banned them in France. And there's nothing good about Uber staying in Canada. Nothing. Cheaper fares? Sure, because the public wants cheaper fares. Well, the public wants cheaper bus fares. They want cheaper hydro rates. They want cheaper property taxes. And they definitely do not want to pay HST, GST. Now, if you want us to lower our fares, see if you can get to the province, get a permission from the province and the federal, eliminate our 13% tax off the meter, and we will even, can convince our drivers, our union, to even lower our meter a little lower if you take that tax off, and then we'll give the people their cheap fares. Now, one thing I will guarantee you, the people that will hurt the most if Uber is allowed to stay is the senior citizens, the most vulnerable people, the poor people who can't get their credit cards, and the ones that can't afford their smartphone in order to call Uber to get their groceries home. You don't know, the only business we have left right now is the senior citizens that are on the rotary phone, and they stand at the door, even in their snowstorms, having the walker, and they calling you over to go and help them to the car, to drive them across the street so they can get some bread and eggs so they can have something to eat. We can't survive on that business alone. In December, because of the nice weather, it was the month that everybody was waiting for, quite a few drivers did not earn their expenses. It cost the taxi drivers between $40,000 and $60,000 a year to operate a taxi in the city. And the lucky ones who happen to have two people sharing these expenses, they were barely making it before Uber. Now, if Uber is allowed to stay, I can guarantee we are going to go on strike. We will strike, and the most people that will get hurt, again, the seniors and the most vulnerable ones. And if you allow us to lower the rates by eliminating the HST, I'm willing to convince the drivers we can lower our meters by another 13%, that's 26% off the meter. We'll be able to serve 26% more para passengers. And we can do it.
Is that it, Mr. Hagar?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. I just remind you that HST is the bailiwick of the federal government under Canada Revenue Agency. You are required to remit. It's in your metered rate, but you are required to remit. Everyone is required to remit. Councillor Story.
Yeah, I would just caution your last comment. Threatening to strike doesn't hurt us, but it hurts the public perception of the industry. So by striking, and you recall the discussions we had around when there was different pressure points the last year, we feel bad. The discussion was under review by KPMG and so on, but know that when you strike, it doesn't hurt us. It hurts your perception to the public, and it actually transfers your client base to try Uber, which doesn't help the discussion here. So, I would be very cautious around that strategy. I mean, you do what you can, you do what you want, but in my mind, you're not putting more pressure to us by striking. you're hurting your brand to the public. And I'm saying that with the biggest heart. I want you to succeed as a business. But it's unfortunate, but when you do that, it's the service to the public that's impacted. It's not service to City Hall.
Well, you know very well, if Uber is allowed to stay, our industry will collapse. Okay? Now, there's already people who cannot earn enough to cover their expenses. If Uber is allowed to stay, we have to stick with these people. There are some people who are lucky enough to earn a little bit of take-home pay, but unfortunately we have a couple of hundred drivers on the road just hanging on to their investment, hoping things will change for them. And if Uber stays, it's going to change to the worst. So I really hope everybody would do the right thing for the whole city.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Councillor Derouz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just thank you, Mr. Hajjar, for your presentation. And I got to echo what my colleague Fleury said. By threatening us, you're going to strike and close the city, really, it's not affecting us, it's affecting the public perception. And you've done this before multiple times, and it didn't get you any public support. So I caution you on how you talk to the committee and how you act on the streets of the city of Ottawa. That's all what I like to say. One more thing that I like to say, you're putting all the negativity in front of, before you even seeing the result. So you're just saying right now that if we approve this, it's catastrophic and you guys are going to put you all out of business. But you need to make sure to look at the whole package at all. So I caution you to look at the report properly and look at the negative and positive and the pros and the cons. Thank you.
I'm really sorry that you took this as a threat. It was not a threat against you. It was not a threat against the city. It was a statement that how we may have to operate. I'm just hoping and praying to God that you vote Uber out and you keep this industry as it is. And let me tell you, because if Uber stays, nothing good comes out of it.
Is that it, Councillor? That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hajjar. The next speaker is Getachew Ayala, followed by DeWitt Tegegni.
Thank you for giving me this chance. First of all, I would like to correct my brothers. He's speaking only for himself. He don't represent anybody. So whatever he says should stay with him. I would like to speak in 3 points. One is insurance, camera, education. Insurance. We hear a lot of speakers from Uber side saying that their drivers are working only for 5 hours, 2 hours, 10 hours. Mr. Anupa, one of the ex-taxi driver, he speaks the truth. He said 45% of the Uber drivers are ex-taxi driver, which means any ex-taxi driver who go from taxi to Uber don't have a government job. He's working as a full-time Uber driver. Maybe between 45-50% of the Uber drivers are a full-time driver which work more than 10 hours a day. Which, when we see the insurance, they have to have a full insurance coverage. They have to go through, every taxi driver has to go. I hope the city councillor will look these things very seriously, because it is not only a part-time job to go golfing and to have a vacation. They are going to make it a life job. They stay longer, as long as they are sucking all the fares from the regular taxi driver. The next one is about education. In the 21st century, I didn't hear or see any institute. Education is not necessary. I may have a computer which I bought 10 years ago. As long as I upgrade my software and hardware, it's still usable. City of Ottawa doesn't cope with the present time necessity. We have to be ambassador of the city. We have to have a good education. We have to have a good customer service. We have to know what is good for the tourists in the city of Ottawa. Which restaurant will be preferable? Which museum is going to be suggested by the driver? These all need education. I don't have no right, because I'm driving car before I came to this country, to come and grab the wheel and have people in my car and earn money. No. The time is very sensitive at this time. Canada is the best country for any immigrant to come and live here. How many immigrants will we have in the city of Ottawa in the near future, or how many we have? The first available job for all these immigrants is driving a taxi. Did these people have adequate education, good communication? Did they know the whole thing about the city of Ottawa? I leave the answer to you, but it is coming to you. My third point is camera. Camera is a lifesaver for the driver, for the customer. Some of the argument today, oh, we don't need camera, there is no cash exchange in the Uber car. So it's 45% of the ex-taxi driver. I'm guarantee you, after they work for Uber for 2 months, after they transport a person for 3-4 times, they're going to make him his personal. They will exchange their phone. They're going to pick up that person from their residence. And they will save their 25%, which it goes to Uber. There is going to be a cash exchange. Don't be naive. We as a taxi driver, we do it. Those ex-taxi drivers who are operating in Uber...
Mr. Ayala, your time is up. Could you wrap up, please?
So, at this time when the Toronto police officer has a body camera to solve the crime, how could anybody refuse camera to install in his car?
Thank you. We're going to hold you there. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move along to Dawit Tegene. Mr. Tegene will be followed by Admasu Abebe. My pronunciation's not great. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the councillors. I'm not going to take too long. I'm going to say only asking a question for you guys in behalf of my fellow drivers here. We are okay to live with the existing bylaw which you guys are regulated. And we don't complain about this. Everything what we ask today here is fairness and justice. As long as we are living on this bylaw that has been, the law comes from you and we've been regulated and we don't complain, is it really much we are asking you? Seriously? You guys we are asking only one question. Let's get the equal playing field. And we are okay to live with the status quo regulation. We don't complain. So what I'm saying is, just a simple question, let the other company be regulated, the whole issue status quo, no two-way tiers. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your brevity. We will move to Adma Surabebe. Is he here? No? Walid Najib Salika. Mr. Salika will be followed by Abdulaziz Shohabib.
Good evening, everyone. I look around and I see some empty seats, and that leads me to believe that I'm sort of right to conclude that a big injustice is happening right here to the taxi drivers of Ottawa. For one, we all know that human concentration is limited, you know? So everyone that's been here since 9 o'clock in the morning, at one point people get tired, you're no longer able to listen and really take notes and really listen deeply to what people say, and there's a lot of empty seats now. That's going to happen, and I think that it's such a rushed process. It leads me to believe, I hope I'm wrong, and I hope you guys prove me wrong, but it leads me to believe that this is kind of a charade, and the conclusions have already been made. But I really hope that you guys prove us wrong. I'd like to start by saying my father's been a cab driver since 1971. I owe my entire life, everything I have, my education, my house, to taxi. I want to start by saying that Diane Deans has been sending out, I know you're very busy, but generic responses to constituents, citing that the bylaw review utilized recommendations from the Competition Bureau regarding its new drafted bylaw, especially concerning the creation of a new category called private transportation companies. I'm very anxious to know whether or not Ms. Deans and the CPS committee realized that the Competition Bureau, long before this review process began, declared that they were in favor of Uber and lobbied our provincial government to change its insurance laws to accommodate them. Seeking recommendations and consulting an extremely biased group who made their efforts, desires, and goals known early on, without consulting and accepting the same recommendations from the very stakeholders who have the most to lose, the taxi drivers and the taxi industry. This represents not only a grave conflict of interest, but also a serious breach of trust by this CPS committee and Diane Deans, who are expected to behave benevolently, ethically, and objectively with the sole interest of public safety. Not only was the Competition Bureau sought after for advice by the chair of the committee, but Ms. Deans boasted the Bureau as one of their primary sources for recommendations and consultation. This is a huge contravention of basic principles of fairness, justice, and objectivity. How is it acceptable to consult and use recommendations from an obviously biased source and then completely ignore recommendations from the very industry itself and those stakeholders who stand to lose the most, based on the report that we've seen? The KPMG report was loaded with clearly biased sources, the MoFat Institute, for example, which made me embarrassed to be a U of T grad myself. Their materials, they even cited columnists as sources. These would be unacceptable sources for any academic or credible study. No logical or well-meaning person could accept that as good grounds. Yet the CPS committee saw this report as meritable of $300,000 of hard-earned taxpayers' money. Do you guys believe this is acceptable? Were the terms of reference made publicly known to all? I don't believe they were. Was the process truly transparent? I doubt it. I know the city claimed an open bid process, but I haven't seen any proof of it. How was a consulting firm wanted for offshore tax evasion awarded this bid? Does this align with any principles of justice and fairness? The objectivity and academic merits of the report were clearly lacking. I could go through page by page. In fact, any academic person could. But anyways, I do believe it's a waste of taxpayers' money. I won't go on further with that. What's past is past. I'm not going to cry over spilt milk. The main question now is how can we create a separate category called private transportation companies? Are taxi drivers not also private transportation companies? Do taxi drivers receive a City of Ottawa income and pension? I was not made aware of that. Do they get insurance like the Ottawa Police, the ambulances, and the OC Transport benefits? Or are they required to seek out commercial insurance, full liability on their own, privately? I'd appreciate clarification on that point. If you found that after careful study that they do privately get this commercial insurance on their own, then how is it justified to create a separate category called private transportation companies for individuals who provide the same service? I'd like to know whether the population of Ottawa has severely exploded to almost triple its size and density in the last 2 years. Otherwise, is this not the same city that struggles to fund public transportation projects because of its relatively low ridership caused by a very small population, excuse me, Ms. Jones, I'd appreciate if I'm speaking now. I'd appreciate it. Caused by a very small population which is sprawled across an immensely huge geographic area. Please explain to me how you can provide an even basic below minimum wage and below poverty income to a taxi driver if you have opened his very livelihood to unlimited and unforeseen numbers of drivers without any caps. Drivers who are not even required to follow half of the regulations, yet charge less than half the city mandated price. You have basically facilitated the entire death of an industry and a living profession. How can you sleep at night knowing you are partly responsible for this? What type of precedent is the city setting to allow itself to be bullied to change and alter
Mr.
laws
Saleka,
for a
your time
foreign
is
offshore
up. Could you
corporation
please wrap up?
with very questionable records of abuses, crimes, and fraud worldwide, who never respected our city laws in the first place? Why would they respect them now?
Thank you, Mr.
Is that the new modus operandi?
Mr. Saleka, we're going to hold you there. Thank you. There are some questions, starting with Councillor El Shantiri.
Wow. I don't know where to begin, Madam Chair, but let me clarify something for you. First of all, a lot of councillors today, out of respect for the taxi industry, they were here today. A lot of us don't sit on that committee, but we've been here all day. So for you to come in and calling the chair by her name without addressing her as a Madam Chair, you're not doing anybody a favor. So please, we're here to listen to you, and I'm not on this committee, and there's other councillor who's not today on this committee, and they've been here all day. So that needs to be withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor El Shantiri. Councillor Brockington.
No question. I stopped listening 5 minutes ago. I think you're rude and arrogant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Abdulaziz Shohabib. Is Mr. Shohabib here? No? Anupam Kakar. Is Mr. Kakar here? No? Terry Scanlon? Khaled Wahabi? Adnan Hashim? Mohammed Shakik? Ron Massage? Bilal Wahabi? Mr. Wahabi will be followed by Yassine Youssef.
Good evening. Community Protective Services Committee councillors. My name is Bilal Weeby. I'm an MD graduate. I am a researcher at the Emergency Medicine at the Civic Hospital, awaiting matching right now. I also drive taxi part-time, driving on weekends whenever I'm able to. In 2009, I was attending Carleton University when my father pleaded with me to take the taxi course, considering it a good experience for me in the workforce and an excellent way to learn responsibility and good public relation skills. I was resistant, not wanting to take the course, which I knew was long hours and hard work. 5 weeks, 8 hours a day was a lot to handle while being in school with no free time. I denied his pleas in the beginning. I was accepted to ASU, Arizona State University, in 2010. I completed my MD, 2 years. I returned to visit my parents jobless. I finally decided to register for the Algonquin College taxi course. At first, I was not able to register as there was a very long waiting list. When finally I was able to, I was told there was an English test I had to take. I thought this was the most ridiculous requirement, being an MD grad, but I had no choice as it was a non-negotiable prerequisite for the course, so I was forced to take the elementary English test. Upon taking this test, I witnessed the majority of those who were taking the test could not pass. Some failed multiple times and were not able to become taxi drivers. Even while doing the course, which cost me $1,500, it was a lot of work, memorization, knowledge, even for me as an MD grad. Many did not pass the course, not only newcomers, but also students who were born and raised in Ottawa just like me. Upon beginning the taxi profession, I realized this course was a huge assist as I learned to navigate all Ottawa one-way streets, hotels, parkways, government buildings, etc. It also taught me knowledge on accessibility issues, how to assist those with disabilities, dealing with the vulnerable sector, and especially dealing with the public at large. I remember 8 years ago, during my undergrad at Carleton, my dad was a driver. He's a driver and he's still a driver, was constantly telling me how he was insulted by DN Deans, who insisted that cameras were the only way to ensure passenger safety. My father, being a driver with a perfect record, felt offended being treated like a criminal, and did many other drivers. And they protested. The drivers already had criminal record checks in place, zero tolerance for any crime, meaning they were screened, and only citizen with perfect record could drive Blue Line taxi. When the taxi union and the drivers asked having the cameras removed because of the financial burden, the response from the city was that removal of those cameras would be a regression, not a progression. Ms. Deans, you are on record saying that. 2008. You said the taxi industry has came a long way with passenger safety and security, and we cannot go backwards. It seems that if you're worth $70 billion and going backwards is not a problem. I would like to ask DN Deans what has happened to the customer safety and security, and especially what happened to the public accountability. I think every cab driver here remembers Ms. Deans stating she didn't feel her daughter was safe without a camera in a taxi. Do you really think that removing the college course on customer service and area knowledge is in the passenger or industry best interest? Do you consider that a progression or regression? Do you think allowing Uber drivers without any formal training to drive around passengers with no insurance, no cameras, is this a progression or regression? Are they not transporting the same exact passengers that we are as taxis, or taxi drivers are criminals? Even the multiple and through record screening process conducted by our apparently diligent, fair, and just concerned city by these taxi drivers apparently are more likely criminals than Uber drivers.
Your time is up. Can you just wrap up?
Okay. Have you ever even read the hundreds of Uber rape and sexual assault and theft stories all over the world?
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll hold you there. There is a question. Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not quite clear whether you think that cameras provide an element of safety, or do they not provide an element of safety?
I do say that cameras should be in the cars, just like how Ms. DN Deans said that her daughter, I still remember that. I was at Carleton University reading the news. She said she doesn't feel that her daughter is safe in a taxi without a camera. And right now...
So you agree with the past council decision to put cameras in cars, yes or no? That's all I'm asking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Yassine Youssef? Is Mr. Youssef here? No? Abraham Andreas? No? Awais Hassan? No? No? Asafu McKinnon? Gezahelm Teferi? Daniel Kabede? Nohad Ibrahim? Sayed Sayed? Fikr Moranian, thank you. Ahmed Niazi? Moshari Amir? This is a real test for me, by the way. Munir Mohsin? Azad Khurshid? Essa Amir? Ghanem? Mohammed Shukair? Ahmad Kandid? Stuart Ryan? Mr. Ryan will be followed by Gil Belwinder.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for listening to all the people here. My name is Stuart Ryan. As full disclosure, I'm a past president of Unifor Local 567 here in Ottawa. I'm here to express my solidarities with the members of Unifor Local 16-8 and to let you know that they have the support of the Ottawa community, despite whatever KPMG says. The reason some people on Uber are using it is because it is cheaper. The reason it's cheaper is because it's been unregulated since it arrived, and the regulations come from the city in order to provide a public service. The report does not create a level playing field. While it has lessened some of the requirements for a taxi driver, Uber are not subject to the same requirements. We've heard a lot today about the camera, a lot about insurance, and about the course. I personally feel that course should be kept in because it does, as we've heard from the drivers, give them a sense of being, teaches them to be ambassadors, get them to know the city and how to deal with accessibility and diversity questions. And I think that the reason the committee is making these recommendations is to somewhat lower the requirements for taxi drivers, but in saying it for the PTCs as caveat emptor, you're actually not fulfilling your responsibilities to dealing with what's recognized as being a public transportation. We're dealing here, Uber is a multinational corporation that has resisted being regulated in other cities, and as you heard today, there's no firm commitment that they will abide by whatever comes out of your deliberations. They say they hope to, but they won't. They call their partner drivers independent contractors. They're not. They are employees. The money goes to Uber, or Uber takes the money home to the United States, and it doesn't pay the taxes here. And they say that they're part-time workers, only doing a little time. Some of these people are doing it because of the economic crisis here. They have to take money, things, and what by allowing that to happen, we're allowing to play worker versus worker, and I think that's unfair for the city to do that. I think as we've heard from other people, there's a system in place. It has worked. I think it should continue to work. If Uber has to be accepted, it has to provide everything, or it should be not. And if I think the city should be enforcing the bylaws against Uber, who's been here not abiding by the law for the last 18 months. That's the way I see solving this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll move along to Gil Belwinder. And Mr. Belwinder will be followed by Sayed Dachani.
First of all, thank you, gentlemen and gentle ladies, with full respect to you guys. You guys have done a tremendous job to provide us, to our families, with this opportunity to drive a taxi. We are the ambassadors of Ottawa. Anybody that's going to come to Ottawa, they're going to ask us first, where do we go for certain kind of things? Food, recreation, hotels, and everything. We don't want to spoil this soup by doing anything ignorant or whatsoever. My brothers have said, going on strikes and everything, I know. We're not going to go that path. We want to solve this problem together and peacefully. By fighting each other, we're not going to get anywhere. We've seen fights everywhere around the countries. We're not going anywhere. This is the first thing. And the second thing is this, that talking about Uber. Around the world, if you look at Uber and you look at what they have done, they have ruined people's lives. Look in France, people turn over cars, kill each other. Why? Because their livelihoods are gone. We have such a tremendous and a wonderful country, the capital of Canada, Ottawa, and we have one of the best fleets in the world, taxis. Everybody is safe. Daughters, sons, wives, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, traveling by us. They're 100% safe. I've been driving for the last 32 years. I don't have even one complaint. The reason why? I abide by the law. The law, when I came to this country, they said, nobody can harm you if you follow the law. Today, I've been here since 8 o'clock. We've been grilling the Uber guys, okay? They've been, even my brothers, I would say brothers and gentlemen, our counselors, they've been asking them, what is the meaning of if? The meaning of if is this, that because they are not going to give you any evidence on anything proven by the world. These people are here just to take your money and run away. And all those people that are working for Uber, I feel sorry for them. That's all. And whatever you gentlemen and gentlewomen are going to make the decision, we abide by it, but please think twice and don't destroy our lives. We are 2,500 families. Look what's happening around the world. People are dying in Syria. People are coming over here. We're trying to accommodate them. We are the taxpayers. We are the taxpayers, and our tax money is going towards the refugees to help them out too. But those people are not paying any taxes. This is all I would say. Please think twice, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balwinder. Seeing no questions, is there a question? Councillor Al-Shantari.
Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Balwinder, for your kind words. Sincere thank you. And we listen, I think, more when someone talks like this about their family and the need of their family. Thank you.
I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Balwinder. Moving then to Sayed Dadshani. No. Andre Kayem. No. Antoine El Fagali. Najib Salika. No. Ergen Singh. Ergen Zeng? No. Yes. Ms. Zeng will be followed by Jean-Marie Lubagani.
May I start?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. There is nothing wrong taxi driver did, though there are many things they can do to improve. So what really hit them, or they feel that stolen customer from them, is not Uber. What happened is a new solution to satisfy people's needs for transportation has arrived. bought us by new technology. And Uber is simply a company who is using this technology to bring us as rider, as driver, and also the environment the benefit. So I feel Uber is inevitable, and taxi, they need help. So what does technology do is one part of it is bring us the transparency and efficiency of information. As a rider, they can get a cost estimate using Uber app to know how much the fare will cost. And if there's a surge happening, the price will increase. They do get notification. They can choose to accept the surge, paying a higher price, or if it is not in time of emergency, they can choose to wait until the price goes back to normal. And also they know the driver. They see our picture, the car plate number, and also our rating. So what all the passengers have said in our car been saying about us. As a driver, we saw the heat map of the city. So when we drop off one customer, we don't go back to a taxi stand. What we do, we can look at the heat map and we see zones where demands are high, and we can go there. So in that way, it's also much more efficient for the environment, so we don't idling too much on the road. Also, the technology empowers people. I came in Ottawa in 2008. I am familiar with majority of the area of Ottawa, but before I become an Uber driver, I don't know every single street of it. What helps me is the GPS that lead me the way. But taxi driver also have GPS. What makes the difference is that in my first week of driving Uber, I got a report that Uber sent it to me, saying that the customer reported that I don't have a good knowledge of the city road, and also remind me that I cannot really rely on the GPS. I need to get myself familiar with the city. So I don't have years of driving. The only change I made is every time when the customer comes into the Uber, I ask them, do you have a preferred route? If not, if yes, I'll definitely be happy to follow whatever route you prefer. If not, we will follow the GPS, and they are very happy about it. And another thing is, I don't know the technical detail about how a camera will keep everybody safe, but in terms of comparing the safety of Uber and taxi, a good thing to look at is the woman drivers ratio. So I have so many customers jumping into my car and saying, you're my first woman driver, or recently I heard you're my second or you're my third. So I tell them yes, so we do exist. And there are actually 200 active women Uber driver in Ottawa. And it, in a way, I think it says that Uber driving is safe. Otherwise, we will see more women in taxi as a taxi driver. For taxi drivers, I'm actually worried about them. They are saying they want a fair competition, but in terms of customer service, there are things that I think they can do better. And also, I'm worried to hear that the president of one of the taxi company, he probably never took an Uber ride because he didn't notice the difference between press a button and make a phone call. There is a big difference. So first, to make a phone call is definitely press more than one button. And also, I think Capital Way already realized that after you make a phone call, you need to talk to that person and read your address and all those communication things. So they started to, provide a way that you can text the address. And also, what happened after that is right away, as a Uber request, you can see where exactly the driver is. Instead of taxi driver, they tell you they arrive in 5 to 15 minutes, which you cannot plan your time very well around it. I think I'm running out of time, and I'll just stop here. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Don't go away. There are a couple of questions, starting with Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. When you see that heat map,
Yes.
as a driver.
Yes.
Does that mean surge pricing is in effect there?
When I started on March 8th, the International Women's Day. So they are owning like red area, which is the surge area. On that certain area, we will see a number, which like if it is 1.5, that means it's like 1.5 times more. So right now, we also see three colors. We see a yellow zone, an orange zone, and a red zone. So the red zone is still same as before. It's the area that is surged, and the yellow zone is the high demand. So that's the area that is about to surge. So, but if you go there, you also have a higher chance to receive a request.
Do you ever bypass requests in order to get into a surge area?
I don't do that because I feel like if there's a need there, customer need this ride, they need somebody to pick them up, so I'm willing to pick them up. And also, sometimes it's like one request after one request. I don't even get a chance to look back onto the map, like where the heat is. I just drop this customer, and the next request comes up, I pick them up. And sometimes I ended up in the like a heated zone, and I don't know, it's just after I finish my 1 hour or something, I look at it, and some of the trip are surged, some of them are not.
Okay. Yeah. How much of your time while you're in the vehicle during a shift or during the time that you turn the app on?
I do have a day job, so I do work 9 to 5 every day. So after work, I will turn the app on. I work near Kanata area, and I live in downtown. So like every time when I open my app, there's some request from Canada to downtown, so it's just on my way home. And then I do a little bit more, like maybe 1 or 2 hours. In the weekends, if I have time, and if I look at the app, even we don't need to go online to see the heat map, so I can see it without being active as a driver. So I can see it. If it's just I happen to be in a surge zone or high demand zone, I'll just turn it on for an hour or two if I want to drive. And the good thing also is I think the safety comes into whoever, doesn't matter what a safety training you've been through. If you are tired, if you've been driving for 6 or 8 hours, you'll be tired, and the safety will be lower. But for Uber driver, usually if they're tired or if I just don't want to talk to people, I will go offline because that affects my rating. I feel like, so why Uber driver talks to customers is like they need to. I've tried that, like just, I'm just be quiet and let customer be there. And then I didn't get the 5-star rating for like 2 times, and I'm not happy. So I started to realize that the conversation is needed, just simply by asking them, like, how was your day? And that's really opens up the conversation and helpful.
It's the gamification of customer service. I love it. What is your rating? Is it a 5?
It's a 4.87. Yeah, I noticed. I talked to one of the customer, and her name is Kaylee, and she is like a customer service pro. She's a pro Uber rider. So she mentioned to me that sometimes customers rate 4-star, and thinking that if they're satisfied with the service, they rate a 4-star saying, I'm happy, and they reserve 5-star with some super, super nice driver. Right. But in the eyes of Uber system, if we have a rating lower than 4.5, our account will be suspended. So, like, if you feel happy with the ride, please rate us 5-star.
Okay. And related to some of what we've been hearing through the course of the day around being an ambassador and showing the city off to best advantage, have you had the opportunity to drive many people from out of town?
Out of town, you mean out of Ottawa?
Tourists or visitors to the city?
I think it's maybe because the winter. I would expect that a lot more in the summer. So I myself haven't got the chance to actually drive any tourists, but I do have customer asking about like food and all those information. So I provide them as much as I could. And I'm thinking, I'm actually get the idea today that I could have like a pamphlet or something that sits on the bucket on the back seat, which I have cranberry cookie and juice and water there. So I think that item can be added.
Would it be helpful to you if Uber worked in the markets in which it's in, if they worked with tourism associations, restaurant associations, chambers of commerce to provide you with things like weekly newsletters to say, here's what's coming up in the next week that your passengers may be asking about?
That will be very helpful, actually, because through, once you get a good conversation going with the customer, actually the customer provides you information too. I have customers telling me which road is having a parade for the St. Patrick Day and all those useful information. And also we receive a report from Uber that for every week they'll give me a table that I can see this is when I drove last week, what's the hours and what is the peak hours. So what is the high demand hours? And I look at that table and I notice that I successfully avoid 90% of the high demand hours. But so if they could in that newsletter or email telling us in the next week, this is our projection, and I think that's one of the things technology will be able to do. They will be able to predict if this customers, a lot of customers, they're frequent Uber riders or taxi riders. They took taxi 4 or 5 times a week. So it's very predictable that at this certain time, this day, they will request something. So I think with the technology and the big data and all the analysis, they will be able to have a good prediction and a newsletter sending to all the Uber driver and taxi driver, keep them updated about the events in the city. It will be very helpful.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Luper. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask about, because you're obviously an anomaly. Sorry. Hello? That's okay. One question, just one, and you can go. That's okay.
I'm so nervous.
4.8. No.
They don't have a 4 point something. They only have 4 or 5.
I'll let you get back up to 5. Just want to ask you a question about safety. Obviously, you are an anomaly. We don't see many, certainly taxi drivers who are women, and I know for myself, safety, is one of the things that I'm contemplating the whole time I'm thinking about this report, and for both passengers of either service, for drivers, So I just want to ask you, what your feelings are around safety, how you feel as a woman, whether you always feel safe, and maybe some of the things that you do. If you do anything, contemplate anything that makes you feel safe, bringing a stranger into your car.
So before I sign up, I get to know the idea of Uber, and I find it's very safe. Is because everything is recorded. Where I am, who is in the car with me is somewhere. You can trace the data. And another thing for me is we see the rating of the customer as well. So I kind of follow the same thing. If there's nothing horribly went wrong, I will rate the customer 5-star. So if I see a customer that his rating is or her rating is lower than 4.5, I will hesitate to pick that person up. And I have good reason to, not because I'm a woman, I'm afraid, it's because the rating system is two-way. It's helping driver to become a better driver and also helping passenger to become a better passenger. And that's one of the things for me. I keep it 4.5, and that's what I do. And also another concern is for very late shift. I don't drove maybe 9 o'clock I'll go home. But I did, because Uber is not really money-making thing for me. It's more something I want to experiment with. So I did one very late night shift. And I just so far never get those drunk passengers yet. And also a lot of Uber requests at the very late of night are sometimes girls, they want to go home, or they're generally very nice people that I have so far. Yeah. Thank you.
Is that it, Councillor McKinney? Don't go away. There's another question, Councillor Takish.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Zhang, for staying with us till now. I just had a couple of quick questions for you. The first one, you seem like an intelligent person. Are you ever worried or concerned in terms of the liability that, God forbid, you get into an accident that you'll have for you and for that person that you're transporting? Because I'm assuming you don't have commercial insurance transporting these people.
I don't have commercial insurance. So I have my G license that's over 4 years. And then I decided I've been in Ottawa for 8 years. So then I decided to become an Uber driver. I think the most concern people put in a blind spot is that all the drivers, they will put their own safety at priority. That's the first thing, I think, for me, it's the first thing I'm concerned. Will I myself be safe on the road? I have the confidence to drive, then I drive. I remember there's a girl, she's 22, she mentioned that she could probably be the one driving Uber. Actually, she won't be able to. When she just got her G license, when she applied for becoming an Uber driver, if you don't have a 3-year driving experience, Uber will not allow you to become a driver. And also, she wouldn't put her own safety on risk. And if, God forbid, there's something bad happen, I think Uber does cover the passenger, and for us, we should find a way for our own insurance. And I think those things shouldn't stop Uber. Instead, because Uber is the trend, new things should come up to facilitate Uber. So they might hope to see in the future that insurance company will come out and create some Uber share driving insurance. That might be a better solution.
One of the things that we're proposing in this report, as you may know, is $5 million commercial insurance across the board to unify that. And my question to you is, if that moves forward, and that means you'd have to pay, so let's say you pay $200 a month in insurance now, and then you'd have to pay $300, let's say, for driving 10 hours a week to get that insurance. Would that be a deterrent for you to continue working those 10, 15 hours, whatever you do per week?
I think that definitely there is a range, right? If by how much I'm getting from Uber and how much the fund I get from Uber, if that money, insurance increase some amount, I have no problem with it. But if it is increasing too much, that I either will not make much money or I need to increase my working hours a lot, then there's a balance that I need to decide. But I definitely think if there's some insurance there, I will feel safer. Yeah.
Okay. And finally, the camera issue has been brought up a few times. I'm just wondering also if the bylaw, if we said put in a camera, would that be a deterrent to you? Do you have issues with installing a camera in your vehicle?
I don't mind there is a camera, but how much it cost for me to pay to add that one on? So can I pay that monthly?
I don't sell cameras, but
yeah. So the thing is, I don't think there should be a fight between Uber and a taxi driver. It's all bring to a better solution that the transportation, the need can be satisfied in a better way. So if the camera does bring a very big plays a big role in the safety, I think it's good to have them if the price is not too bad. But right now, I feel without the camera, I feel safe, and there's just information and the data. It's like another eye in the sky that is looking at all this stuff and keeping us safe.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thanks for being here.
Thank you, Councillor Kakish. Councillor Fleury. Sorry.
Yes, Madame la Présidente. My question relates to the same question I asked Uber representatives earlier today, and that is during a period, let's say you were in the Bywood market, and I know you say you don't typically work nights, but if you were to pick up in the Bywood market and you're waiting, what would be the driver behavior? What would you be doing? Would you be riding around the streets? Would you park in an area? I'd like to understand what you do there.
depends on the area, actually. And I use the heat map as a guide. So if it's like a yellow or orange zone, I know that there's a good demand there, I'll just stay. I always have a book in my bag so I can read and just stay there. And it was I don't need to wait for too long. I never wait for too long. If it is not, it's a very quiet area, depends on my mood. Like, I sometimes stay, sometimes I drove around. And sometimes if I drop a customer that's near Costco, I add gas. And sometimes it's sometimes on my way as well.
So I just want to use the example of your book reading. So imagine yourself in the market, book reading. Describe to me where you park or what you do. That's where I'm interested.
Byron Market is actually very busy. I think there's another thing I want to add is like Uber didn't really everything not taken from taxi driver. Some market are cultivated by Uber itself. There are customers, especially in Byron Market during the night. It's maybe sometimes only few blocks or like 5 blocks, and they decided to take an Uber because Uber is available and they're only paying like $5, $6. For that distance, they would have walked. They wouldn't take a taxi because the taxi starts at $5 or something, I don't know. So there are some, like I call it the penny trips. Those are kind of the market cultivated by Uber. Because Uber is available there, people near in Byron Market, even though it's a very short distance, it's a small trip, they do click on Uber. And as a driver, I don't mind at all. Because they're like one by one, and I really get time to stop at Byron Market. Byron Market is actually quite busy, but if I stop, I need to make sure that I stop at the proper place. Like, I don't want to take a spot of the parking lot that some real customer can actually park their car there. I wouldn't do that.
Okay, so I'll get to my question more directly.
Okay.
I'm sorry, and I'm looking for a very short answer. So, as you know, the city is congested. We talked about some congestion issues yesterday at a different committee.
Mm-hmm.
I have concerns because if cabs have a dedicated taxi stand, so when they go into the zone, they don't just roll. They typically would hang at the taxi stand. I'd like to know what your behavior would be in that situation, because you're saying, well, I don't want to take a person's spot, but if you just drive on the street, you don't help the businesses in my area. You actually clog the streets and you limit the access to the area for other users. So I'm intrigued by that approach. What would you be doing in the Byron Market physically at that time?
Okay, hopefully I got your question right, and I'll give you the short answer. So usually it's busy. I don't get time to wander around. Second thing, if I do get time to wander around, I can drive away, and I usually do that. Because if it is not easy for me to park and I don't want to block anybody's way, I wouldn't take turns around one place. I would simply drive somewhere else. And there are all the near there and the leaves around it. And after you get few weeks of experience, you kind of there's a heat map in your mind as well. You kind of know where the demands are, and that's also because you talk to the customer. They kind of tell you like why at this time they go to this place. So it also helps us to know the demand better.
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury, and thank you very much, Ms. Zhang.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jean-Marie Le Begani. Is that person here? No. Kaneni Adrian Parfait? Rod McLean? Anas Hack? Mr. Hack will be followed by Abdo Trabulsi. Abdo Trabulsi. No, wait. We're just doing Mr. Hack and then you, sir. Yeah. Go ahead.
Can I start? Yeah, okay. I'd just like to start to thank you very much, everybody, for being here today and give us the chance to give our ideas and our points about the subject. So I will go straight for that. My name is Anas Hack. I'm a transportation engineer. I came as an immigrant to Canada. I started looking for a job. There was no any jobs available. I was doing masters in transportation engineering in Carleton University. At that time, I was out of money, so I have to find a job. The most available job for immigrants at that time was cab driving. I did my search in the city for a while, went all over the place. I found the best service in the city at that time was in Ottawa Airport. So I joined the cab driver, being a cab driver there. I drove cab for almost like 10 years. I have some issues with the cab drivers at that time. Basically, there's too much expenses in this job, which led to, at the end of losing my family and losing my daughter, and I basically technically divorced right now. Why? Because a lot of expenses in this job. What this expense is coming from? Insurance. And there is a monopoly in there for the insurance in this taxi business. Basically, you cannot find insurance anywhere. You have to go to the taxi company or the broker available to get a taxi insurance from. Stand rent is also there, is by the taxi insurance, by the taxi company, and you have to pay for that too. Then comes to the plate for the rent, the rent for the plate. This is usually double the price I can claim for taxes. So basically at that point it was very difficult to do that job because I was working basically like any human being, maybe 12 hours, 10 hours, sometimes 14 hours, but that was never ever enough to have a decent life, and this is why the reason my wife told me, thank you very much, I'm not interested in this kind of life. I married an engineer, I didn't marry a cab driver. And then came the situation that we moved to, you've been hearing in the media, the airport driver has been kicked out from the airport, they are not allowed to work anymore. We tried to get a work, nothing was available, so because of my transportation engineering background and was basically I was sitting doing nothing, I said let's go and try Uber. So I applied for Uber. Everybody was happy there with Uber because I was a cab driver with 10 years experience, so the process didn't take more than 5 days. So I was there. My rates in Uber was continuously 4.89. This high level of customer service is why? Because I was trained to be a driver. I was trained in Algonquin College and get a course to know how to do a customer service. So I was continuously 4.89 with Uber. Customer service is not a difficult thing to do. If you have the passion for it, you will be successful. You just need to learn about it. So that's what I was doing. I was providing very good service for everybody. During my studying, as I said, because this is my background in transportation engineering, I was studying the model of the taxi and the model of Uber. There is pros and cons here, there is a pros and cons over there. Taxi business is one of the best jobs in the world. I love it. I enjoyed it. I spend a lot of good times, good quality times with customers. I spend even sometimes when I get to the customer to their houses and I was waiting in the cab with the customer for 10 to 15 minutes, just they were talking to me about their personal issues. They needed help, they needed someone to talk to. This is part of the job of being a cab driver. You're listening to the customer and trying to give him support or help. And I did the same also with Uber. But the main idea is the customer, being a customer service in cab driver is not a big deal. Now we go to the prices. Okay, because the expenses of the taxi service is very expensive, so what happened? The drivers are very stressed. So what do you expect from a cab driver with this quantity of money that he pay monthly to provide a good service? He under the stress of something is like every day you have to pay plate rent, insurance, stand rent, plus if you have a lease, you buy the car, you maintain it, you make sure it's according to specs, it has to go through specs, inspection by the city twice. You are looking for the people that the bylaws going around. If they don't like you, maybe they stop you somewhere and say, hey, I don't like you, or I don't like your car. So do you think a cab driver with this situation will be able to provide customer service? I don't think so. So we need to go down with the expenses. That's including, I know that you're looking at me that you have to stop.
If you can wrap up, please.
I just we need to put down the prices. Please, this is the only solution I find to get really an equal service, and then the one who's going to win is the one who's providing the best service in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Heck, but don't go away. There's some questions for you, starting with Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for coming out, staying out.
Thank you.
Just on expenses, because that's come up a few times today. What is your biggest expense in a month? And how much would it be, and what is it when you're a taxi driver?
Okay, I'll start with that. The insurance is about $600 a month. And this is up to the broker. It can go up or go down. I have no control on that. Every couple of years, maybe it goes up. Number 2, stand rent. This is also controlled by the broker. He can put it up, down. I have no control on that. Now, number 3, the plate rent. The plate rent, which as I mentioned, basically, I pay double what I can claim to taxes.
Could you explain that? So just explain to me how much someone might pay on average for plate rent for a month, and why it is that you can only claim half of that.
Because this business is a cash business industry. The owner need a cash, the mechanic to fix your car need a cash. If you go anywhere to do anything to your car, you need a cash. Now, because I pay cash for the rent, and I don't have a proof for that payment, I cannot claim it.
So you pay cash for your plate rent?
Yes.
And what would that be a month?
I can tell you after that. I can tell you privately.
Okay.
But it's double what I can claim. Double, exactly, times 2 what I can claim as a taxes.
Okay, so you might pay a couple $1,000s for a plate rental in a month, and half of that you're saying is paid in cash.
No, I pay everything in cash.
Everything is paid in cash?
Yeah.
To whom?
To the owner of the plate.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor McKenney. Councillor Brockington.
Just along that line, what were your monthly expenses, just the total when you drove a taxi versus what they are when you drove with Uber?
With Uber, I have no expenses at all. 0 expenses. I pay nothing. It's just the gas and the regular maintenance for your car, like changing oil, putting whatever is that. For the taxi, you have a stand rent about $600. You have insurance about another $600. And you have the plate, which is, I would say, around, I don't know, I'm going to say it anyway. I pay $1,500 rent.
I just think you've hit the nail on the head. It's a 116-page report, the staff recommendation, and we've talked about customer service, some of the challenges in the taxi industry. The other is the structural issues that the plate leasers and the renters have complained about. You talk about the high costs, what your fixed costs every month before you even start to make money to feed your family. And I don't know if we're going to get into that this round, but that's certainly, when I read this report, a glaring omission about the industry and the structural problems in the taxi industry that should have been addressed that aren't, but could be addressed tomorrow. But certainly you and other drivers have highlighted today about how cost and how expensive it is just to start every month before you start to make any money for yourself.
This is in case if you don't have a transmission breakdown, you're done for that month, or you have an accident, God forbidden, then you are backed up by 3-4 months.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Shirelli.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So are you, when you look at the Uber drivers' expenses, and they're claiming that they're dramatically lower, how do you account for them being lower? Is it that each reduction in expenditures are things that are a reduction in service or reduction in protection? Like is it the insurance? What are the differences?
Well, it's very simple, as I mentioned earlier. Like basically, You don't have to pay insurance. It's just regular insurance. You just put gas, and that's it. And you have your own car, your private car, and you just drive with that. That's your expenses.
Okay, now this is something I've had a couple of Uber drivers explain to me, but then what you're saying is they aren't counting the actual cost of their vehicle in this, and they aren't counting the wear and tear they're putting on the vehicle, and they aren't counting other protections that they may have to put in place. So they're just viewing the revenue as profit? Is that?
Yeah, basically they go to them and they hire you. You work, you make money, they take their chunk. They take their chunk, I take my chunk. And I just see how it's like my expenses, as I said, you put some gas.
Okay, when you're driving a taxi, you recognize how much it's costing you each kilometer to drive that taxi. You recognize it's wear and tear on your tires, wear and tear on the vehicle, percentage of the insurance, and all of that. Are you saying that Uber drivers just don't recognize what it's costing them?
Actually, most of the people, even I know when they start, because I'm just gonna clear a thing here, because for me, I was doing Uber. For me, I was just testing. I want to know, as I said, because of the sake of like to be like, as my background is in engineering, I was interested to study the model. And by the honest, don't get me wrong, I love the model. It's perfectly designed, the engineering point of view. But I was just to see what is the thing is. I found that if you work for Uber, you're not making money actually. You think you are making money, but you're not making money. Because to make money for living, to live as a human being and you have expenses, you need to work many hours. If you don't have another job. If you have another job, it's another story. But if you don't have another job and you're just doing Uber, how are you going to live? You're making nothing. Simple as that.
But they don't realize that, is what you're saying.
No, they realize that, but the people who are driving for Uber don't realize that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there any protections that you saw when you're driving taxi that you thought should not be there?
As I said, expenses has to be reduced.
Right.
This is the first option you can do. If you do that, I guarantee you, all the cab drivers will provide even better than the customer service of any industry. In Ottawa, the cab drivers, 90% of them are very well educated. They are university, masters, PhD degrees. They know what they're doing, and they can provide the best service in the city. But that you need to reduce their expenses, either by putting the meter down, by reducing the monthly expenses for them. They will be relaxed, then they will give you the customer service you want, which is the two main things we've been talking the whole day about, the fare and the customer service. And I find them actually is like a chicken and egg. They are really connected. Okay. Good customer service comes from less expenses.
Okay. All right. Now, and the last question is, how do you account for, because you've had the experience in both, how do you account for the low ratio, like the few numbers of part-time taxi drivers versus Uber? Uber seems to be majority, or almost majority, part-timers, whereas taxis seem to be heavy on full-timers.
As everybody said, in even the delegates before me, everybody joining Uber, they're joining Uber because it's an extra cash. It's not a way of living. It's not an income. It's not a source of income. It's just you have a job and you do it. To want to hear a funny story, I had a customer once with Uber, and he told me the guy came with the construction work and the safety vest on to pick him up. So he left the site, the construction site, to get a fare and quickly going back. So there is a job.
Maybe we should have cameras at the construction site too.
No, that's what I'm trying to say here. Most of the Uber drivers, they have a job, and this is extra money. And because it's an extra money, they don't feel the expenses. Okay. If they work a full time, there's another story. But taxi, it's an income. It's a way of living. It's a process of your life. It's your commitment for job to doing from to make your living, to pay your taxes, to take care of your family. But with the situation we're having right now, I'm going to tell you, you have the highest divorce rate in the city. Do you know how many drivers I know they already divorced or about to divorce or out separated? And I know most of them, and when I ask him what happened, the same answer. You never been home. Why cabs driver never been home? He need to pay the expenses. He need to have his living.
Or because they're at city council.
What's that?
Or because they're at city council. You know, so.
Well, don't get me this. Everyone knows about his job. I'm here talking about what I know.
All right, thank you for that, and I thought this was a really good presentation because of the analytical level and the dual experience. I thought it was good.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Shirelli. Councillor DeRusse.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation. And sorry to hear about your story, and thank you very much for sharing lots of good information with us. But I just want to ask you a question about the insurance. You mentioned that you pay insurance and you try to find an insurance. Where do you get the insurance from now if you couldn't find one in Ontario?
Well, what happened, the situation in the airport when being kicked out, basically we were not able to drive a cab. So I was trying to, by the force of the owner plate to go to work, I have to get an insurance. So what happened, I went to Coventry Connection because they weren't charging of us. I told them I want to go back to work. They say, no, you can't. You have to pay the month that you didn't work in advance. I said, what do you mean? You stopped me from work and you want me to pay insurance for you? They said, yeah, this is your business. So I said, how much I owe you? They say, you owe us $3,200. And I said, for what? They said, for the last 6 months. I said, but at 6 months I was forced to stop from work. I didn't stop voluntarily. They said, no, this is not my job. This is your job. So basically, I left and I tried to get an insurance from some other company to be able to work, or at least to be able to make some money to pay my debts to Coventry Connection. I spent 3 months, 3 full months on a daily basis all over Ontario. I even went to Calgary to get an insurance, for a cab insurance. The first question is, what you need it for? Commercial. For what? Taxi. Where are you? Ottawa. Boom. They hung up on me. If I have a chance to communicate a little bit with them, they say, I cannot give you insurance. I said, what do you mean you can give me insurance? I'm a cab driver. I'm serving my city. I've been doing, and I have, by the way, clean record. Knock on wood. Clean record. I have no issues. So everybody said, we can't give you insurance. We are not allowed to give you insurance. You have to go to your broker in the city where you live. He will give you insurance. So you mean whom? He said, yeah, you know Coventry Connection? I said, yeah, I know Coventry Connection. He said, go, they will give you insurance. We cannot give you insurance. Everybody gave the same answer. So I was basically in the corner, trying. The only option I got, a lady, she said, I give you something, they call it facility insurance. Facility insurance means basically, we don't know you. We don't know your experience. We have know nothing about you. If you want to put camel in the cab and transfer whatever merchandise, people, animals, we don't care. And I said, okay, how much are you going to charge me for that? If you have a clean record, for facility insurance, you're paying about $900 to $1,000 a month. This is the minimum we can give you for a clean record. If you have a bad record, you're talking about cuckoo numbers.
So you got your insurance now from your broker?
No, I have no insurance right now.
Okay. The other thing is, you said you pay a lease fee, and it's way beyond that what you can claim.
Yeah.
So who you pay to? To your broker also?
No, it's a plate owner.
Plate owner. Also, you pay stamp fee. Who you pay the stamp fee to?
That's to the broker.
So as a driver, like we're trying to distinguish this all day. As a driver, and with all this expense, like what you clear a month after you pay all your expense?
Well, people, they always, when I used to work in the airport in a taxi business, they used to make fun of me. They say you are very spoiled. You are not a hard-working guy. I said, well, I'm driving 12 hours. What should I do more than that? I'm a human being. I need to go sleep, take a shower, have rest, make love to my wife when I have that. I have a daughter that I want to see and play with her. This is the real life, right? This is any human Canadian being had the right to do every day, right? I couldn't do that. I couldn't. Because after that, I'm sharing that because you are open today. You need to listen to everything. I used to go home tired, exhausted, stressed. We're not able to functioning or not even to enjoying my daughter or my wife all my life.
Did you take a look at the report and what we're recommending in the new bylaw change?
Actually, I already joined one of the KMGF open houses, actually, and I shared my experience with them. And I was really hopeful with the outcome, but when I read the report, the final one, I spent about 2 days reading. I'm very disappointed. Because basically it didn't give me what I was expecting. But I'm talking here because I don't control that. It's always come up. My background is transportation engineering, so I do analysis for everything. So there's one thing also I need to add to that. To be honest, I love and I fall in love of the model of Uber.
Thank you.
I wish if we can take and apply to the taxi, level the costs, and then let's compete. Taxi with Uber. The one who wins, the one who have a good service, the one who can make the community and the people of Ottawa happy and feel welcomed in their cars.
Thank you very much for your, thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jules. Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your insights into the industry. I just want to get clarification on your movement from being a taxi driver into Uber, because the collective agreements for the unions don't allow that. So were you not part of the union, or if you were, how were you able to do that?
No, basically, I don't know if you have been familiar with the situation in the airport. We were working for the airport for a while, and this is another reason of the things I was really get furious, is basically the Coventry Connection. They wanted to charge the airport for $5 extra for every fare. So that for me as a renter, that means like I am renting 2 plates and driving with 1 plate. Because $5 that make almost like an extra 1,000 expenses on me. And that was me, for me, it's like you're cutting my throat. So from that point we said no. So basically we were kicked out. We're sitting home. And I was doing nothing, trying to know what to do, trying to get insurance, nothing, trying to get a work, nothing. In my age now, nobody even want to look at me or even listen to me. So, as I said earlier, I said, let's go see Uber.
We're listening to you. So.
No, I'm just explaining to you and answering to you, sir. So I went to see what is their model, what everybody's talking about, and what is about it. And it was a good experience. I really enjoyed it. I like it. As I said, it's a very well-designed system, very good, very good. There is no single mistake. They know exactly what they're doing. I fall in love with their customer service regarding the customer and the driver. They have a customer service dealing with the driver as well. Perfect. And I was really, I can say, like, again, from engineering point of view, it's a very good, well-planned model. We need to get some of that and use it in the taxi industry.
What is the trend, because you're not a plate owner?
No.
So what is the trend that you're seeing in the industry of number? I know there is, but how significant is it of taxi drivers that are flocking to work for Uber, as far as you know or you've seen from your experience?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we need to sharpen the pen a little bit. We sharpen the pencil regarding the expenses. The meter has to go down a little bit. 345 is too much. My experience from the customer from the Uber, and they were talking to me, there was only one thing they are concerned about: the money. Because because the customer service is a customer service. You may have a luck to have a good driver driving you today, so he give you a good service, and maybe you get another bad driver, you had a bad service as well. It has nothing to do with Uber or cab driver. We have our days, we have our moments, so maybe this and that. But the expenses has to go down. That's including the meter and the monthly fees. That has to go down. No choice. And then let them both fight. Let them try their best to win the market. The one who wins the market, he's the winner. The one who loses the market, he's a loser. But with the current situation like now, taxi expenses is like that, and Uber expenses is here, I don't see it's a fair competition. Basically, it's affecting the service, it's basically affecting the quality of the business, and also it's going to be a big issue in the future, because now in transportation picture now of the city, and we have the train, and we are putting more buses on the roads right now, and we're changing the routes of the buses. The whole idea about transportation in the city of Ottawa is changing. So where is the taxi from that? You're just going to leave it like that, dying by itself, till it's going to be obsolete? I don't think that's fair.
You had mentioned that the report didn't give you what you expected from it, but it's doing exactly that on several things, I think. There's 9 points that it is doing that, what you're talking about. And tomorrow, once we bring motions, I know I and many colleagues around the table are working to strengthen that report and to tie any loose ends. So what exactly did you not get that you expected to get in that report when you read it?
Well, again, I'm just like, as I said, like I was expecting that the guys who is a renter is not in the report. Nobody even think about the renter in that report. I didn't see myself. I read the first report and then the final report. I didn't see myself there.
So you're suggesting we impose regulations on the stuff that we have no control over?
Yeah, basically, you need to think a guy like me, a renter, and we are many, by the way, it's not only me. There's a huge number of renters in this city working in the cab business.
I know.
Yeah. The other thing is, as I said, we need to put down the prices of that business. We have to work on that. We have to control the customer service of this city. Controlling the customer service means when a company have a complaint, you have to work on it. I heard a lot of stories when I was doing for Uber, complaining from the taxi business in Ottawa. And all of the complaints I had from them was very, very stupid things. Really, like when you really think about it, it's not really that kind of things that you cannot just ignore it and don't think about it. Not because it's not important, but it's so silly. If that driver did that mistake and I bring him to the office and I talk to him and he said, hey, that was not good to what you did today, you need to fix that, please. And he fixed it, you're done. If you do it second time, I suspend him. As simple as that. Finished. One driver here, that happened to one driver, he's not going to do it again. But what I heard from the customer that when I was driving Uber, they said, this has happened to me. I called the taxi company and I filed a complaint, and the guy who was in the other line, he just sometimes they laugh at me, sometimes they hang up, and sometimes, yes, we will do our best, and they do nothing.
But is it fair to say that those items that you're talking about, say the 2,000 people that are renting for $2,000 a month, they have fallen, my understanding is from talking to different people in the industry, is that that's fallen as a result of the supply and demand and what's happened. Isn't that fair? Haven't those come down already?
No, actually, this industry, taxi business, has been there for a long time. And it's been famous for one thing. Any new immigrant, no job for you, go to taxi. Anyone new to the country, you have no jobs, go for a taxi. You have no qualifications, no jobs, go for a taxi.
But did they come down? Would you say they've fallen?
No. What happened right now is those people who are renters like me, they start leaving the taxi business because they don't see future.
So what are you planning to do? Are you planning to drive for Uber down the road, or what are you planning to do?
I'm not going to choose which to until you level everything together.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kakish. Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a quick follow-up to what Councillor Kakish asked. He asked a version of this question, but let me just word it a little bit differently. Do you think it would benefit renters as a group if they had the ability to also work for a private transportation company? Do you think it would be helpful if the ability existed for those renters to have that option?
You mean working for both, sir?
Yes.
What kind of life is that?
Well, it's a question. If the answer is no, that's fine.
No, I'm just answering. I'm asking you if you want to give me the chance to work both. So that means I have to do it. If I have to do it, that I don't make enough in the taxi and I don't make enough in the Uber. So I have to work both. So at the end, do you think this is a good quality of life?
So it's not attractive to you. It's one or the other. You don't see any advantage to having the option of pursuing both simultaneously. I think you've been clear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nussbaum, and thank you very much, Mr. Hack, for being here tonight.
Yeah, okay. I would like to thank everybody for coming today again, and really thank you so much for giving the chance and open mind and an open heart to listen to us.
Thank you.
And I believe in you. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Abdo Terbolzi, and Mr. Terbolzi will be followed by Naha Abu Akarouche. Go ahead.
Hi, how you doing, everybody? First of all, let me thank you all. I just came here at 12 o'clock, and I know you've been working hard all day long. Thank you so much, councilors, everybody, no exceptions. I'm not going to be long-winded. I need only half an hour, 45 minutes. I'm just joking. So my thing is I'm going to split my talk to two parts. First, I'm not going to add up much with my friends what they said. I started this business in 1995, and I graduated in 1998. I'm an audio engineer, and I do stuff for Radio 97.9 FM. I got the plate in 2002, the accessible. I have an accessible plate. My friend here was telling about the expenses. Us, accessible, we pay insurance $689. We used to pay $690, now we pay $689.
Excuse me, there's a hum in here. If we could just take it down so we can listen to the delegation, I appreciate it.
Thank you. And we pay standard rent $514.05 on the penny. And we pay debit machine $33.90, tax included, and we pay the union $36. This will come up for $1,282.14. I used to work for Blue Line since I started this business, 1995, when Mr. Kramer used to be there, and Mr. Patney took over. In 2000, I quit taxi. 2002, I went back, and I started with, when I got the plate, with Westway Taxi. I started good, and lately I'm behind. And I thank Mr. Surtees here because he's very patient. We're always behind to pay. Business, I'm not going to add much. Yes, the business is down. If any one of you feel free to go drive either at night or in the morning, and you see the taxi in the queue, there is plenty of us waiting for the fare. Sometimes you wait for 1 hour or two. You might leave with $5 fare, or sometimes you go for $30 fare. Now the pain, you all heard the pain, and thank you for listening. As I said earlier, I'm not going to add up more. But what I'm expecting from the city for this industry, not to be in a gray area. I have a friend of mine, he's a millionaire in the States. He owns IMU, like Facebook. He's willing to send me the money and buy 5 buses like OC Transpo, and I get a good deal from the Parliament Hill to Westboro without any license. And I don't think you guys would agree with that, because we believe in democracy, we believe in fair justice, and that's what we're here for. And we believe that we're going to solve this problem adequately for everybody to be happy. Now, second, I heard the lady here, she drives for Uber. One of the counselors, he was sitting over there at the corner, I forget his name. He asked her about the camera, which is, I agree with you, Mrs. Dean, we implement the camera, you want the camera, which is good, we have no problem against that. If you're a good person, you fear nothing. You fear nobody. You do a good service to the people, to the public, and you got nothing to fear. Every question you asked her, she felt safe. Well, it's so beautiful to feel safe, but you're not well trained to work as a taxi or a public transportation, And you're not, as a taxi driver, you spent like a month in school in Algonquin College, you took the course. Yes, the course is a very important course, because I learned a lot of things by going and do the course, especially the accessible one. So the bottom line is, as I said, I'm not going to be long-winded. I believe in your fair justice. Please, we feel the pain. I never use my credit cards, and God is my witness. I have a big money I owe, because the accessible, and I'm being so specific, especially the accessible, is nothing but a money sucker. We can't keep it up with repair, knowing that Ottawa, there is a lot of potholes, the streets are damaged. It's horrible, as if I have Mozart sitting in the back playing symphony or Beethoven. I keep repairing the van. I have nothing to do but spending money on the van to offer a good service for the public and not to get any complaint. So thank you so much for having us here today. And we believe for the new justice and the fair justice for everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Terolzi. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move to Mr. Akarush.
Yes, good evening to everyone. My name is Najah Abu Akarush. I've heard quite a few drivers today that have transited from being taxi drivers into Uber drivers. I've got a similar story, just the opposite. I used to work as a gypsy cab prior to my taxi industry career. I worked for 6 months as an individual driver with the company, and the company was called Dynasty, and I'm pretty sure Madam Dayandine is aware of it. For 6 months, I realized how easy it is for someone to just open up their own company. You go buy a phone, you advertise, you go down to the clubs, you hail calls on the street, and you charge per kilometer. And if anyone have any questions concerning how this business operated in the past, I'm open for questions after. Until one of my drivers actually got into an accident, and the customer in the car got injured. Customer wanted to file a lawsuit. They got into it with the driver. I decided to shut down the company. It was open for 2 years and 4 months. And the company's name was Mondial, with the phone number 262-3001. I decided to go to Algonquin College, got my taxi course, and became a legit taxi driver. I realized the difference between the two. When you're being regulated, you have someone to always go back to. You have someone to talk to. You have something to fall back on in case one day something happened. It's called insurance, not necessarily car insurance. It could be anything. You have a union to fall back to. You have a company to fall back to. You have a city to come to. If you have a specific complaint, I can come and speak to my council about it. Why? Because I'm regulated by the city. This whole thing being said, what guarantees you, if you were to pass Uber's bylaw as is right now, what guarantees you, one, Uber would follow that bylaw? Two, there was rules and regulations to do crackdowns on gypsy cabs. There was one person, and I'm pretty sure Madam Dayandine is aware of him. He got a $70,000 ticket and a search warrant to his house. He lived in Orleans in Blackburn. Until today, he hasn't paid his ticket. Why? Because nothing's under his name. They cannot follow him. They can't do anything to him. All that because there's no rules and regulations to put back for any driver who's on the road to come back and report to the city or report to the company. And that person is still operating as of today under a limousine taxi license, but they're gypsy cabs. There's 31 gypsy cabs companies in Ottawa, and I can name you about 17. And all these guys are operating. What stops them from following the bylaw that KPMG proposed for Uber, operating the same way, flooding the market, and destroying anything called taxi industry, when the drivers will approach the city of Ottawa, tell you, here you go, this is your plate, thank you very much, I'm going to open my own TPC company. Rules and regulations are put in place for a reason. You have put them, Madam Dayandine, for the last 20 years on the taxi industry for a reason. So all I ask you for, gentlemen, competition is very healthy for the consumer. I realize the mistakes that I've done in my prior history as working as an illegal taxi driver that you call a gypsy cab. I realize my mistakes. something happened that would have sent me to jail if I didn't have the right resources. I realized it, came back to rules and regulations, working as a legit taxi driver, taxpayer, and we're trying to make a living to feed our families, to raise our kids, to make the best of our ability for them. All I ask from you, competition is very healthy for the consumer, the driver, and the broker. But all we ask for is equal playing fields. So whatever you're imposing on us, either impose on Uber, or whatever you're imposing on Uber, by all means, take your place back, and we'll operate the same way as Uber, and we'll be more than happy to do it. You can't have two-tier system, equal playing fields, and that's all. I thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm open for it.
Thank you, Mr. Arouche. Any questions? Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you very much for that. Actually, that was very informative for me because I wasn't aware of what you called the gypsy cab problem. Can you just estimate, and I know it won't be accurate to the detailed number, but can you give me a sense of how many of these illegal cabs are currently operating in this fashion? Just a rough number of the number of cars?
Well, you have to break it down to about 25 to 30 cars per company.
And you said about 12 companies?
Right now, I'm aware of about 17.
Okay.
And about, before Uber came into the picture, there was 31. A lot of them shut down and they joined Uber because it operates the exact same way as Uber, except over the phone. I did it myself. I used to sit in my car at Belfast Tim Hortons and dispatch all night. All the drivers, the closest driver gets the call via the phone, and everything's on pen and paper. And by the end of the week, just the same model that Uber has on Friday night, every driver meets me at that specific Tim Hortons on Belfast, and I'll do all the fares that he's done on the computer. Then I'm okay. You've made $1,000. You owe me $200 for the week.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Nussbaum. Councillor Fleury.
I want to challenge you a bit on the question of equality and so on. So, for example, we give, as you know, Paratranspo a $9 million allowance to taxis.
Okay.
If we were to look at equal, all these advantages would go away on your side, right? So, as part of the strategy that was presented, there's two subgroups. You know them well. You've identified them. But I'm curious, like taxi stands. You see, what if we were to dismantle taxi stands and make it all equal? What if we were to, remove any of the licensing requirement and do exactly like the restaurant industry? Restaurant industry, there's no maximum on restaurants. The market decides how many restaurants are out there. So, I'd like to hear from you, because when I hear equal market, I'm not sure that that's truly what taxis want. I'd like to hear a bit more specifics on you for that.
Okay. Just want to go back a step back. You asked the lady earlier what she does when she's waiting for a fare. I said competition is very healthy for the consumer. I'm willing, if we have the same rules, same regulations as Uber, I'm willing to share my stands with Uber. If we have the same regulations. You give Uber what we have right now, of all the rules and regulations you have input on taxi for the last 20 years. And I'm telling you, I'm willing to share all my stands, all my income with Uber, knowing they're playing on the same level field. Simple. Is that clear enough? Like, I'm pretty much willing to work with them hand in hand, competition or working together, as long as we're all playing on the same playing field. And I can speak about this one, about half of the taxi drivers in Ottawa. They will tell you the exact same answer as mine. Give them the same rules as we do, and we'll share everything we have with them, including government stands, hotel stands, all the stands. I'm willing to give up the stands if we play on the same equal fields. Either we abide with their bylaw, or they will abide by our bylaw. Same insurance, same camera, same training course, same regulations, same tent, same trunk size, same car year limit, same year entry, same everything. And I'm willing to do the exact same thing with Uber.
Okay. Thanks for your answer.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury, and thank you very much, Mr. Arouche.
My pleasure.
Go ahead. Thank you. That ends the public delegations that I have on my list. I'm going to do a last call for public delegations. Is there anyone who has not been heard today that would like to be heard by this committee? Yes, come down then. Is there anyone else? Seeing none, I'm going to take this last speaker, and then we're going to close off public delegations. Can you introduce yourself, sir, because we don't have you on
Madam
the
Chair,
list.
committee members, and dear councillors, I really thank you a lot for today. You have shown a lot of courage and asked.
Can you introduce yourself? We don't know who you are.
I am coming there. I just want to thank you a lot for being so serious about such an issue. And my name is Mahmoud Mahmoudoglu. I have driven for the city of Ottawa, which is not important what I did. Where I'm a plate owner or a taxi driver is not important. The important issue here is what you are about to do. And I just want to tell you, when I was coming to this meeting, the issue is fairness and equality. I just want to give you, as I was coming to this meeting, I heard on the radio a breaking news. And the news was an offshore shipping company named Uber Spain announced that they have started to serve the citizens of Newfoundland and Labrador with shrimps, cod, and lobsters in a very innovative and efficient way. They called this service fish sharing and started dispatching the young and unemployed who can afford a boat and have a smart app to go out to the seas of Newfoundland and catch the cod and bring it to the citizens. They have assured the public, the city, that they have highly sophisticated GPS and fish finding sonar technology, and they can electronically direct the nearest boat to the nearest cod and have it delivered to the homes of the St. John's and Newfoundland. And that the public is assured that the fish will be hygiene and safe to eat, and public don't have to use cash payments. Everything will be done with a click of the mouse, online transactions.
Sir, if you could just make this relevant to Ottawa and the vehicle for hire business.
Madam Chair, it is absolutely relevant to what I'm saying to the City of Ottawa, because that is exactly what the proposals are. Please listen to me carefully and understand what I'm trying to say. So, and the public is assured that the fish will be hygiene and safe to eat, and public don't have to use cash payments. So, what's more, the transactions will drop into the Uber Spain's account offshore, and the highly innovative company Uber Spain will take only 20% of the cut, plus $1.50 per delivery. They have also started to charge the citizens of St. John's $6.50 more for every delivery during the peak hours. And they called it surge pricing. All this, I might remind you, is done without abiding with any provincial or local bylaws. Can you imagine such a thing? Can you imagine those older fishermen who have invested their lives, millions of dollars in their licenses, and actually lost loved ones in the process, in the rough seas off the coast of Newfoundland, how they would feel about this? And I must remind you, Madam Deans, that we, the taxi drivers here, working for 30, 40 years for the city, we have lost loved ones on this industry. We have stabbed to death. And we died on the job. We lost many colleagues from heart attacks because of long hours. Now, you know, it's theoretical what I'm saying, but it is exactly what some of the proposals are doing here in this taxi industry. You are going, if you pass these proposals, you are going to destroy this industry that we have worked together with you, and the council, and the members of the committee, city staff. We worked all together with the taxi brokers, drivers and owners together. We have built an industry which is next to none in the world.
it's viable, it's secure, and you're about to throw this away? So you have listened from the Uber spokesperson today. With his own mouth, he has admitted to you, he had confessed to you, that he will not abide by your bylaws. He will not accept a cap on surcharging. He said it, no. They don't intend to abide by our provincial bylaws. Uber is not interested in the improvement of service or public safety. Their interest is like, and I don't blame them because it's their model, business model, is the bottom line. Profit for their quarterly reports.
Sir, your time is up. Could you please wrap up?
Yes. They don't intend to abide by our provincial or city bylaws. Uber has proven these points today here, and you have heard them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There was a question, Councillor Shirelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to try to get a quick summary of what your parable or whatever story was about. And
yes.
So what you're trying to say then is the fact that there is new technology doesn't necessarily mean that you should just jump all over it. You should still look at the protections that we have and keep the ones that are necessary for everybody. Is that what you're trying to say?
I can't hear your volume. Sorry, can you ask that question again?
Okay, so what you're trying to say is that we should not just adopt new technology completely and blindly, but we should instead ensure that we keep all of the things of value in what exists today.
That's right. You should look into the years of efforts that all of you and us, we put into the city of becoming or bringing this industry to the level that we brought today. And do not allow any offshore company, a multinational corporation who is interested in their shareholders' profit, which they are here today, they are in California tomorrow, they are in Spain the next day. Because they come and they go. I mean, you know the Uber drivers are part-time drivers, and they call them driver partners, which is a sweet word. They call this ride-sharing, another sweet word. It's not a ride-sharing. They don't share rides. It's a taxi service. Their drivers are not partners. Drivers are using their own cars. You heard it many times and times again. They are just simple individual citizens of this city. They're going out with their own cars, with their own risks to work and make money. But they are dispensable. When they cannot provide profit for this Uber company, they will be dispensed.
On and on. Rick, do you have a direct question for the
They will be dispensed.
I just wanted to see if I had the analogy correctly.
We need, yes, we agree.
Okay, I think we're going to hold it there. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Dandians,
Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've given you plenty of time. Thank you, sir. We've tried to be fair to everyone to hear.
We are thankful that this discussion is happening. We are for the technology. We want you to...
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That ends our public delegations. I'm officially closing off delegations now. We want to remind committee members to please, if you have any motions, give them to the clerk tonight so they can prepare the roadmap for tomorrow. We will be coming back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. 10 a.m. And members of council and their staff, you may leave your things in this room tonight. The room will be locked. Thank you to the members of the public who spent the day with us today. We appreciate you being here. We'll see you all back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. We stand recessed until that time.